USA batters, so you know they'll keep that in mind themselves, Namibia. One big over changes everything.
Harmeet comes in, and this is driven straight over the top of his head, but the fielder Van Schalkwyk out at long off manages to come round and keep it to 1. He's got another couple of overs up his sleeve. Tournament leading wicket taker, picked up another one already here today. He's going to have something to say, I'm sure, about the rest of this innings as Harmeet comes in. This one outside the off stump and just beats the outside edge. Oh, very, very close to the outside edge, but doesn't get anything on it. Goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. 4 runs so far from this Harmeet over. 1 ball to come. This one a bit flatter into the surface and turned into the leg side, and again they'll try and pick up 2, and they come back and make it with ease. 2 more to the total, but still a good over for the USA. 121 for 3 after 14 overs. They're going to take another drinks break as the sun continues to set behind the stands here at Chennai, and Namibia need 79 from 36 balls. And I asked you this in the previous innings: if you were the coach of the Namibia side, you're going to go and talk to the batters, what are you telling them with 6 overs to go?
I'd almost keep in mind, even looking at someone maybe further down the order, particularly if USA start with spin, to just send them as a bit of a sacrificial lamb, you know, just to say, right, your role is simply to go in and try and take down that spinner for 1 over. You know, you're almost at that point. You know, again, you just don't want that run rate to spiral into the 13s, 14s. I feel if that starts to happen, you know, it could be good night for in terms of Namibia's chances. But I think the chat has really got to be, well, maybe you've got to start thinking about who you're going to target in this attack. I certainly think they've got to try and get after these spinners. I mean, Harmeet's got 1 left. I think, you know, you've got to maybe think about having a go at someone like him, one of the medium pacers. Again, you've got to think about who you're going to take down there, and leave yourself, say, a reasonably gettable chase going into the last 4 or 5 overs. Again, if wickets in hand, I think you've got every chance.
And it was this point, I think we were talking about it in the first innings, that perhaps it was a message from the coach to the USA batters.
Yep.
Because the over immediately after drinks was when Sanjay Krishnamurthy really put his foot down.
Yeah.
And they managed to pick up 20 runs from the 15th over, which set them on their way then to 199 for 4. So you can see how these breaks can make an impact on the game, where you can kind of get licensed to, as you say, really go for it. Well, it's not going to be spin. It was spin that went the distance in the first innings, but they've called back Shadley Van Schalkwyk, sorry, I should say. I know that each commentator's been practicing how to say this name, but I think we've more or less got there. He's got 1 for 13 so far from 2 overs. He's going to start his 3rd now. Coming in over the wicket to Erasmus. He's gone down for an attempted lap sweep over the top of short fine leg, but doesn't get anything on it. Just hits the thigh pad and dribbles out into the leg side. Thinking about a review maybe, but perhaps the ball a little bit too heading down the leg side.
Again, he's obviously seen the field, he's seen the short fine leg up, he's trying to go up and over. I'd be almost tempted that length just to stand still and just put my hands through it, try and target the side screen.
Comes in again over the wicket, and this one just guided to short 3rd man, and they come through for a single.
I mean, that looks all nice from Erasmus there, you know, run it to 3rd man, but I think, you know, you've got to somehow try and break loose, like you say, have that. If you can have that break for over 15 or 20, suddenly you know, just a bit of panic starts to set in from a USA point of view.
Yeah, it's all to play for now as Van Schalkwyk comes in. This one's a good length on off stump and just chipped into the leg side by Smit. At the moment, neither Smit nor Erasmus really looking to be overly aggressive with their shot selection. Maybe just trying to use the pace of the ball if they can. A reminder that, well, as if you needed reminding, there's a little game coming up this afternoon.
Who's playing?
A couple of the test playing nations. As Van Schalkwyk comes in, he's got the outside edge, and that's a terrific catch. Oh, what a catch that is by the keeper. Oh, fantastic athleticism, diving to his right to pluck the ball out of the air. And Smit has to go, is it Erasmus, sorry, has to go for 6. The captain just feeling for the ball outside the off stump. And Shadley Van Schalkwyk does it again. Tournament top wicket taker, and you can see why.
It's that man again, Van Schalkwyk. Finally got it, yes. Yeah, I would say a very disappointing way for Erasmus to get out there. You kind of felt he got a little obsessed with getting the ball to third man. For me, that's a length really. At this stage, you've got to be thinking about trying to target, as I say, trying to target the side screen, trying to target over, you know, long on, long off, somewhere in that region. You know, it was a little bit tentative, a little tentative prod outside off stump, where the situation really calls for you to start to think about opening the shoulders, taking the long handle to someone like Van Schalkwyk. Got there in the end. You know, you've got to try and knock him off his legs. You know, he's had it his own way this whole tournament so far. We haven't really seen him put under any pressure. I mean, I think you just got to be brave in those situations, I feel.
Yeah, picked up his 13th wicket of the tournament there with Shaheen Jahangir behind the stumps, really supporting his bowler with a terrific diving catch to his right. And the 4th wicket falls then. So 123 for 4. Zane Green out in the middle, faces his first ball, and he cuts this one away behind backward point, and he'll pick up a couple to start his innings. But this tournament so far has been, well, all about the skills of Van Schalkwyk, and like an authentic, almost old-fashioned dismissal there, full of length, maybe just a scrambled seam actually, and gets the outside edge through to the keeper as he comes in again to Green. A short ball, and he lets that one go past his shoulder through to the keeper, and there's no run. 125 for 4 from 15 overs. So a bit of a mountain to climb now for Namibia. A few more thoughts from Michael Carberry, and then Kevin Howes will pick up.
Thank you, Dino. Well, I mean, we were wondering what was said at the drinks break. I'm still none the wiser from a Namibia point of view. I mean, surely the coach would have said, look, we need to try and open our shoulders, boys, and it's not really been the case so far. They've still been quite happy to push the ball around and chip the ball around. It's, you know, different to the USA batters who, you know, really try to open their shoulders.
Yeah, there was some real acceleration, wasn't there, around about this point, having sort of been held back a little into the middle stretch, or at least a part of that middle stretch in the USA innings, but they managed to set this target of 200. Smit is on 8, and he's facing Netravalka, bowling width and driven to the long off boundary, and then comes up the boundary. It's a single. Smit and Green. Many thanks to both Dean and Michael Carberry today. We have got that small matter of India-Pakistan coming up, but this one now appears to be going the way of the US. We thought it probably would do at that 200 target, but Namibia have given it a good shot and a good go, but fallen away quite considerably. And we're just seeing on the replay, one of the reasons is some really good work, including that catch by the keeper there. Wonderful work. It's ball width, easier take for the keeper, but dot ball as well, so it's just the 28 balls to score the 74 runs. Green is on 2, and Travolta is in his third over, 1 for 15. And, I have to say, from Van Schalkwijk's point of view, he may not make it through to the next stage of the competition. Highly unlikely that he will, but he's setting a bit of a gap for them to catch up at the top of the wicket-taking table, which they no doubt will do. I mean, some of them playing a few more games by the end of the tournament. That one has worked away to the onside. There is a bit of a gap to be found now. I think it's 5, isn't it, to Ngidi?
Done very well for himself. 2 more today, 4 for 25 against India, 4 for 25 against Pakistan, then 3 against the Netherlands, and 2 more here today.
Smith is on strike, he's on 9. Netzavalka, left arm, over the wicket, in the bowls, across the face of Smith, but he'll still drive it into the offside for 1, and then 2 remaining of this over. 3 so far coming from it. So it was pointed out by Michael Carberry, you would have thought in this situation that they would just give it everything.
Well, the problem is they don't really have that firepower. Smith is kind of the last big hitter, but Zane Green not really known as a big finisher for Namibia. Again, that lack of depth. You mentioned it off air, Kevin. David Visa, no longer in the Namibia side. He was there for 2 T20 World Cups in a row. He would be the guy to come in this role and be that big finisher.
Yeah, and he could do it, often did, around the world, really. Lovely man, wild hair, but a lovely man. I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, you shouldn't judge by appearance. I mean, I always say this to people when they ask me what I'm doing in any shop I walk into. I'm just here to buy things, honest. But yeah, gosh, he had a look about it, but oh, he could hit a ball, couldn't he? What a very good all-rounder.
And just to highlight something else that Michael Carberry was saying, Steenkamp, just before he got out, his running between the wickets looked exhausted. That shot he played.
Green's on 2. Zane Green worked away, nicely played actually. It's just going to be a single to the mid-wicket boundary, but it's just the 1. It's 4 from that over. 129 for 4 up to 16. 71 needed from 24 balls.
Out for 58, and the shot he played just prior to getting out, it highlighted, he looked like he was running on empty, and then he got out, and since he got out, they have not hit a single boundary. They were 97 for 1 after 10 overs. He hit their last boundary in the 12th over at Steenkamp, and that was their only boundary since the 10th over. So no boundaries since the 12th over, last one by Steenkamp, and just one since the halfway point of the chase, and it's that lack of power that is really doing them in right now, because they looked like they were on course to possibly chase this down, and then suddenly they've just had the air completely deflated out of the balloon in this chase.
Ali Khan went for 26 runs from his first 2 overs in bowls. That's it in the air and stopped. They'll go through for 1. Did that go all the way out to the fielder? Was it put down, or in the end was it just good fielding? I would like to see that again. It's Malind we're talking about. I need to see from the other angle whether that carried out to the fielder out there at mid-off. No, it fell short, and in the end I think he did a good job to get anything on that, make sure it didn't go past him. Well, it did, but with no great speed. He'll go through for 1. There probably was always one there. I don't think he could have got any closer to that. 70 off 23 balls, 130 for 4, 17th over. Smith is on 10. And off he comes again, Ali Khan. Second ball of this over. Round the wicket. Hit on the full, but sliced on the full, really. Square offside. And a single. Moves to 11. 131 for 4. So it's 22 balls of Namibia seeing it right through to the end, perhaps. He may not be bowled out, but 69 from 22. We're going to have to see something very special. You've given us this pretty much anyway, but at the moment it's 27 balls since the last boundary being scored on a chase when you need 200.
It just shows in the associate world in particular, finishers don't grow on trees. Not everybody's fortunate to have somebody.
And that creates a bit of space, does Green. What I think he'd like to have done was to lift it over the field there at short third, but in the end just played straight to the fielder. It's another single.
Now you look historically, and I think some people take for granted when you watch the IPL or you watch some of these T20s amongst the full members, you take for granted a Tim David or a Marcus Stoinis or an Andre Russell or Ben Stokes coming in these kind of situations. Associate countries are not blessed in that same way.
132 for 4, 70 over. That's a wide. Surely it is confirmed by the umpire.
Once you get above 10 and over, with 10 overs to go, it becomes very difficult. You look at a chase for a full member and you'd say 60 off 30 or 55 off 30. That would be pretty straightforward. That's not too difficult. 10, 11 and over. For an associate team, once they get 4 wickets down, 5 wickets down, it becomes very, very difficult because most associate teams don't have that finisher at 6 or 7.
Smith's on 11, drives firmly along the ground, fairly straight. 2 fielders out there at long on and long off. We'll come round and do the fielding. 134 for 4 now. We'll have the wide and 4 singles. Namibia, well, they did have a chance. They certainly had a chance during this innings. Then lost wickets, and in losing those wickets, so those at the top of the order are also would be the ones who are best placed to finish it off. So you can only afford maybe on a big chase like this to lose 2 or 3 wickets. Is that sort of what you're saying as well? This one is turned around the corner down towards the boundary. Well fielded in the end, just short of the sponge there. So they will, instead of getting a 4, will pick up 2.
Well, a great example is looking at, say, for example, Italy and their 2 matches. Against Scotland, they were 113 for 3, and then I think they lost their last 6 wickets for 20 runs, and Wayne Madsen couldn't bat, so that was the end of the match. Against Nepal, they win by 10 wickets. Their middle order never got exposed. So you're relying on your top order for a lot of associate teams to do the heavy lifting.
Well, having motion it was with that piece of fielding. Great work. Now this is in the air. I think it's going to be safe over the fielder there at short third. It is. Travalka, and in clearing the fielder, it runs to the boundary. So 37 runs from Ali Khan's 3 overs. Not been his day today. Namibia moved to 140 for 4 of 17. That's 60 from 18 balls. Highly unlikely.
Good shot here from Green, though, is Ali Khan. Again, coming back from the injury he sustained in the India match, the last 2 matches, he looked in vintage form against India. And one of the great what-ifs for USA is, what if Ali Khan did not get injured in that game? What if he had been able to finish off his death overs? What if he'd been able to play against Pakistan? And he missed that match to injury, comes back in these 2, and he's looked not at 100%. And you can see that here again at the death.
140 for 4 then. Travalka bowled his final over, 1 for 18. He's been nice and tidy and tight. This one, it's been dropped. He did get to that. It was very difficult. Threw himself low down. Tried to get to that one, but it's going to be a single instead. That shot, which was carved down towards the 3rd man area, and it did fall short, in fairness. It was short.
I think part of that, though, was he misjudged it. He stayed on the rope way too long. He was hanging back with the ball in the air. Full delivery slashed towards deep third, and Shubham Ranjane was the fielder out there. Came in very late off the rope. If he had come in full speed when the ball left the bat, he could have got hands to it.
Travalka to Green on 12. Tries to go a similar area. LBW appeal turned down, was the question really asked, but I think the bowler asked it. Nobody else joined in. both teams have 2 reviews remaining. I'd give it a go if I were them on this one.
This looks very out to me live. Travolker, it was a
Have they called the
Yorker.
review? I don't think they have.
Well, there's an awful lot of walking around now.
There is. Okay, let's have a listen to the umpire. See what he's going to say about this. LBW appeal. It's on green.
Main question is, was it missing leg stump?
Okay, let's have a listen to 19 Menon, the third umpire.
Okay, just freeze it here. Okay, there's a clear spike when the ball is next to the bat. Thank you. I'll go back to AP on field. AP, you can stay with your decision. It's bat involved.
How dare we, simply question. How dare we?
Well, forget about missing leg stump. We didn't even get to see that on ball tracking because he had an inside edge on it. So good decision on field by
the USA have lost a review. I don't think it's going to prove too costly. Right, you never know. 142 for 4. 2 balls into the 18th. 58 runs, 16 balls. Smith and Green sing it through to the bitter end. Smith on 13, as I say, driven to extra cover. They'll go through for 1. To say they need a good over is something of an understatement. At the moment, it's not a good over. They haven't lost a wicket, but they only scored 3 runs so far. So India-Pakistan, up and coming from Colombo. As I mentioned earlier, the rain affected the Women's International in Sydney today. It seems that we've been following a lot of cricket around the world over the British winter. Rain everywhere. Let's hope it stays away from Colombo today. This one is played by Greenhouse onto the onside for a single. Moves to 14. A little personal race here, these two, to who can score the most. And they're not going to do it in boundaries, just with the running of, what, 4 singles so far this over.
You say running. This is a lot less hair and a lot more tortoise between these two.
Yeah, for me, that's running. Sometimes when you got to look at these things, Pete, you got to look at them as if it's you out there as well, and you got to be a bit fairer, okay? A bit more generous. That's width just on the blue line there, and that's behind square on the offside. And that's going to be, and they've sprinted by my standards, sprinted from one end to the other for a single. And there've been 5 of them so far. So Green's on 14, and he's going to face the final ball of this 18th over, of which at the moment the equation is 55 from 13. If they have it in mind to try and win this game, I suggest they get on with it from here. Green facing. It's delivery, looking to reverse it. They have not given up, maybe. That's going to be a 4, which was played in the end over what that was turned into fine leg, but third. And applause from the Namibia supporters, because that is 9 runs coming off that over. He plays that really well, gets down and reverses it. Does Green. A couple of fielders out there, but it's high over the man. That's short fine, and it's going to be 4.
Well, that's how Lofty Eaton got out. It was that low full toss that he picked out the man at short third in the 11th over. Ranjane was on the ring to Travolker. He'd got it maybe 3 yards either side of Ranjane in the 11th over. Lofty Eaton might still be batting out there, but Green, again another left-hander, goes for the shot that Lofty Eaton got out to, and this time gets the placement right. It's it much wider of that short third fielder, and it goes all the way to the rope. But 9 runs and over isn't going to cut it here, Kevin. They need 25 if they're going to force a super over. They need 51 to win here, as Zane Green is walking off.
He's retired, so there's somebody else who wants to come out and give it a good go. Who's going to be? I don't think he's injured, is he? Doesn't show any outward sign of that.
Interesting tactical retirement when your last ball is a boundary, Kevin.
149 for 5, driven back up over Van Skulfake. I tell you what's happened there. The wicket's been taken. I don't think we saw it. No, he retired. Okay.
This is a quirk of the scoring system on the graphics. They don't know how to record a retirement.
Oh, right. Well, that threw me there for a minute. Okay.
No, he definitely walked off.
So it's a full retirement.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So 151 for 5 in the 19th over. following instructions for the next game. My head went up and the batter's walking off, shows a W, and I'm thinking, what's going off out there? Next delivery, driven through extra cover. Fielder comes running around, left arm throw. They'll come back for 2 and make their ground. So Trumpelman has come out.
The tactical retirements are so rare, Kevin. They still haven't become accustomed to common strategy that the graphics crews, they don't know how to account for them.
Right. Well, I'm not going to blame them as such, but it did throw me. Anyway, at the moment, Trumpelman's sitting at the other end, 0 off 0, so I don't know what that was about. Maybe he was injured, but I didn't see any signs of it.
I'm pretty sure this is a tactical retirement. He was not injured. He hit a 4 off his last ball. He was looking mighty healthy.
So what's going on since? Because we've had nothing but dot balls since. 9 balls left, 47 runs needed. There's a very special way that Namibia think they're going to win this game. Smith's on 19. Now he's gone straight and high and all the way for 6 there. Well, that's a 6 for Smith. He moves on to 25 off 18. The target is 200. And we've got 8 balls remaining of the match.
In the slot for J.J. Smith. This is what he was able to do a couple years ago when he was probably in his best form of his career. He's not quite at that stage right now, but they need him to roll back the clock if they're going to get the 6s they need to win this match.
And Skulfake bowls full, just wide of the off stump. That's not going to clear the boundary. Won't get to the boundary. It'll just bring them 1 run. Van Skulfake will continue. 2 for 28 his figures at the moment. 1 ball left of his final over, which means will he end up on 13 or 14 wickets for this tournament? 40 off 7. I will talk about the end of this game for some time to come. Anyway, Trumpelman, and that's been heaved as far as he could, but we're only going to get a single. I'll come back for 2. No, good running. All right, well, Trumpelman's run 2 there, but it's still 38 off the last over. So I'm not too sure as if it was tactical. It really has played out as the tacticians would have envisaged.
Very strange.
But let's have a word about our friend here, Van Skulfake, because he really has had a wonderful tournament. Currently leading the most wickets as well. 13 wickets he's taken in the 4 matches. You've told us the story about how there's every chance he wouldn't have been here, but, and there he is, Shadley Van Skulfake with those 13 wickets. And his bowling today, it was 4 overs, 2 for 30. That's been updated. I've updated some of it myself, which is always dangerous when it comes to numbers. But yeah, 2 for 30 from 4 overs. So just the 38 needed from the final over. Smith's on 26. And it's Khan to bowl. Now, he has been expensive. How expensive is he going to be in this final over? Well, the first delivery is driven too long on. It's just a single. So 163 for 5 in the 20th over. Perhaps it was Trumpelman who just wanted to go, wanted to get out there and have a bit of a bish-bash-bosh. So far he's faced just 1 ball, so he's got another one to face here. 5 balls left as we bring to an end USA's involvement, we presume, in the tournament. They're going to go out with another win here. That's Yorker length delivery from Ali Khan. Oh, an underarm throw which misses. He stopped the initial shot, I think, and then underarm throw with...
This is a situation where he could have just walked to the stumps and taken the bails off.
And they've gone through for a single as well off it.
For some inexplicable reason, he picked the ball up. He would have won a foot race easily, and from point blank range, he let the ball go when he was over the crease. So between the crease and the stumps, less than 2 yards, and somehow he missed the stumps.
And allowing them to go through for a signal as well. 164 for 5. In bowls Yorker. Good Yorker from Ali Khan. So, whatever the mishap earlier, and he wasn't perhaps thinking straight, that's a terrific reply.
Well, that's something that when you grow up playing baseball, you get accustomed to a rundown scenario, and you run to the bag. You want to cut the distance. So most kids growing up in America, which Ali Khan did not, he moved to the USA at 18, they're used to, their muscle memory is to just run to the bag, or in this case, run to the stumps and take the bails off. That's what he should have done, and instead he let the ball go.
Smith on 27 width, and that's carved away. That's going to be 4 runs down towards a wide third area. So, still prepared to throw the bat at it, but for what means, it's hard to tell right now, apart from the poor old bowler will have higher numbers against his name.
Just historically, I think back to the Jonty Rhodes Superman run out. Famous run out he had in the early 90s where he sprinted to the stumps and dove and broke the stumps with ball in hand. And I've always wondered why that didn't become commonplace.
Smith on 31, a slower ball in the air, caught. Smith looking to hook that one. It was a slower delivery, and he's gone for 31, caught by the keeper. 168 for 6, and Ali Khan has a wicket.
Slower ball. We haven't seen too many of these from Ali Khan, but it's a leg cutter, and it fools Smith, who's through his shot, and he winds up gloving it, pops off the gloves to the keeper, Jahangir, behind the stumps. So wicket to Ali Khan, and there's 1 ball to go in the innings. But just to go back to the point I was making about the Jonty Rhodes run out, the only other time I can think of in a significant instance where somebody did that was MS Dhoni in the famous T20 World Cup match against Bangladesh, where at the final ball, Bangladesh was trying to run a bye, and he won a foot race to the stumps as a wicketkeeper. And that kind of thing, I'm always curious why that hasn't been the de facto method in run-out situations, where if you know you can beat the batter to the stumps, why release the ball?
Especially when there's nobody backing up particularly there. Leica, with 1 ball left of the innings, will have a swipe at that one. And that is it, although we're waiting for it just to be confirmed that is it. 20 overs, thank you, 168 for 6. So a dot ball to finish. Ali Khan finishes with figures of 1 for 43 on 4 overs. A victory for the United States of America. Another one for them. To say for me, they've been a real joy to watch. And I really do hope, and I know this was said in the previous World Cup, but I really do hope that from here, although they're technically, of course, not yet out of the tournament this year, but I do hope after this latest victory by 31 runs, that they're going to get, from wherever it might need to come, more support, these players, because the players really deserve it. And another win for them. So another defeat for Namibia. They've played 3 and lost 3. It's not been a good tournament for them at all, but it has been for the United States of America.
USA came so close against India, not quite as close against Pakistan, but 2 wins in convincing fashion against Netherlands by 93 runs, and then today 31 runs against Namibia. They go to 4 points. Technically still alive, they're mathematically still alive, but they're going to need some help. And who are they going to need that help from? Namibia. Namibia winless. Their last match is going to be against Pakistan, and basically the loser of the India-Pakistan match, whoever they play in their subsequent match, they also need to lose that match. So India, if they lose today, they need to also lose against the Netherlands to create a 3-way tiebreaker. And if Pakistan loses, they need to lose against Namibia to create a 3-way tiebreaker for whether that's USA or Netherlands to have any shot to go through to the Super 8s. So they're not out of it yet, but the odds are looking very slim.
Indeed, don't go anywhere just yet, because we've got another 13 minutes, but please don't go. In fact, I'll lock the door to stop you from going. Anyway, we've got 13 minutes or so before we will hopefully take the toss live in our 3rd and final game of the day, which is India versus Pakistan at the top of the hour. Ali Khan 4 overs, 1 for 43. Milind 3 overs, no wicket for 27. And Skulkvik 2 for 30, leading wicket taker in the tournament. Shubman 1 for 6 with his 1 over. A couple of dot balls in there. Netravalka picked up a wicket, 1 for 27. Harmeet Singh, well, not to be his day-to-day, performed well the other day, but 3 overs, no wickets for 25. Oh, Mohsin, I didn't go through that 1 over, and it's just disappeared, but I hopefully will be able to complete that. 10 runs came from his 1 over today, so it wasn't so great for him either, but 199 for 4. It's a big target, that. Namibia, though, they just looked as they might have it in them at one stage to get up close to it, but in the end they fell well short. Wickets lost, and take a look at the USA innings of 199 for 4. That included that Erasmus drop as well, one where he tumbled over once, and I thought he looked as if he had control over it, and then it slipped out of his fingers. Fair play to call it if you think he was looking to celebrate it, but I actually think it almost looked as if it slipped out of his fingers somehow. Should have just had a firmer grip on it. I'm not sure who we're going to hear from. I think it may be Sheldon we're going to hear from. Sheldon says me. Shadley Van. No, it isn't. Here we go.
Will be presented by Katie Martin, former New Zealand White Ferns cricketer, to Sanjay Krishnamurti for his wonderful innings of 68 from 33. Congratulations, Sanjay. 68 from 33. That, I mean, 4 fours and 6 sixes. How soon in your innings did you feel that this was an innings, this was a pitch on which you could score?
I think against the spinners it was holding a little bit, so I didn't want to take any unnecessary risks, but I think my strength, I can hit off the back foot, so I was looking for that ball, looking to rotate, and then I think after 14 overs is when I decided to go.
Just winding the overs back a bit, it was very similar to the match against the Netherlands 2 nights ago. The openers, the skipper, got you off to a good start. How was it? How good a start was that for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Both the openers, you know, getting us through the power play, 50 or 60, it really helps, sets the tone, and especially on a wicket like this where we knew it's a little bit slow and turning, that power play is crucial to get the runs, and they did amazing.
Just watching you back now, we're looking at the video here of you playing. How much and what have you worked on for your batting craftsmanship for this World Cup?
Yeah, we had like a month-long camp in Sri Lanka, so I was working on a lot of power hitting stuff to, you know that I can hit the balls that are in my zone for 6 and then work around that. That's pretty much how I play my game.
How does it feel, Sanjay, being here with the United States in India, playing in a ground like this?
Absolutely incredible. You know, for a game like USA versus Namibia, to have this much of a crowd is incredible. You know, back in associate cricket, we don't necessarily get this kind of crowd, so it's really
is under suspension. They came into this tournament suspended by the ICC in October. ICC has temporarily taken over the administration of their affairs, but how much of a hand does the ICC want to actively take in doing those kinds of things is yet to be seen. And there's a big question mark hanging over American cricket because of that. It was hanging over the women's team when I was there covering them in Nepal at the Women's T20 World Cup qualifier. One of the first questions I asked when I got to Nepal was going up to the team manager to say, hey, I'd like to interview one of the players after the end of play for a short post-match interview just to get some quotes. And she says to me, I don't even know who I'm supposed to get approval for right now because the board was dissolved 2 days ago. I don't know who my boss is. I don't know who I'm supposed to report to even get permission to answer your question, to talk to the players. So even the most basic things.
Well, surely the answer therefore is yes, you can, I hope. But anyway.
She did, yes. She said, yeah, if I get in trouble for it, so be it. But if I want to give the players exposure, so by all means you can talk to them. But it was a serious question. Who's in charge? Who is the decision maker in a lot of matters? And at the moment, technically speaking, it's the ICC. But there's a lot of chaos and lack of clarity. It's very nebulous in American cricket in terms of who's supposed to be making these decisions. So bigger picture, yeah, if you're looking at who do you look to organize matches because there was a lack of them between 2024 and 2026. You don't want that to be replicated between 2026 and 2028 in Australia and New Zealand or the Olympics. That's going to be in Los Angeles. You don't want USA to be going into their home Olympics unprepared if they're granted a berth as the host country. And so all these things are big questions for USA. One thing I will say that is a positive is that they only had 2 homegrown players in this squad, Sanjay Krishnamurti and Sai Mukamala, out of the 15-man squad, and their 2 highest individual scores in this tournament were made by Sanjay Krishnamurti today, 68 not out, and Sai Mukamala's 79 against the Netherlands. So in terms of, there's been a culture clash historically of how do you justify picking homegrown players? There's always been a tendency to default to picking guys with first-class experience who've developed their cricket overseas before migrating to the U.S. And this helps answer that question going forward in terms of you don't have to rely on those players as much going forward. You can have faith. You can show faith in the homegrown players because they've shown in this tournament they can measure up. They won't be embarrassed. They're not out of their depth. And it's so great to see what Sanjay Krishnamurti did today and Sai Mukamala did Friday in terms of providing that inspiration and that evidence to administrators that, hey, maybe we can pick more homegrown players rather than looking to yet another ex-first-class pro from India or Pakistan or South Africa to try and fill a role.
Okay, and a reminder, we're just, 4 minutes away from the toss. India-Pakistan coming up from Colombo. We'll be there very, very shortly for that one on the back of the 2 results today. But we have got time for the interviews. First, it's going to be the captain of Namibia, Gerard Erasmus.
Aspects of that game. They won the toss, and I suspect that if you'd won the toss, you would like to have batted first in the heat of the day.
Yeah, I think so. I thought it was a nice wicket. It turned out to be a really good scoring wicket. But we'd have liked to also, bat first and put some pressure on the board. Unfortunately, it didn't go our way. I think that's the way it goes. You can't really control tosses, but you've got to just play a good game.
Look, we know it's a contest, bat and ball, and their batters played exceptionally well at the front. Were you just a bit concerned that tonight, or today rather, the pace, Namibia's pace got hit today?
Yeah, we tried to resurrect our plans from the previous game. Unfortunately, power play was quite tough to handle again. But credit goes to VP Myberg, who slowed it up in that middle period and really bowled well to get us back in the game.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that about Willem Myberg, that he's become a plus factor for you in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. He's got great control with his leggies. It's such a nice skill to have in this format of the game, I guess. All the top bowlers in the world seem to be leg spinners, and I hope he goes from strength to strength because it's such a vital asset to have.
But if you look at the plus positives of your chase, you were 99 for 2. You were up with the rate. You were up with the scoring rate, and then you just lost those wickets very quickly, I think, at 99 and 112. So you were up with the rate. That was a plus.
Yeah, we were in the game in that halfway stage. We had a good foundation. I felt that obviously the batters coming in would probably find a few delivery stuff to get used to the slowness of the wicket, but not enough intent there in terms of boundaries. I don't think so. We didn't quite have a full crack at it, I don't think.
So you got a couple of days to think about your final game, which is Colombo against Pakistan. Can you regroup and bring the best out of Namibia?
Yeah, I think it's obviously for the teams, it's about taking down a big horse or two, so that's definitely our plan.
Okay, that's where we'll have to leave the captain's interviews. We won't have a chance for hearing from Anand Patel, but I imagine he's just going to be highly delighted with the way that competition has gone, but we will need to move on. But Gerard Erasmus there talking to Alan Wilkins post the game where the USA have beaten Namibia by 31 runs. Many thanks to Michael Carberry and also to Dean Wilson and to Peter Della Penna. You'll hear from them again throughout this tournament, but what we're going to do now is we're going to transfer ourselves to Colombo because the toss can only be a matter of minutes away, you might imagine, for a little encounter in this tournament between India and Pakistan. And we say hello to Daniel Norcross. Okay, they're not ready. Sorry about that. I was told they would be. But anyway, let's instead go back to the interview with Monank Patel.
You seem to have pulled a mental trigger and you're going off at such a rate of knots. Is that what you've mentally done?
I mean, I have played open the innings most of the times, and after the first 2 games I decided to open the innings again, and I thought that my role was to play freely and make sure that I express myself, and today was the day that I got a chance early and I capitalized, and I'm happy that it came to winning calls.
Yeah, you've certainly done your job at the top, and obviously a good start with Shaheen as well. Okay, Sanjay Krishnamurti, 22 years of age, 68 off 33. How inspiring is that for the group, for the dugout, the way he played?
I mean, I spoke during Netherlands game about Sai. Sanjay is the same incredible talent which we have in our squad, and the way he played today, I thought he was a bit under pressure. He couldn't capitalize in the 2 innings, in the last 2 innings, and I thought the way he played today, right to him, he can hit the ball very far, and the way he expressed himself today, I thought because of him we were able to make 200 runs today.
And a word about this wonderful crowd here in this stadium. What has it been like to play here at the Chepauk?
It feels like home. The crowd has been fantastic since last 2 games. They've been very supportive, and I feel like a lot of our players has been playing in the Texas Super Kings, and because of that we are getting that home support.
Okay, I do believe now we have all the technicals sorted. We can cross over to Dan Norcross.
Thank you, Kevin Howells. Yes, it's the Premadasa Stadium for the big one. India against Pakistan. Alongside me, Adib Nawaz, World Cup winner Alex Hartley, and a toss is about to take place. It's a very exciting moment, the build-up to an India-Pakistan game. It happens not enormously rarely, but it might not have happened at all in this tournament were it not for some last-minute compromises and bargaining. But we've got it on, and the winner of this game will definitely be going through to the next round. The loser has got a very good chance of making it through themselves, but it's not really about that, because we're relatively early into the competition. It's about bragging rights, it's about history, it's about all the stuff that goes with it. It's about things like handshakes. We're going to be keeping our eyes on things like that. And these are 2 sides that have both won their first games and actually both stay above the USA, who have now finished their 4 group matches after winning today.
Could they still qualify though, the USA? Pakistan don't. Yes. Yeah, they've got to win. Their last game against Namibia.
Yeah. And indeed, it went the other way around. If Pakistan beat India and then India have their last game, they could lose. But it would require a bit of a run rate shift, of course. So, you know, there's that to consider. But realistically, I don't think that that's what this game is about, is it really? And we're about to get the toss, and it's Pommy and Bangra with Suryakumar Yadav and Salman Ali Agha. Here we go.
It's time for this toss. Let's see what today serves up for us. Suryakumar Yadav is captain of India. Salman Ali Agha, captain of Pakistan. Sir Richie Richardson, former captain of the West Indies, is our match referee for today. And Mr. D.H. Park is COO of Hyundai India. He's got the coin. He'll pass it over to Surya. Up we go.
Heads.
Heads called. What is it, Richie? It's a bit of a runner. Tell us what it is. It's heads. You win, Salman. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first. It's look like a bit tacky pitch. We just want to use that. I think it's going to be assist for the first few overs. We just want to use that.
Talk to me about emotion and how big this clash is, and your job and the difficulty or ease of it, of keeping your side calm so they can focus today.
Yeah, it's a big game, we all know that, but in our group we all are very, very relaxed now, and we're just focusing on the game, and we're very excited for this challenge.
What is it that you have gleaned or seen from the couple of games that have been played here at Premadasa, and how does that inform your planning?
It's a big ground than SSC, and the pitch is a bit slower than the SSC pitch. But we have been playing on these kind of pitches for the last 6 months, so now we have an idea how to play on these pitches as well.
What have you done with your selection?
We're going to same team.
Okay, all the best today.
Thank you.
Sky, Do you mind that you were batting first?
Not at all. I mean, we were looking to bat first. We've seen the results here, and we batted in the last 2 games and won both the games defending, so we don't want to change anything.
Okay, same question to you as to Salman. Big occasion, big deal. How do you keep the team on an even keel so they can focus?
See, I think it's easy to say that it's just another game, but it is an occasion. You know, these games are always having high stakes, but at the same time, you got to know what you want to do, but that's more important. Stay in the present, back your skills, put your A game forward, and be yourself.
Okay, does form count, or is this just a whole different encounter?
I think this sport teaches you a lot of things. On a given day, if you are going well, then anyone can have a good day.
What about your team for today?
We have 2 changes. Abhishek Sharma comes in, and Kuldeep Yadav comes in for Arshdeep Singh.
All the best today.
Cheers, thank you.
So the story from the middle is that it is Pakistan who've won the toss and decided they'll field first.
That was probably a banger with the 2 captains. I don't think there's a huge surprise there. I was expecting Pakistan to want to bowl first. We're in Colombo after all, and there is the possibility of a little bit of rain around. There's none here at the moment. All the covers have been removed, but it's a wonderfully chaotic scene. The Indian side are staying in our hotel, and just getting to use the lifts was quite something. And as I was coming down the lift, our lift was completely full, and poor old Mohammad Siraj couldn't get in. And I don't know whether the bus went without him or not, because I then made it down to the downstairs lobby, and I saw images of the Indian team arriving on the bus, but it would have been without Mohammad Siraj at that point. I'm sure he made it eventually, but he's not made it into the starting 11. I'm going to talk you through the Indian team. Abhishek Sharma is going to open alongside Ishan Kishan. Then Tilak Varma in at 3. That means that, by the way, Abhishek Sharma has recovered from a bad of a nasty illness, but he's got over that now. Suryakumar Yadav in at 4. Hardik Pandya at 5. Shivam Dubey at 6. Rinku Singh at 7. Akshay Patel 8. Kuldeep Yadav at 9. Key player I fancy could be on this surface today. Varun Chakravarti, another one who's going to be a really important cog in their bowling machine. And of course, well, the all-format best fast bowler in the world, Jasprit Bumrah, in at number 11. And now Salman Ali Agha told us that Pakistan were unchanged, and so that means they go in with Saim Ayub and Saib Sadaf Farhan, Mohammad Salman Ali Agha, Babar Azam at 4, Usman Khan at 5, Shadab at 6, Mohammad Nawaz at 7, Fahim Ashraf the all-rounder at 8, Shaheen Afridi 9, Abrar Ahmed and Usman Tariq, about whom we will no doubt be talking a fair bit during this game. As I say, I've got Alex Hartley alongside me and Atif Nawaz. Atif, it's always a huge occasion. It's taking place at a neutral venue, but today Colombo has become, I would say, mostly Indian. Wherever I've looked, I've seen Indian shirts. We've been out and about today, not just in our hotel, but in every hotel. Couldn't get dinner last night anywhere. It wasn't just because it was Valentine's Day, it was because there was a massive influx of Indian fans, and Colombo's been completely transformed.
It has. I mean, there's been a huge influx, as you say, of Indian fans flying in for this game. I've seen lots of them coming into the stadium. Myself and Jack, our producer, walked in to the stadium a little bit early, and I would say Indians outnumbering Pakistanis by about 6-1 in the stadium. But it's been a great energy about the game. If you think about it on its sort of basest level, the game doesn't have a huge amount of consequence because, as you say, both teams are likely to go through regardless of who wins today. But try telling that to the billion-plus people watching around the world. They'll definitely be fighting for their team, and the people who've made incredible arrangements to come here. I was chatting to a guy on the way into the stadium who came with his wife from Bangalore, and you know, they were distraught when they heard the news that the match might not happen because they had to go through this whole process to secure tickets, and they were just so grateful that the tickets came through, but they had to make a last-minute confirmation for their hotel bookings, which proved difficult because hotels got much more expensive. So it's been a sort of a culmination, this match, of a lot of effort and anticipation and twists and turns for some of the people who've come here to watch. So I'm sure there's a lot of people who'll be very grateful that the game is going ahead, because for the longest time it looked like it might not. Well, either there are going to be a lot of late night flights tonight, Alex Harley, or there are going to be a lot of kids who are missing school, because I've seen a heck of a lot of children in India shirts in our hotel. But all that aside, Atif there has touched on it. The game itself, I don't think it's got a lot of consequences for the tournament as far as who progresses.
but it does have consequence, doesn't it? It always does when these two teams play, regardless.
Yeah, it's always a funny one. It's obviously the biggest game in the world of cricket, and it gets hyped up so much, but yet India just dominate and have just dominated for so long. I think it's 8 in a row, T20s in a row now. Pakistan have lost, but still the interest is there, and still the fans turn up, and still it's as wild and it's as big as ever. I mean, it's a group game. We had a singer before the game.
Yeah.
Before the game today. I mean, that's not happened for any of the other games. It didn't happen for Pakistan, USA. It's not happened for Namibia, USA, has it, or whoever's playing?
Well, just the level of security as well. Everything goes with the game is just massively heightened. The number of people who are currently on the outfield, the fact that the sponsors have sent, so the people who assist on I don't even know what you call people who work on in aeroplanes.
Well, there's 4 air hostesses. Normally there's only 2.
Flight attendants.
Right, flight attendants. That's the word I'm blushingly groping for. I've just had it confirmed. We couldn't see because the cameras didn't actually show us it, but there were no handshakes between the two captains, and I wonder if that's a portent of things to come. It sounds like a trivial and petty thing, but it was actually a really significant part of the Asia Cup, wasn't it, Artif? And it's sort of what has created this massive spiral that's culminated in the game being off and now back on again. It almost feels like that was the last straw for a lot of people.
Well, that was a straw for sure. The fact that the Indian team refused to shake hands with the Pakistani team at the Asia Cup. The Indian team also refused to receive the Asia Cup trophy from the PCB chairman Mohsin Naqvi, who's also a government minister in Pakistan, a very senior one. There were a few other incidents that happened in the Asia Cup that people sort of look back regrettably. But there is, despite that, a sense of occasion here. I don't know if that was one of the things that was negotiated by Pakistan in order to play this game. Clearly not, because the handshake hasn't happened. But, there were a few fans outside the stadium that I saw shaking hands with each other. Also, some ex-players and things meeting each other very warmly, hugs and handshakes and things like that. I saw not just in the hotel, but also in the ground, out in the middle they were doing it as well, just hugging and shaking hands and stuff. So, I think off camera there's a version of things, and then maybe there's another version of it on camera. But it'll just sort of fire up the hostility in this match a little bit. I think it'll just push each team to be even more determined to give their best possible performance. Just FYI, that rapper that was performing before was called Hanuman Kind. He's a very big star in India and also very popular here in Sri Lanka. So his performance was enjoyed, although he did take out a little bit of the turf just beyond the playing area. Actually, he's put some tyre tracks because he came in on a quad bike. And I think you were expecting something more elaborate, Daniel, when he came out, but it was just he just drove it about 10 yards.
The quad bike's been here the whole time we've been here, and I wondered what it was all about. And then it just moved about 10 yards, exactly.
Yeah.
And also, I thought he was chronically overdressed for the occasion because it's really quite warm. And he was a big hoodie he had on, and he's got wonderful lustrous hair, but I'm not sure that he needed the hood and indeed the puffy jacket. And now 2 years ago, Al, we got to see an India-Pakistan game, and it was in the weirdest circumstances because it was slap bang in the middle of Roosevelt Park, was it called? I think it was, wasn't it? On Long Island.
Yes.
Where they put a pop-up stadium using some of the seats from the Las Vegas Formula One.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I never knew that.
32,000 seat stadium. It arrived and it's gone. But that day was a remarkable one. It was a 10:30 in the morning start for TV, because sometimes those American calls, etc. And it was jam-packed, and we saw half and half India-Pakistan scarves.
Yeah.
I just don't think we're in a half and half Pakistan scarf world at the moment, are we?
No, I did try and find some counterfeit merchandise to see what was around and see if there was some scarves or half shirts, half scarves, because the shirt that we saw last time was outstanding. It was brilliant, wasn't it? And I think I ended up going down to take a photo of him, but yeah, we haven't seen any half and halves yet.
I know, I guess the point I'm making, it just feels like this game is being played in a much more febrile atmosphere than the one that we saw 2 years ago, which actually was really quite jolly, and it was very consequential because Pakistan went out of that tournament. They should have won that game against India. They had really good opportunities to do so, and they blew it on a very awkward surface. And yet here, it's almost like, that game should have had a lot of needle because it mattered so much, but was filled with quite a lot of bonhomie. I don't know whether that's because it was an American community thing, perhaps. People from Pakistan and India, a lot of people had flown in from India for the game. I think events that have taken place in the last 12 months or so that you'll be very familiar with because you were caught up in some of them yourself.
I was flown out of a war zone.
You were, and well done. I remember the video you sent through to us. It's a little bit concerning. I think I'd only just felt like I'd only just said goodbye to you at the previous tournament.
You nearly saying goodbye properly.
Yeah, right.
Oh dear.
But that was 12 months ago now or so, and things in those 12 months have deteriorated to the point that that's how we find ourselves in this very, very different atmosphere, I think.
Yes, it was a war. Let's be straightforward about it. They were at war for a period of just over 3 days before things were de-escalated. But that sort of rhetoric that comes along with war, where there's a lot of nationalism and jingoism and things like that floating about, that was there, and it just sort of made this an even more emotional affair. A lot of people talking about, not wanting the fixture to happen on sort of moral grounds and things like that. And I'm talking about sort of both sides of the border, people thinking, well, they're the enemy, we shouldn't be playing with them. And there is an element of that. And, for me, there's a performative element of things like not shaking hands and things like that, just because, you kind of want to placate a segment of your fan base and just avoid any controversy. But it's a tremendous shame that we find ourselves here because, again, just watching some of the ex-players, the Indian Pakistani players who played against each other in the 90s and the 2000s, they share a lot of love, they meet each other so warmly. And it's a tremendous shame that perhaps this generation won't have that level of camaraderie between them. We can only hope that the next generation will, of Indian and Pakistani cricketers, will have friendly relations and get to play against each other more often outside of ICC events. But as it happens, it's not, it sort of dominates the narrative. I mean, first, the narrative of this game was dominated by will it, won't it? People referring to or just sort of pointing things off, saying, no, the government will let you know, that's a government policy, got nothing to do with me, don't ask me, ask our government. Things like that, but it's slowly sort of morphed its way into a little bit more chat about this game. Watching a Saib Zada Farhan interview where he was quite bullish about Pakistan's chances. Suryakumar Yadav, who's previously said that he didn't really think of it as a rivalry anymore, this game, based on the way that India have sort of dominated over the last 5, even 10 years really, and certainly at ICC events. He's even sort of flipped and said, no, it is a very special occasion, it's different to any other fixture, the amount of attention, there are butterflies there. So, if that's an indication of the kind of pressure that the players are under, the kind of micro scrutiny that they're under in a game like this, and as we say, it's just a group game, we could well see these teams playing again later on in the sort of the knockout phase of the tournament. Well, that's what I was going to say. This
is really, really possible, isn't it? And because we've got this, because India are a co-host, we've got this potentially farcical situation which could happen in 2 competitions in close succession.
Yes.
Where the hosts of the tournament don't get to host the final. Pakistan didn't get to host the final of the Champions Trophy that took place in Dubai. And if Pakistan make it through to the final, and I've got to say they're 95% certain to get through to the Super 8s, where they could yet find themselves in a group with Zimbabwe, England. Zimbabwe they would hope to overcome. England, who are not performing very well at all, and a Sri Lankan side who aren't in the best form. New Zealand.
Yeah, they're in the mix there.
They're eminently able to come through that group.
They
and if
could
they do,
it's a little bit different.
Then they're a semi-final away. I know I'm jobbing a long way forward, but then they're a semi-final away from bringing the whole jamboree back here for what could well be a rematch. Because it could well be India that comes back as well, because they are the best team in the world. So, I mean, this could be just the first of 2 India-Pakistan games in this tournament.
Well, I'll tell you this: the lifts at the Colombo hotels won't thank them for doing that. But if that does happen, well, that's a long way away. I think it'll be vindication maybe for a lot of Pakistani fans who wanted to take revenge on India for the Champions Trophy. Like, in the end, there were very few matches sort of played in Pakistan. Pakistan themselves only played 1 match in front of their home crowd. The other one was rained off, and the third one against India was played in Dubai. So, and I would say it's a little bit different on this occasion because India and Sri Lanka are both co-hosts of this event, so it wouldn't be as big a deal necessarily as having a nation play the games completely away from the host nation in the UAE. But even so, it maybe adds even more motivation to Pakistan to go ahead and try and inflict that defeat, because it would be so warmly received. I can promise you, in Pakistan there would be a tremendous amount of satisfaction in terms of bringing that fixture, even if it's just the semi-final, but bringing that fixture away from India into Colombo, it'll be seen as sort of like a mini victory in what's turned into a very adversarial environment.
It would be good if it's not in Ahmedabad, wouldn't it? That massive, massive stadium.
Well,
it's also like a scheduling headache because it's a massive stadium, 135,000 tickets that they'd be looking to sell, and they won't know when they can put those tickets on sale because match might happen here at the Premadasa.
Well, they can put them on sale if and when Pakistan get knocked out of the competition. But if they're right in there,
it's likely to go right to the wire, isn't
exactly.
it?
That could easily go all the way to the 4th of March, and the tournament finals on the 8th. And you talked about players under scrutiny. Let's just have a look at, let's put Usman Tariq under scrutiny, Al, because a fake ICC communique was doing the rounds earlier this week, suggesting that his action was being scrutinised and that he was going to have to go to Dubai for testing and all this kind of stuff.
Again.
Yeah. It must be horrible to be playing in a game like this where you know that if you do well, you're going to get 1.4 billion people absolutely, the casting expressions on your action, and if you don't do well, you're going to disappoint a nation that gets very vexed about these sorts of things.
But have you seen him when he plays and when he's been called a chucker 1,000 times in his career?
Try to explain why. So.
Well, it's hard to explain without having a little video, but he pauses at the crease and then he creates some momentum with quite a slingy action. So a lot of players have called him out for chucking in the past, and he just laughs. He just laughs and said, "Well, I've got you out, so see you later."
Sorry, Alex. Yeah, he did the same thing with Cam Green when Cam Green complained about it in the Australian series, which Pakistan won 3-0. Cam Green got out one game. He gestured, he's chucking it, and then he sort of made fun of him on Instagram. He took it so lightheartedly. I think he's got the kind of mental strength. You got to remember, this is a guy who was working, with his hands essentially in a completely different industry in the Middle East. He found himself now in the Pakistan team. He's just grateful for every moment in the spotlight and his moment to perform for his team. So I don't think it's going to break him a little bit of trolling.
He's part of a very handy spin attack that Pakistan have got, and they're in a pretty good form at the moment. They didn't perform awfully well against the Netherlands, but you could say that's probably been a stage fright, a little bit of nerves as the flags are being brought out.
Can I just point out, Daniel, the captains, there wasn't a handshake between, but Wasim Akram and Rohit Sharma brought the trophy out to the middle, and I don't know if there was a handshake at least, but there was a lot of back patting and just warmness.
Oh, well, I saw that with Rami Sarja and Ravi Shastri.
There was, sorry, Jack said there was a handshake. I didn't see the handshake, but there was a handshake.
The toss?
No. Between Rohit Sharma and Wasim Akram, who brought the trophy out.
We've got to get these things right. Today is one of those days where you've got to get your
Well, Twitter's saying there was no handshake at the toss.
No, there certainly wasn't. I was watching very closely and I didn't see that.
But let me get back to this point. Pakistan, they've got plenty of spinners in their lineup here at the Premadasa. It's the largest of the grounds that we play, and we've talked about it a lot. 13.9% of the runs here come from twos. It's a big old stadium. It's hard to hit those boundaries. India have come from the postage stamps of India. I know they're big hitters anyway, but it's going to be a bit different for them. As the flags unfurl and we prepare for the anthems, let's look at the game itself. Could this one be one of the tighter Pakistan-India contests, or are you still making India strong favourites, Al?
I'm still making India strong favourites. Pakistan are playing great cricket at the minute. Yes, Netherlands, we're going to take that game away. They haven't had... It's funny, isn't it, when you play these group stages, because this is the game that everybody looks for, but if you look at their other opposition, they've got USA, Netherlands and Namibia. Where's their competitive cricket coming from? They've also just beaten Australia, so they have had that just before this World Cup.
Well, Australia have just been beaten by Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's a funny old one. India are definitely favourites. You look at past results, it's 8-0 in the last 8 games to India. Pakistan got a little bit closer throughout the Asia Cup, but they were still quite far away. And India are just so used to playing under this sort of pressure, and Pakistan don't get it very often. And often in those tight, close games and those tight, close moments, you can see which side is put under the pump more, and you can see which side has the most experience.
Right, the players are making their way out. They're lining up in anticipation of the national anthems. I tell you, the ground is nearly full already, and that is a rarity at any match these days. People tend to sort of come a little bit late, but no one's going to be late today. There's just a few seats away to our left, but it is a sellout. There's plenty of people here, and here we go with the national anthems. the anthem of India. Strikes me as an anthem that just leaves you wanting a little bit more. But the Indian side seldom leaves you wanting a little bit more. It doesn't quite finish the phrase, but maybe that's the point. I'm looking away to my left as the flags now disperse, and Alex Hart is still alongside me. Is that stand that I'm pointing at what would be sort of deep mid-wicket bowlers from the forward entirely filled with Indian fans in blue shirts?
It seems that way, doesn't it? The bottom tier.
The bottom tier.
Yeah, the bottom tier.
Absolutely packed.
But then if you go a little bit further on, so you go to more of a long on, there's a group of green shirts in the far.
Wow.
But all that left is just looks like India fans.
It's an amazing sight. It really is, and it's just a fantastic and wonderful occasion. There's so many people in here, so filled with excitement, getting to watch a game that it's not that rare, is it? Because we have loads of World Cups and the men and the women play each other at various points, but there are no bilateral series, so every time it happens, it's just there for a fleeting moment and then it's gone, and that's part of it. It's part of that relative rarity value that makes it such an extraordinary occasion. The Pakistan players are now running out onto the field. The Indians are going to bat. They have been put in by Pakistan, something that Suryakumar Yadav said he would have done himself. I have no idea whether that's true or not. I personally would have thought it was fairly obvious bold first day, but India do have a very strong batting lineup. They will be looking to set a monster total, but it might not be that easy on this surface. Thoughts from you, Al, on that, and just, you know, what we might expect from this pitch. We've seen a fair few games here now, and then to take you through the next 5 overs is me, which I've just remembered.
I'd
forgotten.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought I'd been on so long, it must be time for me to go, and then I remembered that I'm still here.
You're still here.
I'm still here, yeah.
Well, you threw me there. I've got no idea what you asked me in the end.
Well, what are we going to expect?
Talk about this, and then it'd be me.
Well, I was just about to turn around and bring Artif on, and then I realised it's me.
Well, what we do know is the fact that Ishan Kishan and Abhishek Sharma will try and biff it up the top, won't they? You know, Ishan Kishan in the last game got 61 off 24 balls, and he was fantastic. And he's got his place at the top of the order, and he will take advantage of this. I think we'll see a bit of spin in the power play from Pakistan. Spin's been the hardest thing to face here in Colombo on both grounds. We've got a huge outfield, the biggest in the tournament. You made a valid point just the other day, Dan, that, will India haul out thinking that the boundaries are the same size as the ones in India? And they're not. They're a lot bigger here. So 2s and potentially 3s are on offer, but the power play in particular, don't think it's really going to bother India that their boundaries are so big.
Well, let's see. I mean, I suppose it's just a bit of range finding, isn't it? I take your point. They're incredibly good players, and as a result, we'll sort of expect them to be able to cope with it absolutely fine. But it's just, if you have just been knocking it around and it's suddenly 15 yards more, then who knows? That might make a little bit of a difference. It's the 2s as well. We're going to get so excited about 2s. I really cannot wait to see all these 2s. And I guess that's something that they're just going to have to adapt to as they go ahead, as they go forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, who are we starting with here?
Bit of spin.
A bit of spin. You called it. A bit of spin to start. Abhishek Sharma on strike. He has recovered from his illness, and It'll be interesting to see if he's going to go hard straight away because we've got spin. We have Bob Azam, who's been one of the big stars of Pakistan in the field in this tournament. He's been, I'm surprised myself to say it, lightning quick around the outfield. Been catching flies.
Yeah, he took an amazing catch in the first game, didn't he?
He did. He really did. And it's going to be Salman Agha who's going to bowl the first ball. First ball is defended back to the bowler and there is no run. That's confused me on so many levels because he's got a different shirt number on today.
Yeah.
It's very unhelpful.
Yeah.
The point about shirt numbers, Salman, is that you stick to them so that everybody knows who you are. In he comes again off 2 paces, short, pulled away, out to deep mid-wicket. He's got cover there. Well, he's got a deep mid-wicket there, if you like, acting as cover. And they take the single and they're underway.
I wonder when he changed his shirt number. Because he bowled from the opposite end when the last game that we did. We didn't see him bowl in the last couple of games because he bowled towards us.
Yes, good point. Good point.
So he might have been 67 the whole time.
He might have been. It might have just been a
typo
from somebody else. Yes.
That's definitely not us. We wouldn't make that mistake.
Well, no, because we don't know how to make these sheets. Right, Salman in again. It's thrashed into the offside, but straight to short extra cover where Mohammad Nawaz does the fielding. Ishan Kishan, someone underway. He faced the first ball. Abhishek Sharma is now on strike. We can expect fireworks from him. He doesn't tend to hang about. He likes to get going quickly. When he comes, it's driven into the offside. There is no run. It's because we've got 2 left-handers, isn't it? It's all making sense now. Salman Agha, off spinner, 2 left-handers, perfect match-up.
Yeah.
Rattle through and over quickly up the top. Which so far he has done. Abhishek goes back into his crease, cuts, but again picks out the fielder, this time in the ring. Fahim Ashraf with a slightly squarer cover. We've got a short third, cover point, cover extra cover, long off. Mid on square leg, short fine leg, and a deep mid wicket. Last ball of the over. Is he going to go big? Oh, he does, and he's going to be caught! First wicket goes down, it's the big one of Abhishek Sharma, and it's Pakistan who have struck first. Abhishek goes for a duck, and a master stroke from Pakistan's captain. He's brought himself on for the first over against these 2 left-handers, and it wasn't the greatest ball. It was a little bit short, but a terrible connection from Abhishek Sharma, and all he could do was shank it to Shaheen Afridi, the easiest catch you will ever get at mid-on. And India, after 1, are 1 for 1.
They are indeed, and Abhishek Sharma, that's his second duck of this World Cup, and he didn't even play the previous game, so I was trying to say that he hasn't had much time in the middle. Yes, he takes advantage of the power play. Yes, he's such a powerful batter, doesn't get frustrated with hitting the field, often misses the fielders, but he hammered that cover fielder 3 times in a row. Slightly then more back of a length from Salman Agha, slightly slower, takes a bit of pace off, and he hits it straight to mid-on, so it's his second duck, so he still had no time in the middle.
It's a bit of a limp dismissal, really, when you look at that again. It brings Tilak Marma to the crease. And Pakistan have got their tails very much up. The noise we got for that wicket was distinct. It's there. There are Pakistan fans here. They're not going to be completely drowned out by this majority Indian supporting crowd, you wouldn't have thought. But Tilak Marma is in, but he's not going to be on strike. It's the last ball of the over. And instead, Shaheen Afridi is going to come in from the far end from us.
He's not bowled well this tournament, Shaheen Afridi, has he? It's been expensive when he's played. He was given the death overs in the previous game, even though they were so far on top of the game, but yet he still leaped runs at the death.
He's got a wide slip in place for Ishan Kishan. In he comes. Kishan pulls brilliantly for 6, out over deep backward square. Wow, what a noise that made off the bat. Ishan Kishan, who's coming into this game on a wave of splendid form. Well, first ball banged in, cool as you like. He has thrashed that into the crowd. What a shot.
Shaheen Shah, he's really struggled throughout this competition. You know, he's been going at 10s. he only bowled 3 overs in the first game. Yes, he bowled 4 overs against USA, but he still went for 42. And he just bowled a little bit too short or a little bit too full, and that one was too short. And Ishan Kishan said, "Thank you very much. That is meat and drink."
77 metre 6. What's next? He goes again. This time against an under edge, and it flies down to the boundary for 4. Through fine leg, a very fine leg position, and now the Indian fans are in full voice, and the flags are waving. And you're just going to sense, wow, what have we had in the last 2 minutes? A wicket, a 6 and a 4. And the whole event has come to life.
Now, this is what these games are about. The crowd is just absolutely wild. So loud out there.
Bit of good fortune on this occasion. Kishan was looking out towards deep back square again, and suddenly saw the ball was racing towards me at fine leg. Right, can he get his length a bit better here? No, it's short, it's pulled away, but this time without same timing and no elevation down to a long leg, a deep backward square, and they just take the single. So Shaheen Kishan moves to 12, India to 12. It'll bring Tilak Varma onto strike to face Shaheen Afridi for the first time. 3 left-handers at the top of the order. Sounds like it's Oman, isn't it, that we saw the other day? They have like 9 left-handers.
Yeah. It was just yesterday, that.
Yeah.
Seems like ages ago.
You couldn't really get more of a contrast as the World Cups go between watching Oman Island one day and Pakistan India the next. Full, defended, back to the bowler. And there is no run.
But we've got a run of really good games, selfishly for us, haven't we? We've got this one today, India, Pakistan. We've got Australia, Sri Lanka tomorrow, which is a huge game for Australia.
And then a big game the following day, Zimbabwe Island.
Zimbabwe beat Ireland. It could get down to the net run rate for who qualifies.
And it could be knocking Australia out. If Sri Lanka win tomorrow against Australia and then Zimbabwe beat Ireland, Australia would be out.
Yeah.
Which would be quite the story. Shaheen Afridi runs it again. Tilak just guides the ball to a full ball to backward point straight to the field, and there's no run. Slip staying in place. Salman Agha is still attacking. Is he going to give himself another over? Off the first one went just the one. He's got the wicket. He's still got 2 left-handers, and Ishan Kishan kind of lined him up because he had a single off his first ball. Do you know what I mean? So there's 2 new batters in a way.
Yeah.
To face him up to a point.
No, I know what you're saying, but he's not bowled that many overs, has he? The ball's one every now and then.
So it's just a surprise tactic. You can't really do a surprise tactic twice, but Shaheen in again, thick edge, runs down towards the deep third boundary, fine as well, past the left hand of the wide slip, and a fortuitous boundary of a Tilak. 15 off the over, India after 2 overs, 16 for 1. Tilak has 4, Kishan has 12, and it'd be a brave captain who decided he was going to bowl another over when Ishan Kishan is in this kind of form and in this kind of mood. But that last ball, a bit of a false shot from Tilak. He's got away with that. He's come off a thick outside edge. There is a deep third, but he's had to go, well, 7 or 8 yards to his right. We couldn't get there.
He is going to go again.
He is. Hello. Our producer's just handed us over a beautifully written team sheet.
Neat.
It is neat. It's slightly small, but look at it.
Said he got cramped hand the other day. Zoom in.
Salman is in, head high, in the air, out over, wide, long on. It's going to be 4. That's the danger. Salman, Ishan Kishan's going to try and take you down here. It was full, quite slotty, mid-ons up, 1 bounce, 4 over long on.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, wasn't it, from Ishan Kishan? And this is the danger as a spinner. It's always nice to bowl the first and sort of sneak an over in and see what happens, see if you can get away with one. He did. He only went for 1 in his first over, so I can see why he's bowling again. This is always the 3rd over, 3rd and 4th. They're such hard overs to bowl in the power play as a spinner.
Kishan waits. Oh, he gets struck on the pad. Was there a bit of bat involved? So an appeal that's turned down. He's not taking it seriously, and he's the skipper, so he could have gone upstairs and he decided against it. Oh my goodness. Just an idea, by the way, today's game, 8 different languages this has been broadcast in by the ICC today. Now swept, top edge. Is he going to get away with it? He is, you know, it's going to land and plug, fielders after it. And they're going to get back for, just the 2. There might have been 3 there as Usman collides with Ishan Kishan. And there's a smile between the 2 keepers. 16 languages.
Yeah, you just saw
one of them Japanese.
One column.
Did I say 8?
Yeah, you said 8.
I meant to say 8 times 2. Sorry. I counted the 8. I was just about to double it.
Yeah. I thought you'd just seen the 1 column.
No. I saw Japanese on the right. Defends into the onside this time, does Ishan. He's only going to get the single for it, but probably a smart move there, because his heart would have been in his mouth just a little bit when he went for the sweep and top edged it. So we've got Japanese.
Portuguese. Didn't realise there was such Portuguese fans.
I can pronounce fine enough. Hindi, Tamil. There's a few in there that
Indian Sign Language. I can read that one.
Indian Sign Language. Do that one.
I can't do it, but.
Can you not? So there is a limit to your skills. Right, Salman is going to bowl to Tilak for the first time, and each time he tries to come in at 2 paces, trying to catch the batter unawares. And then now the batter pulls away, so they've got a bit of a cap now. It's a bit of a Dipti Sharma situation going on here. Here we go. The bowls tucks into the onside, goes for the quick single, fires at stumps, and he hit. I still think Varma would have been home, but it was a tight single. There's a square leg, but it's being nudged into the sort of mid-wicket region, and so there is that gap they're able to exploit. 8 of the over so far with a ball to go. India 24 for 1. I have a feeling Ishan Kishan's thinking this is the last ball Salman Ali might bowl at me in the whole game, and I want to go hard. He does. He gets it high in the air. It's going to land safely. He didn't get hold of that at all. He sliced it, and it's emerged about 3 metres beyond the fielding circle at mid-off. Babar Azam has run in, but he had no chance to make the catch. So 9 off the over, 3 singles to finish it. After 3, India 25 for 1. Ishan Kishan has done the bulk of that. He has 20 off 10.
He's come back really nicely there, hasn't he? Salman Ali Agha, 4 off the first ball, and then managed to just tighten things up, get hit into the deep, and that last one there, just thought maybe it was going to go to Babar Azam in the deep, but he plinked it and it went absolutely nowhere.
Yeah. He was a bit fortunate actually. He did slightly more of a plink, or a slightly better plink, and it would have gone straight down his throat. It was also the most telegraphed shot of the day, I'd say. Right. Now then, Saim Ayub, who is normally the man who would bowl in the power play for Pakistan, the #1 ranked all-rounder in the world. He's had an unusual World Cup, didn't bowl till the 17th over in the first game, and he's got a wicket, only bowled 1 over, and then bowled the first over of the match the other day. He's in now, and that's, it's strappled back to him, and is stopped on the bounce. It's a good bit of flipping from side, because that was hit pretty ferociously, and it was all about a foot in front of him, no more than that. Kishan winds up and tries to reach a wide ball that turns further wide, gets an under edge, it rolls to short third.
Well, that has turned sideways.
Oh, you saw it on there, did it really go?
Yeah, it really went. Watch this on the replay here. Just spits off the surface. Yeah. No wonder there was an under edge.
Had he left it, it would definitely have been a wide. So, it's a bit of encouragement in this pitch. Simon again, bowled short, dragged down, out back to deep backward square leg, it's going to be 4. There's no cutting that off for Fahim Ashraf. He's much straighter at deep mid-wicket, didn't stand a chance. Not a good ball from Saim Ayub, just went for the quicker one and he's just pulled it down. 97 kilometres an hour, the previous one was 80, so he's mixing up the pace, but there he just got the length all wrong, waist height, sat up, could be walloped.
Yeah, especially with square leg inside the ring. It was a little bit of a freebie there for Ishan Kishan, who is motoring very nicely out in the middle.
He's up to 24 off 13. Saim into him again, smacked into the offside, but unerringly finds cover point. Or just cover really. There is a short third, a backward point and a cover, extra cover. Long off, deep mid-wicket, the 2 boundary riders are mid-on. A square leg just behind square. And a short fine leg, he's quite wide. Might try the reverse. Let's see. Instead, no, he goes back into his crease and smacks this right back at his partner at the non-strikers end. You could hear the noise he made. You could hear the noise Alex Harley made.
That was just instinct. That was oh my word, you've just hammered your teammate. goes back, pulls the ball straight out of the screws and straight into his teammate at the non-striker's end, who's taken it like an absolute champion.
He's shown no signs of pain at all, and that has walloped him. He must have been lucky to get it on the pad, I think. As it's worked up to mid-on, shy of the stumps. Oh, this is close. I think he could be out. I think this is really tight. Kishan has dived, and if it isn't out, then that's a bit of a missed over. Shaheen Afridi says he's not out. I thought that would be closer. It's a direct hit. The ball went straight to him. It felt like a rash run. But maybe it is at the far end, so my judgment is entirely not to be trusted. He's picked it up straight away. He's flung it in. Oh, he's well in. That's a really incredible bit of running from Kishan. He put the dive in. Look, it's a very short amount of time between him getting over the line and the ball striking the stumps, but he is in by about a yard or so. Now then, another over and spin in the power play. That over from Saeem Ayub for just a 5. Salman has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 10. And now Abrar is coming in, perhaps a little bit earlier than we might have expected. A third spinner inside 5 overs.
Yeah, and this is because the seamers have been so expensive for Pakistan. It just came up on the TV screen that the spinners are going for more than a run and a half less than the seamers, if that makes sense. The seamers are going at more than a run and a half more than the
So let's
spinners.
say 9 and 6, for example.
Perfect. 6.5 and 9 or whatever it was. Yeah. So this is why they're going spin, and obviously these huge outfield. We've seen the ball spin in the power play as well. Abrar now is going to bowl his like finger spinners. He's going to go for his leggies. He'll bowl his googly. He'll bowl his slider. So he's got so many variations, and we'll see if the pitch starts to help him out a little bit.
Well, let's see if there's turn from this end, because we saw a little bit from Salman. Saeem Ayub's end, rather. So let's see if Abrar can extract any from this end. Salman Ali Agha is not exactly a big turner of the ball, so a bit more difficult to tell. He's not wearing his specs, Abrar. That's a thing of the past, which is a shame.
I wonder if he's had laser eye, or he has had laser eye.
Good for him. In he comes, over the wicket, as it's swung away, out over deep backward square leg and into the crowd for 6. The vastly populated Indian section that's down there at deep backward square. And I'm trying to see, there is no fielder there. There's one at deep mid-wicket and one at long on. But Ishan Kishan has very deliberately taken that ball behind square, and it has gone into that jubilant crowd. And India 36 for 1, and Ishan Kishan's got 31 of them.
It was there to be hit as well. It pitched outside leg.
In comes Abrar again, goes again down the leg side. Is there a little bit of something on it, or has Richard Illingworth just decided, yeah, he's just patted his own leg there to say there's a little bit of pad on that. Richard Illingworth, he's a very phlegmatic man. He's staying in our hotel with his wife, and she informed me he was doing this game, and we both of us agreed he's kind of perfect for it. Oh, this is dabbed away to short third. They think of a run that isn't there.
In what way?
Well, because she said he never gets too high or too low. He's always completely flat. Could be sometimes like, you know, come on, show a bit of emotion.
A bit more.
No, he doesn't. That's not his way. As this is whacked through extra cover for 4. There are 4 characters. 4 characters. 4 characters. There are 4 fielders in the offside ring, as well as a short third. But that ball was too short from Abrar, so Kishan simply had to find the spot, whichever one he wanted. He chose the one between extra cover and cover, with there being no sweeper out. We're still in the power play. 2 deep fielders at deep mid-wicket long on. Once it gone past those 2, 19-metre gap between them. Flew away for 4. 40 for 1, India, having lost the wicket in the very first over. Abhishek Sharma for a 4-ball duck, and now he's coming around the wicket. Abrar, and Kishan comes down the wicket, gets a thick inside edge. It rolls to, it's a short square leg. There's a fielder just in front, square one just behind, so there's time and space to take the run. 41 for 1, and then this is now turning into a good start from India. All of it powered by Ishan Kishan, who has faced 21 of the 29 deliveries so far bowled. Tilak Varma on strike. The last ball of the 5th over. In comes Babar, tosses it up, pushes it to the offside, thinks of the run. No, it's definitely not there. And so a bit of fielding from Fahim Ashraf prevents any thought of a run. 5 gone, 41 for 1. Ishan Kishan has 36. Tilak Varma has 5, and it's take 2 of this, as I say.
And it make way for
Alex
me.
Harley, give us your thoughts on how the game has been going, and then I shall make way for Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, India with a run rate of 8.2. It's going to take just a couple of balls for that run rate to climb to 10s, but I think the spinners haven't. I mean, Babar in that previous over just bowled outside the leg stump, then outside the off stump. Just couldn't quite get things right. The seamers, obviously, Pakistan don't trust the seamers because the last over of the power play again, Atif, is going to be spin.
It is indeed. It's Saim Ayub in for his second over. Went for 5 in his first. He's got a bowl to Kishan. Slightly short and slapped down towards long off for a single. It's been terrific touch. Kishan played a really nice innings against Namibia. 61 there to just guide India across what could have been a banana peel. Got a really attractive 20 as well in the first game against the USA before he was dismissed. So he's in really good touch. This Ishan Kishan sort of goes under the radar a little bit because of all the other stars on this Indian side. Saim in, reverse sweep attempted by Dilip. He just really sort of awkwardly gets it onto his pads. They managed to get through for a single as the ball trickles to mid-off. But he didn't play that with a lot of control or particularly well, really. There's a lot of milestones in this game. Rinku Singh needs 5 runs to get to 3,500 in T20s. Hardik Pandya needs 22 more for 6,000 T20 runs. Babar needs 1 more for 50 T20 wickets. It's much better from Saim Ayub. No room for Kishan, who just chops the ball to extra cover, no run. It's already been a pulsating game, and Mohammad Nawaz, 3 more wickets for him would take him to 100 T20 international wickets. So
all the potentials.
Yeah, they're all in play, aren't they? All of them in play. Here's Saim Ayub into Ishan Kishan again, who pulls this ball, doesn't time it, just over the head of Shaheen Afridi at mid-on, and it kicks on off this very quick outfield and goes to the long off boundary for 4. But for a moment, his heart will have been in his mouth. Ishan Kishan didn't get a hold of it, but picks up 4 anyway. 47 for 1 off 5.4.
Well, Tippers, I'm not sure if this was a good effort from Shaheen Afridi or not. It felt like half an effort, to be honest with you. I think he could have got there. I think if it had gone 2 hands, he could have got there.
He had more time than I think he realised because he sort of clothed it, did Kishan. Here's Saim into Kishan, who comes down the track. The ball turns sharply. Kishan watchfully drives to extra cover. They pick up a single. He's got off to a heck of a start here, Ishan Kishan. 42 off 25 deliveries. He's got almost all of India's runs here. India 48 for 1. 1 ball to come in the power play. Started so well for Pakistan that first over. Just 1 run coming off it. And the big wicket of Abhishek Sharma, his second duck of the tournament. Since then, it's been the Ishan Kishan show. It's Tilak Varma on strike now. As Saim Ayub in, Tilak makes a bit of room, thick outside edge, goes past the short third fielder, Khwaja Nafe, the substitute fielder who's on, and he's pulled the ball in just inside the boundary sponge, but he might have been making contact. I think they'll take a look at it. The batters have run through for 3. So it's going to be 3 or 4. Either way, India's 50 will be up. They're either going to be 51 for 1 or 52 for 1.
Gosh, that was quick, the outfield there. Absolute lightning. It's going to be 4 that, by the way.
Yeah, it's going to be 52 for 1 after 6 overs. An excellent recovery for India, having lost that wicket in the first over, largely off the back of Ishan Kishan. She's played some tremendous shots, 5 4s and 2 6s for him. Tilak Varma with that outside edge picked up a boundary as well. It really is an electric atmosphere here in Colombo as the players take a drinks break. Lights are on. We had a musical performance before the match started here as well. Hanuman Kind, Indian rapper, delighting some of the crowd that were in at the time. There's lots of sort of exaggerated security here. I don't mean that in a negative way. It's good to have security, I suppose, but you know, well, 6 times we were stopped on the way in, producer Jack and I, so we were kind of like, okay, you know, I feel like you've looked inside my bag quite a few times.
Yeah, you've got to get used to that. India-Pakistan games, the security is heightened. I actually think as well for the crowds coming in, they're not allowed to bring bags in either. So there's no bags, no rucksacks. They're not allowed to do that because there's a few of the fans that were coming in yesterday to watch the game we were doing, and they didn't realise they weren't allowed to bring their bags in.
There's a lot of things were different today as well. I noticed cigarettes are a big no-no at the stadium today as well. They were being confiscated as fans were making their way in. There was this huge box of cigarettes.
I bet the security guards are loving that.
They'll have a good old time later.
Everyone will be walking out, just putting their hands in. I wonder where they go.
I think they're supposed to be disposed of, probably. I imagine. I don't know what happens to them. I'm not going to speculate. Right, okay. So far, Pakistan's bowlers, it's been a mixed bag. Salman Agha, terrific stuff from the Pakistani captain, who hadn't bowled in this World Cup up until this game. 2 overs, 1 for 10 for him. And Shaheen Afridi, very expensive, went for 15 from his sole over. Saima Ayub, 2 overs, 0 for 16 from his 8. And Babar went for 11 from his overs as well. We expect to see lots and lots of spin from this Pakistani team today. Right, Alex, put a number on it. How many overs of spin are we going to see from Pakistan?
Well, I was just going to say, we're going to see loads, aren't we? Because the seamers have been expensive. There's only been 1 over of seam in that power play there for Shaheen Afridi, and it went for 15. The rest of the overs, yes, a few of them were expensive, but the rest have been all spin. The last 30 balls, India have scored 51, and not lost a wicket. So you would feel that, I just don't know when Shaheen Afridi is going to come back into the attack, because he hasn't been bowling well.
No, he's not been very impressive in the first 2 matches. There were calls to have him replaced, but I think the Pakistan sort of brains trust decided that they wanted to go with experience in such a big match atmosphere, the kind of players who've been in this before. Right, the players have had their drink. We're about to resume. India 52 for 1 after 6 overs, and it's going to be Abrar in for his second. Curious to see how Kishan goes about his business now that the power play is done. He's been timing the ball very well, just a couple of mishits. Now, long on and long off our back, there's a deep extra cover in place, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Abrar in. Thick outside edge, past short third, running away towards the boundary. Chase on from Shaheen Afridi. He's not going to get there. It's another boundary for Ishan Kishan. Excellent placement there, because there were so many fielders in the deep, but knew that third man was up inside the circle and picked his spot. He's on to 46 off 26 balls. India 56 for 1 off 6.1.
Well, the ball just starting outside the off stump, but turning quite sharply in towards Ishan Kishan, who played that deliberately down to short third.
Abrar into Kishan again, who's smacked this ball straight back down the ground, mid-off, makes a sliding effort, can't get there, but Fahim Ashraf. The ball gets to the boundary. Ishan Kishan with a lightning-quick 50 here at the Premadasa Stadium. They're cheering, they're on their feet, the Indian fans, as Kishan raises his bat. He's got to 50 of 27 balls, a strike rate of 185, and he's really put the Pakistanis on a back foot. There's a conflab already taking place. Salman Agha in discussion with Abrar, and one of the other players, I think that's Mohammad Nawaz, who got into a little mini huddle there with Abrar, who's gone for back-to-back boundaries right after the power play. Abrar into Kishan again, flighty delivery, driven on the up towards the extra cover boundary. That's another 4. 3 fours in 3 balls for Ishan Kishan, who's hit balls all round the ground. He went behind the wicket for 1, straight down the ground for another, and through the covers on this occasion. 64 for 1 off 6.3.
Well, before that ball, in his 80% of the runs scored had been boundaries for Ishan Kishan. So he's just got a little bit more, just climbed a little bit more there. His first 9 dots in his 28 balls. The rest of them have been walloped to the boundary. Yeah. For Pakistan here, and Abrar in particular, just got to take a breath.
Well, he's going to change his angle now. He's going to come round the wicket. And he comes to Kishan, who guides this ball. This time there is a stop at short third from Shaheen Afridi, who's gone a little bit straighter. And it's a dot ball. Trying to stop that flood of boundaries coming from Ishan Kishan, who's got a big gold chain on as well. Ishan Kishan sticking out his top.
We're going to see Tariq next, I reckon.
Oh, soon, surely. Abrar in again, just cramping Kishan for room this time. He pulls to mid-wicket, there is no run.
Did you see the video of the Indian players practicing against what would be?
Suryakumar Yadav was practicing his pause and then delivery. And actually, I noticed the Pakistan players were doing something similar. As Abrar is in, it's a short and pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. Should just be a single on this occasion. It is. So Abrar managed to pull it back somewhat after going for 3 boundaries in a row at the start of the over. But India are just marching on at the moment. 65 for 1 after 7 overs. It's been a bit of an exhibition here from Ishan Kishan. And Menda mentioned that he sort of goes under the radar a little bit in this Indian side, full of stars. Abhishek Sharma, Suryakumar Yadav, Hardik Pandya, even Tilak Varma, who had some terrific performances in that Asia Cup that India won last year. But Ishan Kishan reminding everybody just how talented he is. Alex Hartley's going to take a break, and Nagaraj Golapuri, ESPN news editor, ESPN cricket news editor, is going to join me alongside. Pleasure to have you, Nagaraj. Enjoying the match so far?
Yeah, it's amazing, right? No one expected what happened in the power play in a way that, especially the Pakistan bowling those many spinners and those many overs of spin. But if you look at the surface, I'm sure you've already summarized it. It's
Shaheen Afridi is in, and that first ball has been swept out towards deep backward square leg. They'll pick up a single. In fact, they're going to come back for two. It's a very big ground here at the Premadasa. Lots of twos there for the taking. Shadab's first ball was swept quite nicely, that by Kishan. He's on to 57 of 32. Sorry, Nagaraj.
No worries. It's just the pitch. It is definitely taking a lot of spin, and it is stopping also the first ball that the first wicket that India lost, Abhishek Sharma. He was surprised by not just the ball skidding, but also like stopping for a bit and then jumping on him.
Here's Shadab into Kishan, who's gone after this. He's got a long way up in the air. Has he got the distance? Oh yes, huge from Ishan Kishan. A big six over mid-wicket. He's stamping his authority on this game, really sending the ball sailing to all parts, looking absolutely invincible. 63 off 33 for him so far. India 73 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pakistan thought that they could kind of dominate Kishan in the power play because his numbers, yesterday I was checking, his numbers against spin, especially in power play, are very weak. His strike rate is 110 in the innings, and about 12 or 13 innings that he has played in that phase. So Pakistan did come out, but I think Kishan has played this really well. He's kind of picked his targets, and he's we can talk about that later.
Shadab in once more, another flighted delivery, swept by Ishan Kishan out towards the fine leg boundary. It's another 4. Well, it's raining boundaries here at the Premadasa Stadium, and they're all coming from the blade of Ishan Kishan. That's his 9th 4 to go along with his 3 sixes. He's on to 67 now on 34. India powering along, going over 10 and over, 77 for 1 off 7.3.
Yeah, and they're feeding him to his strengths.
They really are. Shadab in again. Down the track comes Ishan Kishan, drives down towards long on. Shaheen Afridi will field. It's a tumbling stop from him, which allows the Indians back for a couple. In fact, there's a direct hit at the non-striker's end, but he was comfortably home. By then was Tilak Varma at the non-striker's end, who's played a bit of a supporting role here. He's been on, it feels like he's been on 10 off 7 for about 20 minutes. It's barely had the strike.
Yeah, I mean, he also got lucky, right? Didn't he? When Kishan hit him on the pads, he was really lucky not to get injured. But you could see where Kishan is kind of scoring his runs, mostly picking the sweeps of both the wrist spinners. I mean, Abrar, he's really kind of dominated him from the first ball. He knew what the areas that Abrar was going, and all the bad balls. Last match after scoring against Namibia, what he said was like he is targeting bowlers, not every ball. So he's doing that again here today against Pakistan.
Shadab into Kishan, who goes for a switch hit, falls over playing it, but he'll pick up runs. Got a hand to it, did backward point, which will prevent the boundary. Saibzada Farhan with the throw. Batters get back for 2. Even when he sort of looks inelegant, he's picking up runs here. It's Ishan Kishan. Very expensive over from Pakistan. 16 of Shadab Khan's first over so far. Just got a little bottom of the bat and fell to his side as he played it with Kishan, but just sort of rolled through, got to his feet and ran through for a brace. The MC here in the stadium playing to the crowd. Let's go India is the chant. Shadab into Ishan Kishan, back of a length, pulled nicely, but there is protection in the deep. Will they get another 2? They should do. No, the throw comes in from Fahim Ashraf. They opt just for the single. I think Kishan just wants to keep the strike at the moment. 17 runs off that over. India 82 for 1 after 8 overs. Ishan Kishan has scored about 90% of India's runs so far. 72 of 37 for him. The only batter dismissed so far was Abhishek Sharma. It looked like a very different game after the first over, but now India absolutely galloping here in Colombo. 82 for 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, and Kishan is like, I mean, since he has made a comeback to the Indian team, he has been kind of, in 6 innings, his strike rate has been 222, and he's been kind of using his strengths, which is clearly like clearing the grounds in India, which are smaller compared to here in Premadasa, where he has not gone.
Sorry,
just
a second, Nagraj. He's on his back now.
Yeah.
Ishan Kishan, I think that shot, it was the reverse sweep that he tried to play where he fell off his feet. It's caused him some discomfort. The physio has come out now to have a look at Ishan Kishan, who's being stretched and hydrated. He's been given some water as well, but he's on the flat on his back on the ground at the moment, being stretched by the physio. You can see Usman Tariq wandering around the outfield as well. Doesn't look like he's going to bowl yet, but there's a lot of Pakistani players just sort of in a huddle trying to work out what they do about Ishan Kishan. He's really shell-shocked this Pakistan team with a breathtaking attack. 9 4s and 3 6s in his 72 off 37 so far. A reminder, both these teams coming into this game unbeaten. India have only lost to Pakistan once before in T20 World Cups. That was in 2021. They won a close game in 2022 and another close game in 2024. And, smart money says they'll do it again in Colombo, but we're less than a quarter of the way through this game. Very pleased to have Nagraj Golapuri of ESPN Cricket Info alongside me.
And Atif, I think you should remember that each time Pakistan have held the upper hand, and they have held the upper hand in the past few matches, including the Asia Cup final, it's India have held their nerve together, and Pakistan have not been able to kind of counter that, especially in, I mean, Asia Cup was a very close match. It went to the last over, but the previous other matches were, like, I think even the 2022 World Cup, where Virat Kohli scored that majestic innings, Pakistan did have the upper hand. It's just that how Pakistan counter when India start kind of counter-attacking them is the question, and today they have shown their hand and said that we are going to go with spinners, and now they have to continue with that. But Kishan is not stopping attacking. He's not attacking every spinner, but he's picking spinners. And now I want to see his contest, his one-on-one duel with what's his name, Tariq. Yeah, Usman Tariq, who I don't think he has ever played or seen. Even yesterday when I was watching the training nets, the day before especially, when Surya was kind of imitating, not imitating Tariq, actually he was trying to feed them. It was Abhishek who was batting more than Kishan. So I want to see what Kishan does against Tariq, and especially the speeds that Tariq kind of keeps wearing at and the slant. So this would be an interesting contest. But
well, Ishan Kishan,
it's been for a while.
Yeah, he's flat on his back at the moment. He's been getting some treatment from the physios for some time. The umpires are crowding around him as well, just wanting to get an update on his condition, but he's still on his back, is Ishan Kishan. There's a little bit of a delay in play. I can also see Shaheen Afridi getting a bit of treatment. Actually, he's flat on his back in a sort of half press-up position, and he's getting some treatment from the Pakistani physio. He's not being paid too much attention. I think he just took advantage of the moment to get a little rub down on his calves in. Now, is he back on his feet yet? I think he is. He's back on his. He's sort of he's tying his shoelaces. Ishan Kishan. I think we're ready to resume. He looks okay. His pads are a bit dirty from the dive he had to put in. But other than that, he's looked absolutely spectacular today. Ishan Kishan. He's such a terrific player. I remember watching his T20 international debut for India. Scored a 50 on debut in no time at all, in 20 odd deliveries, and you got the feeling that a star was born, and really sort of unlucky in a way to be sort of overshadowed by the likes of Suryakumar Yadav and Abhishek Sharma over the next few years. But this is a big reminder, because people remember performances in India-Pakistan matches.
And more importantly, his journey in the last 2 years has been incredible, in the sense he was kind of sidelined. He kind of asked for a break from the selectors. He said that he needed to work on his mental temperament, etc. So he took a break. He did not play first-class cricket. The selectors kind of, in a way, penalized him by asking him to kind of just play domestic cricket if he wanted to make a comeback. He goes and plays domestic cricket, scores truckloads of runs, makes his way back, and now he's kind of earned that place of his. He actually, if you see, jumped the queue and then replaced Sanju Samson, who has hit one of the fastest 100s 2 years back. And this is a guy who's kind of comes in and says that, look, this is my place, I'm going to take it. And he did say that he did admit that he had learned some lessons, and the one thing he learned was that he now can't joke around in international cricket. He has to kind of focus on what is there and which he wants to kind of earn. He wants to become a 3-format player.
Right. Ishan Kishan is ready to face. Shaheen's had a bit of strapping put on his knee, actually. We did see him moving a bit gingerly around the field earlier. Saim Ayub in for his third over to Kishan, who pulls this ball and just checks his shot a little bit, as it turned sharper than he thought it was going to be. Gets a single out to mid-wicket. Score moves to 83 for 1 off 8.1 overs. And Tilak will finally get a chance to move off 10 off 7. He's been there for a good half hour. Like, Tilak just been best seat in the house watching this onslaught from Ishan Kishan. Tilak played a remarkable innings in that Asia Cup final to take India over the line against Pakistan. Simon Yu just making him wait a little bit. And now in he comes to Tilak, who paddles this round the corner out towards deep backward square leg for a single. Nawaz will get the throw back in, and from an Indian perspective, that's the right thing to do for Tilak Verma right now. Just keep feeding the strike to Ishan Kishan, because he's really in some kind of groove. India motoring along here at the Premadasa, over 10 and over, 84 for 1 after 8.2 having been put into bat by Pakistan's captain who won the toss. Simon Ayub in, reverse, switch hit, it's gone a long way, nearly for 6, 1 bounce 4 in the end. It was smart batting that from Kishan, who got into position early, sort of showed his hand, and Simon Ayub didn't really adjust his ball, maybe made it a little bit slower, but Kishan waited on it and just pulled it away majestically behind the cover fielder and over towards that boundary. 1 bounce into the advertiser hoardings. 77 off 39 balls now for Ishan Kishan. Here's Simon Ayub, and again makes a bit of room, he's bowled him! Well, finally, Ishan Kishan's extraordinary innings comes to an end. It's Simon Ayub who dismisses him. Ball just followed Ishan Kishan, who tried to make a little bit of room by stepping outside his leg stump. Ball turned sharply, he missed it, struck the top of leg, and that onslaught comes to an end. But what an unbelievable innings that was from Ishan Kishan. It's put Pakistan on the back foot. They do have an opening now to try and slow things down for this Indian batting lineup. A little moment of respite from this endless attack. India 88 for 2 after 8.4 overs.
Respite, you say? Surya is already galloped inside and he's already about to take the card. I mean, Surya is in form of his life once again. So I think Pakistan are ready for Surya in that sense for the plans. Now I would want to see if they would bring Shaheen Afridi to pull one over. But Kishan, really, I think the niggle which he had probably played a role in the shots he was trying to play. He was trying to kind of just go for the slogs also at the same time, and this was a ball. Then when he kind of backed out and played that ball, he knew that he shouldn't have done that. So anyway, I think he's done his job, and India's deep batting order will not kind of bother them so much, even after Kishan is departed.
Yeah, they've got a lot of batting to come, as you say. Suryakumar Yadav, 84 not out against the USA in that innings, where India had a bit of a wobble in the top order. It was Shadley von Schaltwick who took 4 wickets in that innings and put India on the back foot. And it was Suryakumar Yadav who held that innings together with 84 not out. Just the 12 runs against Namibia in Delhi for him, but an incredible player, and the captain of this Indian side makes his way out. Well, I did say the word respite. Maybe I'll take that back in a couple of deliveries. Let's see how
he didn't make so many runs in the Asia Cup final.
He did. Yeah. Number 6 ranked batter in the world is Suryakumar Yadav in the ICC rankings. Simon Ayub is going to be bowling to him. Number 1 ranked all-rounder in the world, so high-ranking contest this.
Is he number 1? I thought he was number 2.
Number 1 all-rounder in the world, yeah. In the ICC rankings, Simon Ayub. Abrar Ahmed is number 2 ranked bowler. Maybe that's who you're thinking of.
Oh no, the all-rounder.
Oh right, the all-rounder. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it was number 1 coming into the tournament.
Yeah, into the tournament. Yeah, it just changed last week.
Simon Ayub in. That ball's turned sharply away from Suryakumar Yadav, who's just played it slightly aerially, not with a lot of control. He'll pick up a single though to get off the mark. 89 for 2 of 8.5 overs. Just taking a look at that dismissal again. Perfect length from Simon Ayub, really. Just knocks the leg stump bail off. That's all you need to hit. And Suryakumar Yadav from this Ishan Kishan had a frustrated expression on his face. I'll tell you what, I don't know if he endorses any silver companies, but he's going to sell a lot of it wearing it in the style that he does. Tilak Verma with a defensive shot just turns the ball beside him, and there is no run. So a good over that for Pakistan. The wicket of Ishan Kishan and 7 runs coming off it. India 89 for 2 after 9 overs, going at just a touch under 10 and over. It's an opportunity for Pakistan to try and sneak a few quiet overs in. We still haven't seen the mystery off spinner Usman Tariq in action, so we'll look forward to that. I can see him just running towards a fine leg at the moment, so it's not imminent, but he's in the game, and I'm sure we'll see him at some point. Salman Ali Agha just shuffling his deck a little bit. Lots of resources available to him.
Nawaz.
Yeah, Mohammad Nawaz will come into the attack next. Took his maiden 5-wicket haul for Pakistan against Australia in the third match of that T20 international series, then preceded this World Cup. Coming into this World Cup in good form. And a chance to bowl at the new batter, Suryakumar Yadav, who's just on 1-off-1 at the moment. He's also quite highly ranked, number 7 in the ICC T20 rankings, bowler rankings, is Mohammad Nawaz. Both these teams very prolific in this format. They play a lot of T20 cricket. Let's see how Nawaz gets on. Suryakumar Yadav awaits. Here is Nawaz. As Kumar drives, but a tumbling stop at extra cover from Salman Agha prevents any runs. The average turn at the Premadasa in previous matches was 1.3 degrees. Tonight, it's been 2.4, almost double the amount of turn that we've seen in the previous games, and I suspect that number is going to keep going up the more games that are played here at the Premadasa. Nawaz in, goes a little bit fuller, driven firmly down towards long off for a single by Suryakumar Yadav. 90 for 2 off 9.2.
Talking about the degree of turn, we have to talk about the pitch, and India made an interesting point after the match against Namibia. They said that they would have preferred a flatter pitch in this World Cup. They're not getting one here.
Well, it won't be flatter here at the
But they won't be complaining either, I guess, because they have more experienced spinners equally.
Nawaz in. This is short and wide, and Tilak guides it nicely out towards deep point. He'll pick up a single. Bowling to his field at the moment is Mohammad Nawaz. Earlier today, we saw Rohit Sharma and Wasim Akram bring the World Cup trophy onto the field. It's lovely to see them both. He's looking in good nick, actually. Rohit Sharma, last time I saw him, was carrying maybe a little bit of extra weight, but he looks trim. Enjoying his time away, I think.
I'm not
fuller deliveries, push to cover, there is no run.
I'm not teasing a World Cup winning captain.
No, of course not. There's no teasing there at all, trust me.
No, we're joking.
Trust
I'm not
me,
just
no.
It's
I'm
like,
saying he's looking good.
Yeah, he's really worked on his fitness, looks like. I think somebody pointed that to him, and he did the high, bringing his knees up and jogging up and down, showing this fitness levels now.
He looked in good shape, as does Wasim Akram as well.
Oh.
Terrific shape. Is Mohammad Nawaz into Suryakumar Yadav, who guides this ball just in front of point. He'll jog through for a single. They look for a second. Nope. Just on standby. Opted not to go for it. Wasim Akram is an absolute beast. He goes to the gym every single day. Has like a really regimented diet, and he's nearly 60 now. Wasim.
60.
He is 60 in fact, isn't he? But he just really carries himself and has the kind of energy of a man half his age.
Did you notice him talking to Babar?
I did.
Did you notice him? And definitely it was more insight sharing than.
As the next ball's played to extra cover, there is no run. 92 for 2 India. They've made a very strong start here against Pakistan in this group match here at the Premadasa. We're going to have a few more thoughts from you, Nagaraj, and then you're going to be joined for the first time, I think, on this broadcast by Daniel Norcross.
Great. I think, interestingly, Tilak Verma had said at the beginning of this tournament that he plays in this role of number 3 and he's very comfortable. This is a role that he had asked Suryakumar Yadav a couple of years back for, and he did get that role, and he decided to take that role because he felt that he has the capability of playing deep, and he believes this is like a sort of an anachronism in T20 cricket. Modern T20 cricket is like he believes in playing the anchor role, which is not a word that you hear in T20s anymore, but he believes that him and Surya have worked out that if both of them bat together in the middle overs and just not go at every bowler and every ball, India can do well. And it's worked. The method has worked. And so we don't expect any fireworks from these two guys for a few overs, but if they stay there for a little bit longer, Pakistan will be worried.
Usman Tariq with his first ball, and it's been hammered into the onside for 4, out through deep mid-wicket. Robertson dragged down, and Sky is very quick onto that. He moves to 7, 96 for 2 at the other end. Tilak, he came out to bat about 2 minutes into this game. He's only faced 11 balls in that time. Kishan basically hogged the strike, quite right too, because he was going so well, at 77 or 40. And Tilak has only faced 11 balls. He came in about 50 minutes ago. Here is Tariq again with a stuttering approach and stops. It's driven into the offside by Salman towards deep extra cover. They take the easiest of singles, 97 for 2. Single got a turn on this pitch. Plenty of movement. There's plenty on offer, and Pakistan have used 6 spinners now.
Yeah.
Which is relatively unusual, you'd say.
I think they've been playing 5 spinners.
They've been playing up for that, but they haven't always bowled 6 of them. It's forward in defence comes Tilak, goes it to the onside, there's no run. Yeah, because we've had the whole suite now. Salman Agha hasn't always bowled himself, certainly hasn't bowled the first ball of the innings so far in this tournament. Saim Ayub has and then hasn't. He's bowled 3 overs so far today. Abrar's taken a bit of tap. He's 2 overs for 24. Shadab, his 1 over went for 17. But now, Usman Tariq is around the wicket, stops and then delivers. Pushed into the offside, fielded it short extra, there's no run. There's no problem with the arm, I don't think. So I think people's objection is that
the pause.
The pause. It's like a penalty taker just trying to wrong foot the batter. You stay still, then you'll be fine. It makes it a bit more difficult to move around the crease, I suppose, because then you're giving it away, and Tariq can adjust accordingly. As he puts one up outside the off stump, beats the bat, bails come off, but I think that back foot's home, so there's no danger there. So first ball's gone for 4, and after that, just one more run. The rest of the over with 1 ball remaining.
You could see in that leg spin why people think.
Yeah, the leg spinner perhaps, but you know, it's also got quite a few variations. The low arm googly I particularly like. It's almost a sort of patirana almost, and then the quicker ball just comes with a slight flex, but you are allowed a bit of a flex.
Yeah.
It's within the laws.
And he's passed. He's kind of come through all the required testing that.
Is it now short and to chip down to deep backward square leg by Chilaki's going to keep strike at the end of the over. Goes to 13 from 15 in stark contrast to Ishan Kishan today, who was quite sensational, 77 on 40, but then he could have been cramped. There was something.
Yeah.
After he got the treatment, he actually hobbled a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
They took a single and he didn't look comfortable then. He didn't. I mean, the walk-off might have just been disappointment, but it was quite a slow walk-off. If he doesn't play, if he pulls up with a problem, is it Sanju Samson just come straight in for him? King's wicket?
Yeah, I guess. There's not a keeper.
Right. So Mohammad Nawaz is going to continue from the far end. First over went for 3. Just the last 30 balls, I was going to say just 46 runs. I think if you look at the last 18, the even more dramatic drop-off since the wicket of Kishan. And he scores on 88. Nawaz, that's smacked over extra cover. First 1 bounce 4. Fabulous shot. Now it's gone all the way. Kumar Dharmasena raises his arms. It's just squeezed over the boundary. Pretty flat. It's a wide ball outside the off stump. Allowed Tilak to free his arms. And others come, as Ravi Shastri would say, right out of the schools. 104 for 2. Wow. 81 metres. Just crept over by about a foot. And a look of concern on Mohammad Nawaz's face. No one likes to have a 6 off the first ball of an over. You start to think dark thoughts. Back into his crease goes Farmer, and just gets into a tangle. The ball strikes bat pad and plops down in front of his body. He is easily collected. He's got a problem here. He's got something in his eye or something. No,
there's been some flies all around.
There have been flies?
Yeah, there have been flies.
Our box had a lot of flies.
Yes.
So have you noticed them? They've been out and about, have they?
I've heard. I didn't go downstairs, but they're saying that there are a lot of flies, which are especially visible on TVs. So.
Right. Nawaz in, pushed it to the offside, hit square of the wicket. I'll take an easy single because we've done a few games here. That hasn't been a problem at all. So
no, I was sitting last 2 evenings watching training sessions, and I was outside. Though I was bitten by a few mosquitoes, but I didn't see any flies around. So.
No, well, there are a few apparently in the box. This one, though, specifically, not next door, so just targeted TMS. As Suryakumar Yadav comes back onto strike. 3 in the ring on the offside, a short fine leg, long on, long off back. Now once he's around the wicket, just tucked into the onside, they amble the first. We haven't seen as many 2s today, partly because we've seen quite a lot of boundaries. 13 4s and 4 6s. To get those 2s, you've just got to nudge it to that area just beyond the inner ring, and that's not really been the order of the day for India, but it might end up being before you know it.
I mean, it's in a way a little contrast to Australia-Zimbabwe match.
22 2s, was it?
Yeah.
That's a lot of 2. Oh, I see it pushed back past the bowler's right hand along the ground by Tilak, not too long off for a single. Just a reminder, every ball of every game available of this T20 Men's T20 World Cup on the BBC, BBC Sounds, BBC Sports Extra 2 and 3, the BBC Sport website and app, and on the ICC app, and of course our friends in Australia, the ABC. You can hear every ball of every game. They've got a massive game coming up, huge one, Sri Lanka against Australia from Palakelli tomorrow, which could decide their future in the tournament. Nawaz Azim goes on the sweep, loves it, absolutely loves it as a keeper, and the bowler, umpire Dharmasena, is unmoved as he got outside the line. That was the full proper appeal, where Usman Khan's arms pumped from side to side. They're going upstairs. Once you've made an appeal like that, Nagraj, you cannot go, oh no, you're right, that was never right. You have to go upstairs. They've appealed themselves into...
We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen.
Right, so third umpire's involved here.
Looks like it's fairly close to the toe end of the batter. We've got Aldridge. Once that's ready, please have a look at Aldridge.
Well, that's... I think that's going to be umpire's call on impact.
Just waiting on Aldridge.
I wonder if there is no bat. I'm still not sure this
he's
feels very out.
It hit his heel straight.
One more frame.
Back heel.
Flat line. Okay, keep rolling through the pair. There's no bat. Once we clarify that, we'll just go to ball tracking available.
It doesn't.
It's just waiting on ball tracking. Here we go. Original decision is not out.
So
pitching in line, impacts in line. Wickets, umpire's call.
Oh, umpire's
Kumar will get you back on screen and you can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen.
I tell you, that is quite unlucky because he has got it to straighten quite appreciably, and it's quite a chunky umpire's call. You know, it's not one of those just clipping just a tiny shade of ball. But you can see why Dharmasena didn't give that out, because it almost didn't actually hit him in line. It's straightened so much, that ball from Mohammad Nawaz. In the end, they get the leg bye for it, which is the first extra of the innings, which is worth noting. 108 for 2, India. They're going along at exactly 9 and over. But he will survive that.
It was his first sweep too, right?
Yeah.
It was the first sweep attempt also.
Right. So Usman Tariq is going to continue. So I say he survived. You could sort of see, didn't feel super out in real time, but you can see now why Pakistan really went for it, because that was very close to being out as this next ball is driven along the ground through extra cover. Fielder's coming round. It's hit so crisply by Suryakumar. They only in the end all get 3 for it, because good better work out on the boundary just to pull that back. My word, it does come off his bat really sweetly, and India moved 111 for 2. Suryakumar into double figures as this crowd, predominantly Indian crowd, not exactly hushed, but they were in a state of feverish excitement about 25 minutes ago when Kishan was going utterly berserk. Pakistan have just clawed it back a touch. This one, Tariq's in, it's driven along the ground by Tilak, who moves to 22 from 20. Very much is anchoring this, isn't he?
And Tariq is doing really well. I think he's putting the pressure. He's kind of not taken the pressure because all the attention was on him going into this match, and he's actually just struck the strengths, and he's the ball that beat Tilak. Ooh, superb ball. Superb delivery. And this is a bowler that batters are not just going to take it easy, it looks like. So,
no, but I suppose he's got quite a low trajectory sometimes. It's quite difficult to get underneath. There's that short, faster ball. Yeah. 101 kilometres an hour. The ball before that was 78. So that's a contrast of 23 kilometres an hour.
It's like you're waiting for the serve while playing a tennis match. You're just waiting. What are you coming up with? Top spin?
Yeah. Well, he appears to have at least 6 different deliveries, doesn't he?
I don't know how many variations, but surely more than...
Full, slower, driven along the ground. All the way up to Fahim Ashraf at long off. So another single. 3-1-1-1 the over's gone so far. 114 for 2. As India build, they got so much batting. We got Rinku down at number 7, Akshat Patel for heaven's sake at 8. They don't have to worry too much about the losing of wickets, but it's not an easy pitch. There's a bit of purchase in there for the spinners. And so Spantari is in once again, and that's the round arm one down the leg side. Might be wided by umpiring, if it is.
Yeah, that's the question India would be asking themselves, what is a good score here now? Because they have 7 hours to go after this, clearly, and they have their big hitters. Is it do they go for 200, or do you just kind of look for about anywhere between 180 to 190? And because the pitch is taking so much spin and grip.
Don't you think Kuldeep's going to be a handful on this, and Varun Chakravarti? Those two could be really dangerous on this pitch. And so Swan is in again, and that's cut to backward point. The parry means that they'll get a single because the short third moved to cover the shot as it was hit to backward point. So he was out of position when the fielder shot up. Just parried it a little too far. And they're able to trot through for an easy single. 8 off the over so far, 1 ball remains. It's going to be delivered around the wicket to the left-handed Tilak. There's no slip in place. Should he grab that edge, which he has threatened to do here. He's in, that's carved through backward point. Fielder runs round, will cut it off, but not before they get back for another Premadasa 2. 10 off the over, 118 for 2. You're gathering your things as if you're on your way, Nagraj, is it?
Yes, I'll see.
Have I anticipated that correctly? Well, thank you so much for joining us. We'll hear from you later, yes?
Yes, we'll be back soon. Thanks.
Fabulous.
Bye.
Thank you. Right, 118 for 2, 13 overs gone. India going along at 9 and over with 8 wickets in hand. And Suryakumar Yadav yet to unleash hell. And you have a horrible feeling that he might be about to if you're a Pakistan fan. You're just sort of waiting for it. We've had 1 over of pace and 12 overs of spin. 6 spinners used, so loads more options here. But at the moment, we're just getting some overs in tandem here between Mohammad Nawaz and Usman Tariq. They've bowled 4 overs back to back between them. And they're now going to start a 5th because Mohammad Nawaz, who's only gone for 12 in his first 2 overs, is going to continue as Suryakumar lined him up. Is it an over too far? We are about to find out. In he comes, left arm around the wicket, goes on the sweep. Wallops this out through deep backward square leg. Really good diving stop on the boundary by Shadab again. He's furious because he's over pushed it. But they've only got 2 for it. I think they would have got 2 anyway, so I don't think he needs to be too vexed. There's quite a lot of body language going on out there from the Pakistanis. They're hurling themselves around.
They are indeed. They are indeed. There is still in this game, spin has slowed things down in this World Cup, but the power play was so effective, and just after the power play for India, now they've started to slow down a little bit.
Nawaz in again. This is hacked into the onside, but off inside edge and body, and therefore Mohammad Nawaz is able to tidy up and there's no run.
But it's literally since Ishan Kishan got out, so one of these two is going to have to start swinging quite hard because they've only lost 2 wickets. They've got so much strength and depth in their starting 11 that someone else might come in and play an innings like Ishan Kishan did.
Well, partnership's 32 off 29.
Yes, slow.
Now Suryakumar's not going to retire himself as he punches the shortest ball into the offside. There's no run, but might you say to yourself, Hardik, Shivam Dubey, Rinku, Tilak, thank you very much, son, you've done your job. Are you thinking that? Is that crossing your mind, Harley?
No, I'm not thinking of retiring somebody. I'm just thinking of
get on with it.
Just start playing a few more shots. The last 21 balls, there's only been 28 runs, 1 boundary.
Goes on the sweep again, gets plenty of it, but picks out the fielder at long.
Oh, that's terrible.
Horrible! Shut up! Oh, dear. He's just let it go through his hands for 4. Should have been 1. It bounced a couple of times. I'm not going to give him any leeway here.
No.
I don't think it was an awkward bounce.
No, he's just missed it.
Just absolutely wretched.
Tell you what that is, when you pass a ball in the garden to a 3-year-old and they miss it.
I'm furious when they do that.
Yeah, what are you doing? Be better.
Exactly. Well, especially when you're dragging them back. You know, Mohamed Nawaz is bowling a really good spell here, and he should have just conceded 1. He's conceded 4. Next ball's clipped away out towards deep square leg, or mid-wicket really. Deep wicket for a single. 125 for 2. And like Shadab will be annoyed with himself as well. And he possibly overran it a touch. It is off a spinner. There might have been some action on it, but actually it bounced. It's one of those ones where it's not swerved, does it?
Stop giving him it. Stop saying it might have this, it might have that.
I'm trying to find something.
No, it was terrible.
It was abysmal. Right. He's got to put it behind him. As Mohamed Nawaz comes in and stops and does not deliver. Much to the boos of an Indian crowd, who I'm sure are perfectly happy for Dipti Sharma to do that 10 or 15 times every game she plays. As Mohamed Nawaz is in once again, short and worked to short the wicket. End of the over. We had drinks. No, it'll be drinks time now, isn't it? It's 6 and 14. 7 runs off that over. A chance for Suryakumar Yadav and Tilak Varma to have a word, because the last 5 overs, 36 for none, which is a little odd.
Very un-India-like.
It is, isn't it?
But the ball is turning, and it's turning quite sharply, so it might not be as easy as we necessarily think, because the power play went so well.
So you think Ishan Kishan's innings is going to be something of an outrider today?
I'm trying to think of a reason why things have slowed down so much, and maybe that is the reason. Maybe it is the outlier. Abhishek struggled at the top. He hit that cover fielder 3 times, slightly different in the power play, you know, when you've only got 2 fielders outside the fielding circle. But maybe Ishan Kishan was just batting on a different pitch today.
Yeah.
Maybe
they
knows?
didn't bowl so well at him as well, Pat.
Yeah, I don't think they did necessarily bowl too well. And actually, Shaheen Afridi's first and only over of this match went for 15, got him going a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, and I'm a bit disappointed with Abrar as well, actually. I don't think he bowled awfully well.
Yeah, he didn't get much support from the other end either when he was on, did he?
No, he didn't. Shadab's bowled 1 over for 17. And Abrar, as you say, not getting support. None for 24. Usman Tariq, though, and Mohamed Nawaz between the ball 5 overs for 35, which has dragged it back a little bit, but you just get that feeling that the moment they put the drinks down, get back to the middle, something is going to happen here. Something is going to kick off.
They're still going at 9s in that phase, though. So
yeah, but some of that was like the,
it was.
The first 36 runs of that was almost entirely Ishan Kishan whacking it off about 12 balls.
Yeah.
You know, he also faced most of the balls, we should point out. So, you know, Tilak Varma arrived in the first over of the match, and he's faced 23 balls out of 84. You know, that's about a quarter.
Yeah.
Partly because Ishan Kishan quite correctly holds the strike, and also because Suryakumar Yadav has taken a fair bit of it. He could have been out when he went on the sweep, and the decision by umpire Kumar Dharmasena was not out, but it was a pretty chunky umpire's call. It was a fair bit of ball. I would have said a couple of millimetres more ball, and that would have been out on the review that Pakistan took. They've retained the review as a result. So he may be a little fortunate to be there. But I just think if you've got 8 wickets in hand and there are 6 overs to go, and you've got some absolutely monster hitters coming in at 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Yeah, it's time to get on with it. That was probably the message that's come on as well from the coaching staff. You know what's coming at you. You know it's going to be spin.
No, it is spin. What a surprise. It's Saim Ayub who's going to bowl his 4th and final over. So Usman Tariq has come off.
I've just had a message actually about Tariq from my mum. You know how clued up about cricket Julia is.
Yes.
Is this ball in action legal?
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I've just had a message from our producer Adam Manford. Saeem Ayub bowls, the ball's guided to backward point. They come through for a single, and I think they've got home, because I don't know that the ball hit the stumps. I think he might have been home anyway. Right, so this from the MCC on bowling action and pause. As we're just having a little check. Yes, didn't take the ball. The ball's flown off him. The regulations around whether a bowler is throwing are simple. Bowlers are not allowed to straighten their arm by more than 15 degrees from the time the arm reaches the shoulder in the bowling action.
I don't think the question is if he throws it or not. I think it's the pause.
I think there is also, though, because we had a little screen where there were like 4 different balls, and there's slight variation in the arm.
But he's been cleared of chucking it twice. I think I think it's in the pause. Anyway.
There's a lot more to get through, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, I'll let you.
It'll have to be between balls.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just
so bear
listen.
with. Saeem Ayub into Tilak Varma. The left-hander. Goes on the sweep, big appeal, and given! Richard Illingworth raises the finger. Tilak Varma, well, I think Suryakumar Yadav might go, no, that's fine, you're out, go, come on. Let's get someone else in. I don't know if he's going to get an awful lot of encouragement here from his captain. No, he's got none. There you have it. Well, that was as clear a message as you could get. Richard was also a very, very good umpire, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if this would be 3 reds anyway, but Tilak Varma has got to go. He arrived in the first over, he's going to depart in the 15th for 25 off 24, and that feels pretty out to me. He's gone on the sweep, and it's hit him below the pocket with his knee on the ground, in front of middle and leg. So, yep, 2 4s and 1 6, and that's just his busyness index wasn't great either.
11 dots.
11 dots.
11
it's a lot of dots.
Yeah.
So, shall we try and get back to this thorny issue?
Yes.
Of Usman Tariq. So you've got the 15 degrees, right? An illegal bowling action is a bowling action where the player's elbow extension exceeds 15 degrees between their arm reaching the horizontal and the ball being released, the ICC's playing conditions say. Bowlers with suspected actions are first reported by the on-field umpires or match referee, and then must undergo testing at an ICC-approved testing centre. Tariq's action was cleared at the centre in Lahore, Pakistan. The laws and regulations around Tariq's pause are less clear-cut, with the issue falling under the unfair play section of the laws and playing conditions, rather than being explicitly defined by a rule. Aha. The thought plickens. Right. Come to that in a moment. Hardik Pandya has come in at number 5, and he winds up for a big one. First ball, fielder underneath it. This could be 2 in 2. He takes the catch. It's another one, and Saeem Ayub is on a hat-trick. India have now lost their 4th, and this is what can happen. Player at one end is getting bogged down, gets out. There's somebody there itching to bat, desperate to get a bat on ball, comes up, plays an injudicious shot first ball, cleverly bowled, but outside the off stump. It's the one that just goes away. Saeem Ayub, you think of as an off spinner, because he flicked it off the front, off the middle finger, and it's just gone from leg to off, not off to leg. It's wide enough, so Hardik Pandya in reaching it got the toe end, and as well caught by Babar Azam down at long off. So things changing a little here, 126 for 4.
Yeah, and I think that comes from the pressure of the partnership previously, all those dot balls. Hardik Pandya's come in and he's gone, right, I need to get on with it. If it's in my slot, if it's there, it's outside the off stump, I'm going for it. Really nicely bowled by Saeem. He's just, as you said, Dan, just flicked it out the front of his hand, but he's just put revs on it, so it's turned away from him ever so slightly.
Do that. Sort of
I don't know, these bowlers these days, they're too good for me.
It's not a carom ball as such, is it? Where it was like where you can see the aerials, you know, and so flick it out.
No, it's sort of the leg spin.
Yeah,
it's just the leg spinner.
But not with the kind of leggy action so much. So when you see him bowl, you don't think, aha.
Yeah.
You know when Joe Root bowls his leg break, it's the most telegraphed leg break in the world. Right, Saim Ayub is on a hat-trick, and if Shivam Dubey does not studiously come forward in defence to this, I will be staggered, because no Indian wants to be the man who gives a Pakistani a hat-trick. There's a slip in place. Long on has come up, which I think is a good move. I would bring some more up, because I'd say, right, do you want to go after it or not? Because it's heart in mouth time if you get out here. Hat-trick ball, Saim Ayub has 3 for 24. Shivam Dubey, the left-hander, is a new batter. Oh my goodness! Now that has spun past the outside edge. And
that's an
what are they
unbelievable
appealing
delivery.
for? It's a gorgeous ball, but I don't think the keeper held the ball, did
That's
he?
a spinner. Yeah, the keeper's still got the ball in his
He's still got the
hand.
ball in his hand, is he? Right. So I thought it dropped out.
I think it's turned,
But
it's
bails
bounced.
have come off as well, so he's whipped the bails off. hasn't he?
Yeah, he whipped the bails off. So the ball bounced over the stumps. The question is, has it come off anything?
We have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out.
This is a hat-trick.
The feet are fearless. I'm looking at the split screen.
Oh, it is close to the outside edge, is it?
It's fairly close to the edge of the bat. We'll go to Ultras just to confirm whether there's bat or not involved.
I'm not sure here, you know. My goodness, here comes
Ultra
Ultra
flat
Edge.
line so far. Still flat.
Oh.
Okay, there's no bat involved. Run it through. We'll go to side on just to confirm the stumping as well.
Bounces by the barest of margins.
There's no bat involved. Foot's down. Foot's down. Thank you. I'll go back to Ellie on field. Ellie, you can stay with your original decision of not out.
He has survived.
You're on screen. Signal.
He has survived there, but my goodness me, Shivam Dubey. I knew he was going to play that shot, but I don't think he realised he was going to get an absolute ripper delivered from round the wicket. It's spun, gripped, turned, bounced. It's done everything except get the outside edge.
It's literally a spinner's dream, that wicket. When you've got a left-hander on strike, you've got your off spinner, you're looking to target the stumps, pitch the ball on middle, turn outside the off stump, and it's gone over the stumps.
Slip stays in place, long on's gone back. Oh, Shivam Dubey is playing this with extreme suspicion. He just dabs the ball back to the bowler. There's no run. They had 1 run off this over and 2 wickets. it's quite the turnaround. 126 for 4, 1 ball left in the 15th, and suddenly Ishan Kishan's innings is looking like one of the most remarkable you could wish to see. Now then, I think I'm going to have to give the rest of this message to Karthix Nawaz, but there is some interesting stuff here about deliberately pausing as Dubey just places bat on ball more than anything else and takes the single to deep mid-wicket. End of the over, 15 gone. India 127 for 4. Couple of wickets for Saim Ayub. He could have had a hat-trick. He has 3 for 25. Suryakumar Yadav 22. Dubey 1. Got a game in our hands. Alex Hartley, more from you than it's going to be Karthix Nawaz.
Yeah, he's bowled his 4 overs as Saim Ayub. He's bowled really nicely, getting the ball to turn and bounce, getting it to talk and asking questions of the Indian batters. It's a bit of a shame he's bowled out, really, because Pakistan would have liked him to have bowled a little bit more. I have absolutely no doubt about that, but he's taken 3 of the 4 wickets, and Pakistan will probably think, well, the run rate hasn't got out of hand just yet, so as long as we can keep the new batters quiet, not let Sky go too hard at the death, we're in this game.
Yeah, it was a great over for Pakistan, with just the 2 runs and 2 wickets coming from it. Now the last 5 overs will be intriguing. 127 for 4 India, with Suryakumar Yadav on 22 off 18, Dubey on 1 off 3. Mohammad Nawaz in for his final over. Dubey's gone after it. It's a thick under edge out towards deep backward square leg. They'll just pick up a single. Now, Daniel was talking there about Usman Tariq's action and the MCC's ruling on sort of bowling actions and pause, and he sort of got up to the point where he was talking about, you know, ICC approved testing centres and how you get that approved. I'll explain a little bit more probably at the end of this over, actually, because Nawaz is ready to go. What I say is, just as I say that, the batter pulls away just to have a look at where the fielders are at. Suryakumar Yadav, the Indian captain, facing up to Mohammad Nawaz, who flights one up. Yadav flicks that ball powerfully out towards mid-wicket for a single. 129 for 4. I do think India have sort of one of the downsides of timing the ball really well is you miss out on all those twos that we've seen here at the Premadasa. Ireland taking loads and loads of twos in the matches they played here, the 2 matches. Mohammad Nawaz in again to Shivam Dubey, who again just dabs this ball gently down towards long on and will just walk through for a single. Pakistan happy with this, just allowing India to just tick along in singles. At this rate, India will get to 167. I think Pakistan will be thrilled with that, especially after Ishan Kishan was going all guns blazing earlier on his way to a 40-ball 77. Pakistan will feel like off the back of that Saima Ayub over, they've just pegged India back a bit. Definitely reined in that total somewhat, but it's all about the finish. Nawaz in. This is short and just played slightly uppishly out towards deep extra cover by Suryakumar Yadav. 4th single of the over. Just singles at the moment. I think Pakistan will be very happy with that, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely will be. They are in control of this game at the minute.
Loads of noise, as always, from Mohammad Usman.
Always.
Behind the stumps, Usman Khan. There's Nawaz into Dubey, who's gone after this one. Again, sort of clots it out towards mid-wicket, but the fielder is really square, so it does get to the boundary for 4. There's a bit of a grimace there from Shivam Dubey when he hit it. He wasn't satisfied with the contact, and yet he still picks up a boundary. 135 for 4, 1 ball to come in the 16.
Yeah, he really wasn't happy with that contact, but it was short, and he just pulled it into the leg side. And he did cloth it a little bit, and I think he was more angry at the fact that he's hit it aerial rather than down. But these big boundaries, nobody there is absolutely safe.
Yeah, Dubey likes to hit the ball hard and long. Here is Nawaz looking to finish off his spell tidily. Goes full and fast, dug out by Dubey, out towards extra cover. They run through for a quick single, and they make it. So that boundary helped India to 9 runs off that over. But a tidy spell that from Mohammad Nawaz, 0 for 28 from his 4 overs. India 136 for 4 after 16. Now back to Usman Tariq's bowling action.
Yeah, come on.
So it has to be approved at an ICC approved testing centre. Usman Tariq's action was cleared at the centre in Lahore in Pakistan. Now the laws and regulations around Tariq's pause, the pause in his bowling action, are less clear cut, with the issue falling under the unfair play section of the laws and playing conditions rather than being explicitly defined by a rule. The on-field umpires can interpret the unfair play law, possibly using law 41.5, which covers the deliberate distraction or deception of batter, or the more broader laws around unfair play to ensure the match goes ahead fairly. If the pause is obviously longer or shorter, or if he bowls without a pause, that will be considered deception, was one interpretation, which was offered. Oh, here he is again, Usman Tariq. He fires one in on a length that's been pulled down the ground to long on for a single. So that interpretation was offered by former ICC umpire Anil Chowdhury this week. Everything seems okay up to now. I am not seeing anything wrong. The issue came back up in 2014 when former India spinner Ravichandran Ashwin paused in his delivery stride, resulting in tightening of how umpires interpreted these laws. The umpires are left to judge whether the length of the pause in a bowler's action is fair or unfair. So in a nutshell, it's at the umpire's discretion. If the pause is
yeah,
in and
so
of itself.
if the pause is the same consistently, it's fine. If he starts mixing up the pause, it's not fine.
Tariq in again with a long pause, turning one sharply into Suryakumar Yadav, who cuts firmly to backward points, fielded. There is no run.
That's how I would interpret that.
Yeah, I think you've got to be consistent with your pauses, but I don't know. I mean, it's sort of interesting because it doesn't fall into like any technical rules. It falls into this fair play rules.
Yeah, I think the rules going to change after the World Cup. I would imagine it does.
Curious to see how effective he remains, Usman Tariq. He's played for a while in the PSL. Now for Pakistan, and he comes again. Big pause. This ball's been spooned up in the air. It'll drop short, in fact, into a pocket in the onside. Saima Ayub is very deep set at mid-wicket. Had to run in a long way, and in the end they sort of pick up a single. 138 for 4 India off 16.3 overs. A little bit of a quiet phase this for the Indian batters. Dubey on 9 off 8, Suryakumar Yadav 25 off 22. Now lots of fielders in the deep and the leg side for Shivam Dubey. Is he going to try and clear them off Usman Tariq? Here's Tariq from wide of the crease. Shivam Dubey again plays a really sort of uncouth pull shot out towards mid-wicket. Mistimes and picks up a single. 139 for 4 off 16.4.
Because he's so hard to face, Tariq, because of that pause, because of you're so used to having that free flow, you're so used to getting your timing against any of the bowlers, it's so different that you're thinking, okay, wait, oh no, got to wait a little bit longer.
Oh, it's been very popular on social media. I say popular. It's been chatted about on social media as Usman Tariq, as he pushes one a little bit wider as Suryakumar Yadav was stepping across the stumps. He sort of looks at the umpire shakes his head.
And that's where you can question the bowling, because he's paused for so long. Suryakumar Yadav has gone, okay, I'm going to walk outside the off stump. He's gone, haha, I can just bowl after you've done that.
Well, he's doing okay so far as Usman Tariq is in once more, goes full almost into the crease of Suryakumar Yadav, who digs this ball out down to long on for a single. Just 4 runs off that over. Tidy stuff from Usman Tariq. 140 for 4 India after 17 overs. It's been quite pronounced checking of their scoring rate after the dismissal of Ishan Kishan. They were going at over 10s when Ishan Kishan was galloping his way to runs, just striking boundaries all around the ground. What a very attractive innings to watch, and a reminder that you can see clips of it on the BBC Sport website and app. Some really lovely shots in that. I do recommend checking it out. Perhaps Saim Ayub will make it on the website as well. 2 wickets and 2 balls for him. Almost a hat-trick. Very close.
Such a good hat-trick ball. Well, could have been better. Could have hit the top of off stump, but you know what I mean.
I do. Now then, 4 overs to go in this innings. How many can India get? 10 and over from here gets them to 170. 3 overs to go. Thank you, Alex. I beg your pardon. 3 overs to go. 170 is what they're looking at. Abrar in for his 3rd over. Suryakumar Yadav just lofts that ball out towards the mid-wicket boundary and pierces the gap between long on and mid-wicket. The crowd that had been a little bit sedate just brought back to life by that boundary from the captain. India 144 for 4 after 17.1 overs.
Yeah, he's been expensive today, has Abrar. This time the leg spinner pitches on middle, skids on, and Suryakumar Yadav just able to flick the ball into that huge gap in the leg side. And Abrar's going to have to just come back strong here, because there is a real danger that India could go at more than 10 and over for the last 3.
Going to target him for sure. He's been expensive today. Abrar, the next ball has been worked down to a similar area, but picked up by the mid-wicket fielder, Mohammad Nawaz. They'll just get through for a single. 45 for 4. Yeah, Abrar has gone for 29 from his 2.2 overs so far. Nagraj Kolhapuri, who's been with us today on commentary, ESPN Cricinfo editor, news editor, he mentioned that India saw Abrar as very much the threat, the strike bowler from Pakistan's spin attack. They've negotiated him exceptionally well so far today. Here's Abrar into Dubey, who's gone after this, out towards the mid-wicket fielder, just on the bounce to Saim Ayub out there. He's been trying to play the shot almost every ball he's faced as Shivam Dubey, and he's not really got any of them right. Picks up a single, 146 for 4, 17.3.
I'm not sure he picked that up straight away, you know, Saim Ayub out there on the boundary, because Abrar looks at him as if to say, I think he could have done a better job of that.
Big boundaries to patrol here at the Premadasa, the biggest playing area in this World Cup. Biggest stadium in terms of playing area size, I should say. Abrar in again as the Suryakumar Yadav drives that ball out towards deep extra cover. Signed fields, and they pick up another single. He's just trying to get out of this without too much damage, is Abrar Ahmed. Wonder if he'll bowl his 4th over as well. It's really chopped and changed his bowlers today as Salman Ali Agha. 7 bowlers used by Pakistan. He does have options for the last 2 overs. I wonder if he goes back to Shaheen, who's only bowled 1 over so far. Abrar in, as this ball's been pulled high, long and handsome by Shivam Dubey. He finally connects with the way he's been looking to connect since the start of his innings and sends the ball sailing over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. The 150 comes up for India, 153 for 4 after 17.5 overs.
Yeah, a little bit of extra pace on that delivery from Abrar. It wasn't his quickest of the over, but slightly quicker than the previous delivery, and also more pace on the ball than Tariq's offering as well. So he's just using that back of the length, helping it into the leg side.
Good over this for India. 1 ball to come. Dubé works it out towards mid-wicket again. They just jog through for a single, so a profitable one for India. Again, 14 runs off that over. India 154 for 4. 2 overs to come in this innings. I've just seen the ball tossed over to Usman Tariq, so I suspect he's going to bowl the next one. Now, Alex Hartley, you're the captain of Pakistan. You're Salman Ali Agha. Salman Ali Hartley, who are you throwing the ball to for over number 20?
Yeah, myself.
Yourself? You think
Myself?
Salman himself?
Yeah, Salman himself. I'm not giving it Shaheen. I don't trust him.
Well,
at the minute. But having said that, Abrar's going at, you know.
But you've got
10s,
yourself. His options are
12s.
he's got Shadab, he's got Abrar,
He's got so many options.
He's got himself.
Shaheen.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He's still got Fahim as well, who hasn't bowled at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it myself if I'm him.
Interesting. Usman Tariq in for his final over. Dubé on strike. His ball. Oh no! He chopped almost onto the stumps. He actually chopped onto the boot, I think, of the keeper. It made a sound as if the bails were dislodged. It's a dot ball either way. He tried to hit it so hard to Shivam Dubé, and he actually chopped it onto his own boot.
Well, that would have been out. So interestingly enough, if Usman Khan was able to keep hold of that when the ball hit him, it'd have been out, caught behind.
Wow, yeah, because it came off his boot, yeah.
Off his shoe. Flush off his shoe.
Tariq into Dubé, who comes down the track and hammers this ball straight down the ground. Mid on, mid off, don't really move. That ball goes straight to the boundary. Dubé looking to attack, having mixed success, but on that occasion, he connected beautifully. 158 for 4 India after 18.2.
Yeah, he just waits and waits. It's outside the off stump. And he just meets the ball. It's not a great delivery.
Yeah, just lined it up nicely. That time Shivam Dubé crucially didn't try and hit the ball. He's been trying to just throw the kitchen sink. He's been trying to bludgeon the ball every time he's tried to hit it. That time just applied the necessary force. Tariq in, and again a big swing from Shivam Dubé. Gets an under edge to short fine leg. They run through for a quick single. It's a strange thing to say about a batter who's on 23 now, off 22 off 15 balls, but he just doesn't look in very good touch.
It's the timing. It's the pace off. When the ball's been quicker, he's hit it nicely. But Tariq's such a hard bowler to face.
He's just trying to hit it so hard every single time. I'm sure the Indian team has a really good masseuse, to be fair. Get that lower back going again. Tariq into Suryakumar Yadav, who steps across the stumps and misses the ball as it strikes him on the pad. It's well outside the line of off stumps, so no danger of any LBW, but crucially for Pakistan, it's a dot ball. They want to squeeze in as many dots as they can in these last 8 deliveries. Keep that India total in check. India looking for 3, 4, maybe 5 boundaries out of these last 8 deliveries. Usman Tariq into Suryakumar Yadav. Long pause, and Suryakumar Yadav's gone after it. It's got a long way up in the air. A chance for the fielder at mid-wicket, who takes the catch. Usman Tariq bows. Suryakumar Yadav walks off the field. It's the catch taken by Saim Ayub down at mid-wicket. And India lose their 5th wicket. 159 for 5. 18.5 overs gone.
Well, the pace off, the pause does it for Pakistan. He does it for Tariq. This time, he bowls the conventional leg spinner. Just skids on a little bit, but it's the pause. He just can't get his timing right, Suryakumar Yadav, and that's a painful innings for him. Normally, he's able to smash the ball to all parts, but he just couldn't do that. So he only faced 9 dots, to be fair, but he just couldn't get anything, couldn't get any momentum behind his innings.
Yeah, 32 off 29 for him, striking it just over 110 was Suryakumar Yadav. Makes his way back to the dugout. How about that celebration from Usman Tariq? The bow, the theatrical bow.
It was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a photo doing the rounds after the win against the USA of sort of synchronized bow between Usman Tariq and his captain Salman Ali Agha. I like it. It's a sort of theatrical. I like the Western. I'm a big fan of the theatre, as you know, Alex. So I like anything sort of theatrical.
Okay.
Now, 1 ball of Usman Tariq left. Rinku Singh is the new batter who's made his way out. Tariq into Rinku, who gets the toe end of his bat back to the bowler. It's a dot ball to finish. Usman Tariq sort of does a half stare down to Rinku Singh. And he's really frustrated, actually, Usman Tariq. He's chucked the ball down. I don't know why he did that, because he's bowled rather well today. Just gone for a runner ball. 1 for 24 his figures after 4 overs. And the mystery off-spinner delivering for Pakistan. 159 for 5, India, with 1 over to go in this innings. Captain Hartley, you said you were going to go with Salman Ali Agha. Salman Ali Agha said he's going to go with Shaheen Afridi. Could this be expensive?
I hope not, for the sake of the game, because actually, if Pakistan are chasing less than 170, I think they'll back themselves, or they'll feel really confident. If this is a 20-run over, India win.
Well, it's a wonderful atmosphere, a bit of tension here at the Premadasa in Colombo as this final over is about to be bowled by Shaheen Afridi. His solitary over so far went for 15. What can India get out of this final over? Shivam Dubey on strike. Shaheen Afridi with a slower ball has been driven straight back down the ground for 4. Well, don't think it was that bad an option, the slower ball, but it was lined up very quickly by Shivam Dubey, who put his hands through that, and India pick up a boundary to start the final over. 163 for 5.
Perfect start for India, and you're right, he's made the right decision going pace off, because we know this surface has a little bit in it, but it's just too full, far too full.
It's a tricky balance against a batter like Shivam Dubey, so strong on that pull shot as well. It also drives down the ground with great efficiency. Afridi in, pulls his length back a little bit as that ball's driven down to Fahim Ashraf at long off, just a single off this one. Shaheen Afridi had a couple of difficult games in this World Cup so far, been targeted at the SSC ground by both Netherlands and by USA.
He only bowled 3 overs against Netherlands, went at just over 10 and over, and then same again in his next game.
Yeah, 1 for 28 against the Netherlands from his 3, 1 for 42 against the USA. Expensive couple of games.
And his first over here went 15.
Yes. In he comes now to Rinku Singh. It's short and wide. It's been spooned up in the air, out towards deep backward point, and he'll go for 4. It's a smart shot that by Rinku Singh. Knows there's nobody out there deep in the covers, and knew that he had a lot of license, a lot of space to work with. Picks up another boundary. India 168 for 5 off 9.5 overs. Alex Hartley, you said if India get 20 off the final over, they'll win. They're halfway there. 9 off this over, of the first 3 balls of this over.
And I can sort of understand why Salman Ali Agha has gone with the seamer, because he's your premium bowler, but he's just not having a good tournament. That was the off-cutter. It was short and wide. It was an absolute freebie. He really is serving up licorice all sorts here.
Now, Shaheen looking a shell of his former self at the moment, it has to be said. And he comes to Rinku Singh. Oh, he's clobbered this ball. It's got a long way out towards mid-wicket, over the boundary for 6. A big shot that from Rinku Singh. Shaheen Afridi's miserable day continues. India 174 for 5 with 2 balls to come in this innings.
15 off the over already. It was in the slot, the slog sweep. Rinku Singh just connects, backs himself. He knows he's just got to hit the ball, but it's just again in the slot from Shaheen Afridi.
There's a guy over at mid-wicket who's had 2 chances to catch the ball now, and he's put it down both times.
Both, yeah.
Yeah, in the crowd, I should say. Shaheen into Rinku again. This is short and wide. Rinku's gone over the covers, but there is protection in the deep now. Mohammad Nawaz gets the throw back in. There could be trouble here. I think he's run out. I think Shivam Dubey's run out here, because he dropped his bat as he turned. Yeah, the umpire's given him out on field. Doesn't even need to refer it. Shivam Dubey's on his way. A little bit of respite for Pakistan as India get the run, but also lose the wicket of Shivam Dubey. He just wanted to have a few words with Rinku Singh before he left. Yeah, smart piece of work there by Usman behind the stumps to knock the bails up. India 175 for 6 with 1 ball to go.
Well, the ball went straight to deep cover, but it was a yes, no, maybe from the 2 out there in the middle. So Dubey just looks at his teammate and goes, "What have you just done?"
Rinku Singh just trying to avoid eye contact there. It was a case for just keeping Shivam Dubey on strike. I don't know why they were so keen for the second one, really, because he's been striking the ball well. Rinku also very capable, but hasn't really come to the fore in this tournament. 6 and 1 for him so far in his 2 games against USA and Namibia respectively.
Such a huge difference chasing 170 and 180. It sounds so simple, but there just is.
Well, Shaheen Afridi with the final ball of this innings into Akshar Patel, who smashed this ball out towards mid-wicket. There should be a chance for the fielder in the deep, who takes the catch. It's Saim Ayub out there who makes absolutely no mistake. So Pakistan finished the innings with a couple of wickets. India finished on 175 for 7 from their 20. Closing total though, and it's one you'd think Pakistan would back themselves to chase. The game is very much on here. Those last 2 wickets on the last 2 balls, Alex, even though the last over went for 16, I feel like they've just kept this game in the balance.
Yeah, absolutely have. Absolutely have. It was a horror start for Shaheen Afridi. 4-1, 4-6, and then the run out, which really helped Pakistan. So, yeah, 15 off his first, 16 off his last. But it's a target that, look, they shouldn't be chasing this many. They, you know, but I actually think when you look at it in context, spin has been so useful out there in the middle. And yes, there's a couple of guys that have been expensive when you've bowled 6 spinners. You know, 1 or 2 of them are going to be expensive. But when you look down that India order, all eyes will be on their spinners as well, because that's just what is so useful out here in Colombo.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating innings to watch, really, as India were put into bat by Pakistan. The first over, well, it was just 1 run off it. It was certainly wasn't in the script, with Salman Ali Agha opting to bowl himself to the 2 left-handers who opened the batting for India. He dismissed Abhishek Sharma for a duck, just 1 run coming off that first over. And then came the Ishan Kishan show. He hit boundaries all around this ground. 77 off 40 for him. 10 4s and 3 6s. That really deflated the Pakistan bowling attack at that point. When he was dismissed, the score was 88 for 2 after 8.4 overs. So India were firmly in control, and then Pakistan started exercising a little bit of control of their own, just pegging India back a little bit through their extensive and varied spin attack. Tilak Verma got 25 off 24, couldn't really impose himself on the game. Suryakumar Yadav similarly, 32 off 29 for him. And Hardik Pandya was dismissed for a duck. Saim Ayub found himself on a hat-trick, nearly got it as well, beating Shivam Dubey's outside edge by an absolute millimetre off his hat-trick ball. Eventually Shivam Dubey managed to get himself to 27 off 17 before being run out off the penultimate ball of this innings. And then Akshar Patel hauled out of the final delivery out towards mid-wicket. Shaheen Afridi taking a wicket. The bowlers for Pakistan, I'm going to say Saim Ayub, the pick of them, 3 for 25 from his 4 overs. Usman Tariq, 4 overs, 1 for 24, going at a run a ball. And Shaheen Afridi, well, expensive is Pakistan's paceman, 1 for 31 from his 2 overs. Salman Ali Agha also very tidy, 2 overs, 1 for 10 for him. Abrar Ahmed, Pakistan's sort of frontline spinner, also expensive. Anyway, mentioned Usman Tariq. He's going to be chatting to our, I don't know who he's chatting to, but let's have a listen to him anyway. Oh,
never mind.
Never mind. We can't hear.
Obviously, like the Indian-Pakistan game is having a huge, you know, that momentum and stuff, and the vibes are really good. So, like, I was having a great experience playing this Pakistan versus India. It was like a kind of a dream. Like when you just try to represent your country, so you always dream about like facing this country like India, such a competitive team it is.
Okay. With regard to how to go about your work on there, knowing that it's a slow pitch, tell me what you feel you had to do and whether you feel it went all right in the way you went with it.
Actually, pitch was quite slow, and I have already been like in the CPL, so I have plenty of experience of the CPL slow pitches and stuff. And otherwise, like I was trying to, you know, take some wickets, but the batter was like quite having their own plan, which was much better. I just couldn't able to take some more few wickets, but the thing is that at least like I just kept the momentum of their bat low, and I think like we're on the safe side now.
Okay, you think you guys can chase this down?
Of course, there's no doubt. Like the batters of our team, they are having like, you know, a great momentum throughout like last series, and they have you know, that the intent they have shown in every game shows that our mind is clear, and we hope that we can chase it down within these overs.
Well bowled, and all the best with the chase.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
That was Pommy and Bangor. Tariq, who bowled really, really well today. 1 for 24 in his 4. The spotlight really on him, of course, because of the lots of word around about his action and whatnot. The big disappointment for me, Abrar. 3 overs, none for 38, and Shadab, none for 17 in 1. It meant that Shaheen Afridi kind of had to bowl his second over, or Salman would have to bowl it himself. So with those two going for 55 in 4 on a pitch that's really doing a lot, I think 176 is a very tall order for Pakistan, but they're not out of it. And although we'll come back to Ishan Kishan 77 or 40, it was a sensational innings. No one else was able to time it. And he did, and he really put Pakistan on the back foot early on after the loss of that very early wicket. Right, so we've got about another 5 minutes or so until Pakistan come out to try and chase that 176. I've still got Agha Nawaz and World Cup winner Alex Hartley alongside me. And what I wanted to talk about really was the number of these events we find ourselves at, Al. And I want to make it absolutely clear that this is not a complaint, because we have an enormous amount of fun. But I feel like I've seen more of you than I've seen of my wife.
Oh, well, that's because you have.
I think I have. Because if there isn't a women's 50 over World Cup or a women's 20 over World Cup, there's same for the men. And now with the Champions Trophy having come back and a women's Champions Trophy, just want to get your feeling on whether we're in danger of hitting saturation point. This game, we talk about the rarity value because they don't play each other in bilateral series, but
it's not rare anymore though, is it?
Doesn't feel rare.
Doesn't feel rare anymore. It feels like it happens probably once or twice a year at the minute. I know it's probably once a year actually, isn't it, at the minute?
Well, when you count the women as well.
Yeah, and then you got the 50 over World Cup. I know that's once every 4 years.
But it'll happen 3 times in less than 9 months, because you'll have the women in both T20 and 50, and the men in the list of T20.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because I feel like these World Cups come thick and fast, and there's never any breathing space. You don't hold the World Cup for very long. Obviously 50 over cricket is different. T20 World Cups seem to come around every 18 months, 2 years. It genuinely only feels like a minute ago we were in Barbados for the final out there where India won. I know it was a couple of years ago now.
Yeah, well, it's about 20 months.
Yeah, but there's been so much cricket in between that. Obviously, you say the Champions Trophy. There's a couple, and I'm just talking about men's cricket here. It just feels like these games are just coming thick and fast. I don't know how the players feel about it. Personally, I feel because the competition is so often, it doesn't mean as much.
Do you think 50 over cricket, Artif, does still? Because I think cricket's in a slightly paradoxical state at the moment, where the format that people seem to like the least and play the least and take the least notice means the most when it comes to a World Cup. You're going to be the world champions of something. You want to be the world champions of 50 over cricket. And the reason for that is because it does happen every 4 years. And yet, the eyes of the cricketing world is increasingly on T20 cricket. It's what fuels every board. It's why the ECB has got Indian involvement in the 100. It's why India itself has become a powerhouse through the IPL. It's why players are forever unavailable to play in Test series and one-day international series for their own country. New Zealand and South Africa and the West Indies particularly have struggled from that. And yet, the T20 World Cup feels like it should be the one that everybody's most wanting to win. But because it happens every 2 years, is there a case for actually doing it every 4 years? Or is there just no way that the ICC is going to turn up the opportunity to have this wonderful, and it is wonderful, festival of cricket? And also, I'm sorry I'm asking you so many questions at once, but
what's the question?
If you're Oman, you don't want that to happen as well, do you?
Get on with it. No, you don't want it to happen if it's Oman. I mean, I've been critical of the various decisions ISIS has made over the years, but I actually think it makes sense to have a World Cup every 2 years. As a broadcaster, I think it can feel like a lot sometimes because you're having to travel a lot and things like that, and it is more hectic than people can imagine. I think some people sort of just think, oh, you're just getting to go to the cricket, but there's a lot more to than that. There's a lot of unpleasantness behind the scenes that you sort of encounter and things like that. But the ICC has a very difficult job here as custodians of the international game, because leagues are popping up everywhere and franchise leagues are taking up more and more of that calendar. To keep international cricket alive, they have to keep the money coming in, and the money comes in from the T20 World Cup. We've seen the extreme lengths they've gone to to ensure Pakistan's participation in this very lucrative fixture that we're commentating on right now, India versus Pakistan. Lots of boards rely on that for their annual revenue. They needed to make this game happen. They made this concession. Bangladesh is going to host an ICC event between 2027 and 2021, 2031, I beg your pardon. So, I think this is something that just needs to happen. Yes, of course, it would feel more special if they did it once every 4 years. It'd feel even more special if they did it once every 10 years, I suppose. But it needs to be that frequent to make sure that the context of international cricket remains relevant and remains at the forefront of cricket fans' minds, who are increasingly starting to be diverted to things like, the IPL, PSL, SA20, all these leagues that are popping up and present some really high-quality cricket, and the production, the presentation of those leagues is very much appealing to casual fans. The only way you kind of pull them back in is with amazing stories that we've encountered in this World Cup, like Italy winning their first game. How exciting was that? What a big moment. The scare that Nepal gave the England team, the scare that the Netherlands gave the Pakistan team. There's all these beautiful little moments that only happen in World Cups, and they need to happen with that frequency for the international game to retain its position and gravitas, I think.
No, I do agree. I think the thing for me is I'd be really interested if this game didn't go ahead. This is the one that gets all the money. This is the one that the ICC get everything for. If this game didn't go ahead, would we still have as much cricket in the calendar from the ICC? Would the World Cups be as frequent? Would they be throwing back the Champions Trophy? Would they be making a Women's Champions Trophy? Because ultimately all the money comes from this fixture, which it's not a coincidence that India and Pakistan are always in the same group at the same time.
I think all those points that have been made are entirely fair.
We could talk about it for hours, though. We don't have time.
I mean, look, I want there to be. I'd have cricket on every day.
Yeah, so would I.
For eternity. I'd have
one continuous cup.
Yeah, it just occurs to me that it's a bit odd that 50-over cricket world champions still remain the sort of benchmark for one-day cricket, and yet it's T20 cricket that really most people fixate on. It's a strange thing. And I love this tournament because, as all the reasons you mentioned, it's great to see players you don't normally see. Italy are playing England. Is it tomorrow? Crunch game against Italy, which is absolutely vital for them. And Italy, those two brothers going out and winning a game by 10 wickets. It's fantastic.
Oh, you get the most amazing stories.
And, the wonderful thing about T20 World Cup is 3 games a day, all of them on the BBC, of course. It's thick and fast. It comes at you quickly. It is tomorrow. It's at Eden Gardens, and it's just before we do the game between Australia and Sri Lanka. Right, here we go. Hardik Pandya is in for the start of Pakistan's innings. His first ball is defended by Saib Zarafahan, and there is no run. 176 is the target for Pakistan to pull off a rare victory over India. I think, my feeling is, it's 15 to 20 runs more than it should be, but I say should be. I think you've got to take your hat off to Ishan Kishan, who's played an innings so vastly better than anybody else's. He's made a difficult pitch look like there's no bother at all. I mean, we'll obviously debate how well they bowled at him, but he did strike it brilliantly. Hardik Pandya in again, and that just stops on Hanover so slightly. A shorter ball, she works into the onside, goes straight short mid wicket. Hardik Pandya wants the ball. Give it me. Give me the ball. I appreciate that. I like a bowler who wants the ball. Apart from anything else, it means we gets him back to his mark.
Yeah, get on with it.
He's sporting a bleached blonde hair, a la Will Jacks. Our producer Jack is giving that a thumbs up.
Yeah, Jack loves his bleached blonde hair.
Although he's not sporting it at the moment, is he?
Kills his hair though, doesn't it, bleach?
Is that what he does?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not talking to a man who knows a lot about hair. As Hardik Pandya in, he's punched off the back foot, and there is no run, so it finds the covers. I just have a particular detestation of a poor haircut. I think it's really disrespectful to the bald community, and I think they're basically waving their hair around in my face. So I don't mind the bleach blonde.
You've got hair though, because I can always tell when you've had a haircut. You had a haircut before we came here.
And we did. Yes, my wife does it.
I know.
In the kitchen.
She brought her scissors out for you.
Yeah, I've got clippers, I think they're called. Whatever. You don't need the noise of the flies that have been eradicated. Right, here comes Hardik again. Still no run on the board, slip in place, and a kind of gully, a deep gully. Now that's gone high up in the air, it's going to be caught, you would imagine, at mid-on, and a wicket in the first over. Rinku Singh takes the catch, and just as India lost a wicket in the first over, so have Pakistan. The ball just came onto Farhan a little bit quicker than he was expecting, 86 miles an hour. He's gone for the big pull. After 3 dots, he skied it, and a simple catch just on the edge of the ring at a wide mid-on sees the back of Saib Sadar Farhan, who's been in good form, and that is a massive blow to Pakistan and their fans.
Yeah, he knew. He knew as soon as he hit it up in the air that he was in trouble. Yes, as you said, and he has been in great form. He got 73 in the previous game off just 41 deliveries. But I feel they needed him to get going, but it does feel like it's almost same but different. This the start of the innings, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, I do know.
From the blue corner to the green corner.
I think that Kuldeep Yadav is going to be a handful.
Yeah.
Varun Chakravarti is going to be a handful. Akshar Patel could be horrible on this. He gets fast spin. Pakistan are right up against it. Salman Ali Agha has come to join Saeem Ayub, and with his team in more than trouble. It's the target to start with, 176. It's the big problem, but now they have not got off to a good start. So I'm going to quick look at this. Side edge, a beauty. Fencing at that is Salman. I don't think he got that close to it. We are on course for a wicket maiden start. That was 87 miles an hour. He's really cranking it up here, Hardik. You might think of him as a medium fast bowler, but he's actually bowling fast medium, if you appreciate the distinction.
And do you know what? Every cricket fan knows exactly what you mean by that.
Good.
Yeah. Everyone who's just got it on because their husband or wife wants to listen to the cricket and now going, what's the difference?
Right, Hardik's completely over. It is going to be a maiden as that's just worked to short mid-wicket. Great start from Hardik Pandya. No seamer has had any joy. He's only the second seamer to bowl. And in fairness, Shaheen Afridi did bowl some absolute garbage. But this isn't a seamer's pitch. And Hardik Pandya has started with a wicket maiden.
Yeah, he bowled nicely. Bowled really nicely. Pace on, just back of a length. Let the ball do his talking. Seam up position. His seam was perfect.
Do you know he's got 16 wickets against Pakistan at 13.7. That's his best average by a distance. Taken more wickets against England, but concedes at a worse average. He's played more games. There are no bilateral series against Pakistan, but every time he plays against Pakistan,
he's not many behind England now, is he?
No, he had 3 wickets.
To say this is the thing that only ever happens in World Cups.
Good point, very good point. Happens often enough for him to take 16 wickets.
Yeah, he's only played England 3 more times.
Well, he's taken 3 more wickets. That was.
Oh.
As Bumrah starts in, and right, this will be runs. It's going to be 6 of them, but nowhere near where Saeem Ayub intended. He went, can you believe this, to whack Jasprit Bumrah's first ball over deep mid-wicket, and he's got it 180 degrees in the exact opposite direction over short third man. Well, long third man by the time it got there.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah, he comes out, he looks to flick it into the leg side, a thick outside edge. It almost goes over the keeper. Well, it does go over the keeper for 6. Bumrah's gone, fair play.
He is fearless, Saeem Ayub. I mean, he is not remotely worried about the reputation that Jasprit Bumrah brings to this.
You can't be.
No.
Otherwise you're destined to fail.
Bumrah in again. Saeem gets one right on the pad. Given out. Kumar Dharmasena, after some thought, has decided that's pad first. There's no bat, and he's decided that Saeem Ayub is out. Now we see that one again. He's going to take it upstairs, but if there's no bat on this could be a very full, very straight ball that's doing nothing but hitting the stumps.
We've got player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen.
There's one thing he does so well, Bumrah, is bowl those Yorkers, and that was nailed by Jasprit Bumrah.
Looks like it's hit the pad. Let's keep rolling. We've just got Autry just to confirm that, but it looks like it's pad.
Oh, it's come off pad, onto bat.
Oh, actually, just
stuck
see on the right, the
pad.
pad moving. We actually go to ball trick when available. We don't need ball ultrage. You can see the pad moving on the right. It's clearly pad.
It's pad.
Pad, bat.
Pad.
Pad, yes.
Just waiting on ball
pad,
tricking.
bat, pad.
But with a big gap between them all.
Yeah, I mean, he got his bat stuck on his pad, didn't he?
Just see Mike Hesson, the Pakistan coach, on the
original decision's out.
TV saying, I think that's out.
Pitching in line.
Oh, that's very out.
Picks in line. Wickets hitting. Kumo will get back on screen. You can stay with the original decision of out.
Well, you can kind of understand why Saim Ayub referred, because he'd have felt the ball on the bat. The problem was that it's cannoned off the pad first. And the reason why his bat didn't get to that ball is because, as we see this again, he's got his pad, his back pad has basically impeded the movement of his bat as he's tried to come across the line of the ball, but take nothing away from Bumrah. What a ball. Fast, full, straight, 140 kilometres an hour. And Saim Ayub's innings will show 2 false shots, 6 off 2. Well, a classic T20 innings in a way. And Pakistan are 6 for 2.
Yeah, it was great delivery from Bumrah after being hit for 6 the previous ball. And he just goes full straight, nails that Yorker. And there's absolutely nothing Saim Ayub could have done about that, really.
A horrible ball to get so early. Babar Azam has come to join his captain with a ring of 4 in the offside, a slip, and a very fine deep third. Here comes Bumrah into Babar. And Babar drives, well, wafts really, out through deep backward point. It's running off to the boundary. It's going to be cut off quite superbly. Was that Rinku again, I think? And they've come back for a couple. It was a long way away from his body by Babar, and it was in the air, not very far away from point. And then Rinku has just really done superbly, just not just to get down, but in one movement, send it back, sweep it back. Really, it's almost like he was using his hand as a broom, and sent it in the general direction of the nearest other fielder, which was Suryakumar. They pick up 2 as Babar then just waits for this next one. And this is the first actually completely in control shot we've seen off Bumrah, and guides it down to deep third for a single. Up to that point, every ball that Bumrah has bowled has come freighted with action.
Yeah, 9 off the over as well, so quite an expensive over, but 2 miscues and a wicket.
Yeah. In the last World Cup in America, I think he was going at 4.5 and over, wasn't he?
Because they were playing on those spicy pitches in the States, weren't they?
Yeah. That was crazy, his economy rate. In he comes once again, and Salman gets a thick inside half of the bat and is rolling away towards deep square leg. Fielder is in pursuit, and I don't think he's going to get there. Another false shot. Basically 5 false shots in that over, and 13 runs have come off it and a wicket. Pakistan are 13 for 2. And there's still an over to come.
A ball.
A ball to come. Sorry, so there have been 4 false shots. 4 false shots, 13 runs, and a wicket.
Yes.
There's been 1 gentle guide down to deep third from Babar. Otherwise, it's not been like that at all. Right, here comes Bumrah to complete the over. Runs in again to Salman. Who plinks this up in the air, mid-on's underneath it, and takes the catch. Hardik, and Salman Ali Agha has just given his wicket away in the most easy of fashions. We are 2 overs into this chase of 176, and Pakistan have already lost their 3rd wicket. They're 13 for 3, and what an extraordinary over from Bumrah. 6 balls, only 1 of them really played with any degree of certainty, and the other 5 have picked up 2 wickets and conceded 13 runs. Extraordinary stuff. It was not a great shot, Alex Harley.
No, it wasn't a good shot at all. From your captain, you want more. Has the occasion got too much for Pakistan? Is this game always overhyped? Yes, I think it is. India have won the last 8 T20s in a row, soon to be 9th, you would imagine. It's the same story time and time again.
Doesn't mean to say that we don't care to watch it, because the atmosphere and the excitement and what it means to people, but I take your point. Now, India on this spinning track have got Pakistan 13-3 with seamers, and they're now going to bowl one more ball of seam than Pakistan did in the entirety of their innings to India. Pakistan bowled 2 overs of seam from Shaheen Afridi. Hardik Pandya is about to start the 3rd over. He's into Babar Azam, who drives waft and they have a thick outside edge down to deep 3rd. They take the single. Bumrah fields. This is a catalogue of not great shots. I mean, Babar again, he's sort of getting away with that. It's so easily have gone to hand. There's a slip in place as well, 14 for 3.
Well, there's got to be a gully coming now, surely, after the last couple of shots. Short 3rd, gully. No, there is. Look, there you go. There's a gully.
Yep.
And I think that's the right decision. Yeah. Absolutely the right decision.
It's almost like a 4th slip, really. It's sort of like you kind of got like a 2nd slip and a 4th slip.
Well, Usman Khan was on the slippery pole in the last game, ended up coming in at 8. So his usual position here.
He's up to 5. He's in very early, comes forward and defends with solidity. A full straight ball up to mid-off. There's no run. It's hard to be critical of people when they're playing aggressive shots in the power play in a T20, chasing 176. But there's been something just very poor about a couple of those dismissals. I'm not going to have a go at Saeem Ayub. He got a full, fast, straight one. But Farhan's just plinked one to mid-on, and now the skipper was a nothing shot. Just played around the pad, chipped it in the air, trying to get it over the infield. Yeah, there's a space there, but it's Jasprit Bumrah just come in. Have a look. 1 or 2 balls. Pandya into us. He goes charging down a wicket now. Of course he does. And shanks the ball to short mid wicket along the ground. Well, they're not going to stop charging here. They are running towards the danger in the common day parlance, Alex Hardy.
Do you know, like, you're driving through the outback at midnight in Australia and you, like, get told to dodge the kangaroos because they'll run for the lights in the car.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, it feels like Pakistan are going, run to the lights in the car.
Right. Yes, there's a bit of that going on. They are running towards the lights. Good bowling from Pandya and from Bumrah, but they've not been asked to do too much here to get the wickets. Usman, what will he do with this one? Well, he's got hold of it, crisply driving it up in the air and over long off for 6. That's a nice shot. It's a little bit wide of the off stump. It was full enough for the shot. Mid-off was up inside the circle. He's hit it for 6. 20 for 3, Pakistan.
Yeah, a little bit too full outside the off stump from Hardik Pandya, and a lovely shot from Usman Khan, who actually has opened the batting on a number of occasions. So he's not. This isn't unfamiliar, him batting in the power play.
And he's known as a man who can go hard and hit the boundaries. It's Babar, though. Babar's 4 off 3 has looked very wafty that time. Got 2 of those 3. He's going to go again as Usman misses a short ball that he looks to pull into the onside. Lucky not to get an edge or a bit of glove. Flies through to Kishan. There's no run. He practices it again.
Yeah, it goes next time.
It's got for 6,
nail it.
The shadow one went for 6, isn't it?
Yeah, next time I'll hit that one straight down square leg's throat.
Yeah, we've got a deep backward square, and a deep 3rd. I think they both need to be on high alert at the moment. Hardik Pandya's made it to the top of his run. The slipper's gone, the 2nd of the slips. It was in a sort of 4th slip stroke gully is gone. Pandya in, slower ball, cut to backward point, good half stop, parries it down to the fielder running in from deep 3rd. Takes a single. Akshar Patel gets a pat on the back for his troubles from Tilak Varma for possibly saving 3 runs there. Pakistan 21 for 3 off 3. Usman Khan has 7. Babar Azam has 4. And I mean, Bumrah could very well continue here. 2 totally different approaches to how to bowl on this pitch.
I don't know what's right and what's wrong.
Well, watching the way Saeem Ayub bowled, I would have thought spin to win, but if you don't have to bowl the spinners until the middle overs because your opponents are gifting you wickets,
and
you might as well.
And also a different class in bowlers between Hardik Pandya and Jasprit Bumrah and a not in form Shaheen Afridi.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Bumrah is going to start his second over, the fourth of the innings. He's defended it the offside. Wants a run, does Usman, which is nowhere near there as Akshay Patel runs in from backward point. And there's no run. 21 for 3. It's one of those situations where you just feel that someone needs to go, calm down.
Breathe, lads.
Everyone.
Breathe.
Look into my eyes.
The run rate is 9 and over. It's very manageable. It's very doable. We keep losing wickets. It's going to be 11s before we know it.
Right. A couple of you, just get in. Here's Bumrah. It's worked into the onside. Nicely played by Usman. He just gets onto the front foot, tucks it square of the wicket. Mid-wicket has to move slightly to his right to get there. 22 for 3. That's a bit more like it. From a Pakistan point of view, it must be tough for Pakistan fans who come to this fixture time and time and time again, because nearly every time they're massively outnumbered by their Indian counterparts, who do delight in their team's superiority in this fixture. You have to be very phlegmatic, I think, to travel around watching the Pakistan team play games of cricket against India. Here's Bumrah into Babar down the leg side. Got to be a wide. Might be the first wide of the day. He had precious few wides in the Pakistan bowling effort. Say what you like about it, generally speaking, he was disciplined on that score. By the way, just on Usman Tariq's action, there's an Ask Me Anything on it in the BBC Sport app and website if you would like. If you are uncertain, ask me anything.
Ask me anything, and nobody really knows the answer.
Well, give it a whirl.
Read the laws, we still don't understand.
There was that little bit about unfairness, wasn't there?
Yeah. Oh, boo-hoo, is nothing unfair. Something's unfair.
Well, I think it's not fair, it's not the toss.
I think the law's going to change after the World Cup.
Bumrah in again to Babar, pushes into the offside and take a single. It's a heavyweight match-up this between two much-loved players in their own countries. Babar Azam, although he does always excite a certain amount of debate, probably more debate than Usman Tariq's action. As to, should he be in the side? He's got more T20 international runs than anybody else, and I include Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma in that. So he probably does think he's got a right to be there.
Yeah, he does.
Wouldn't you? Don't you think? Bumrah into Usman. Oh, Yorker dug out really well. Jabs the bat down on it, squeezes it to long leg for a single. Bumrah's a handful here. He's sort of taken a pitch out of it, as he so often does. Can only bowl 2 more overs after this, which is something Pakistan have got to say to themselves. Of course, they've then got to face the fearsome prospect of Kuldeep Yadav, a wrist spinner on this pitch.
Yeah, are you going Hardik again?
I'm not, you know.
No.
I want to get Akshay Patel in.
Yeah.
That would be where I'd go. He would be my man. As Bumrah is in, this is nicely driven, but can't beat the fielder. It takes for cover. There's no run. Just because I feel that Usman might be able to line up. Yeah, look, he might get you a wicket doing it. But Akshay Patel in his pace, hard new ball on a pitch that's turning, just feel he could be a handful. And he feels that kind of bowler who's more of a power play spinner than Kuldeep, isn't he? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Chakravorty could do it as well. He's a bit of a quicker spinner. Can be, as that's a swing and a miss. Beaten for pace, Babar. It's not often you say that, 88 miles an hour, but the shot, as John Arlott once said, was positively posthumous. 25 for 3, 4 overs gone. Usman 9, Babar has 5. It's a recovery of sorts from 13 for 3.
You were right. What's that man's name on the telly now?
That is Morne Morkel.
Thought so. So I got in the lift today in the hotel, and then he got in.
He's tall,
and
isn't he?
I just looked at him and thought, gosh, you're tall. And he went, hi Alex, how are you? And then I was like, I know you, but I don't know you.
Yes.
And one of those where you have that awkward conversation. Hi, I'm good, yeah, I'm good, thanks. How long you been here? We only got in yesterday. And when did you get here? 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, who are you? And
Surrey legend, Morne Morkel.
I'm going to unplug the air. I'm going to take you off the air. And you know what, guys? I'm just going to turn him off. Turned his mic off.
Agha Patel round the wicket, starts the 5th over, forward in defence, pushed back to the bowler, no run. Do you remember the story that, I think this is the case, he used to have a tree in his back garden, and so, or it was something like that, or he always had to, where he was practising didn't have a long enough space for him to run up. So Akshar's in, giving himself room. His husband, he lofts it over extra cover and down to the boundary for 4. Good use of the feet to give himself the room and to reach for it, loft it. We're in the power play, 4 runs, 29 for 3. And so, because he couldn't get a long enough distance for his run, he used to run in the opposite direction.
No, he didn't.
From the stumps, and then back round in order to get...
No, he didn't.
Like that, yeah. So, as Akshar's in again, lofted again, and just over the hands of extra cover for a second 4, almost identical, 33 for 3. So, he's retired before you, so you would see him in it.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
He used to do a little...
yeah, at the end of his run-up, yeah, he did.
That was his 360, because he used to do that when he played.
I just thought that was like a lot of bowlers sort of have something, don't they? Yeah, no, I'm one of those where...
I believe that's true.
Well, if he pops in the lift tomorrow, I'll ask him.
I just say it's an urban myth.
Now we're lift buddies.
Yay.
I'm friends with Merkel.
33 for 3. 2 4s of successive balls, and Dusman this time goes back into his crease and pushes it into the onside, takes a single. So the introduction of Aksha hasn't quite had the desired result. 9 runs coming from the first 4 balls, but you've got to give credit to Usman Khan there, because he's played a couple of those shots really quite nicely.
Yeah, lovely outside the off stump.
Babar Azam back on strike. Aksha into him. Oh, he's bowled him! Cleaned him up! Babar's gone. That is a massive wicket. The anchor has disappeared, has been removed from the ship of state, and Pakistan are floating adrift at 34 for 4. The game, it feels, is nearly up, and we haven't even had 5 overs.
Just goes for the slog sweep. It doesn't spin, maybe holds its line ever so slightly. Doesn't really do anything. He goes for the slog sweep into the leg side, knowing that they have to up the run rate, knowing that they have to stay in this game, looking for another boundary, but 9's already come off this over. They were there, they're up with the rate for this over, and he's just been absolutely cleaned up.
Horrible shot, really. Not a very Babar shot.
3 horror shots for the 4 wickets we've lost.
So dead right. I mean, Usman's just hit 2 4s.
Yeah.
And that's not Babar's game, is it?
No.
Is it? Or are they actually? They had a conversation where they gone, lads, 176 is a nightmare on this turning track. We've got to get as many as we possibly can in the power play. So they've just, that's the risk reward that they've decided upon. I mean, it's not worked out well.
I mean, Akshar's bowling pace on in the power play, so he's not really looking to spin the ball. It doesn't spin. So if anything, it's going to skid on. Cross-batted shots seem to be getting people out all the time here in Colombo. Both grounds, but especially here at the Premadasa.
Shaheen Khan, who did not cover himself in glory in his 1 over.
17 it went for?
17. Well, he's come out to bat well inside the power play with Pakistan 34 for 4. And Agha Patel has come back well after conceding 2 4s early on in the over.
Do you know what I feel sorry for? The Pakistan fans who wake up this morning.
Actually comes in to complete the over, strikes the power. It's an appeal, I think it's drifting. No, not out. Umpire agrees. I'm going to let you continue that thought about Pakistan fans and the ones you feel sorry for. And I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to bring in Atif Milhas.
Well, this is actually perfect that Atif's coming on, because all the Pakistan fans around the world that wake up this morning going, here we go, it's India, Pakistan, we've waited since the last World Cup, and they all genuinely believe that Pakistan might compete with India, and then you turn up and you don't. And it's that heartbreak again, time and time and time again. And I feel I just want to hug every single Pakistan fan in the world, because it's not competing again.
Yeah, well, it's hard to argue with that. 34 for 4 Pakistan after 5 overs, as Varun Chakravarti makes his start in this game. Starts with a very good line, defended by Usman, back to the bowler, no run. And this could be a devastating loss for Pakistan if and when they get there, because their net run rate's going to take a hit, and that last game against Namibia is that's going to become a little bit more of a pressure game for them. As Varun in again, makes a bit of room, does Usman, goes over the infield, long off will run round, Rinku Singh gets the throw back in. This could have been a little bit tight with a good throw, but it's a wide throw, so they make it back for a brace with ease, 36 for 4.
These two, though, I know I've said all that, but these two you would feel are the last
Usman
chance.
and Shadab, yeah.
But you're never winning games of cricket, realistically, when you lose 4 wickets in the power play.
Yeah, especially when you're chasing 176.
Yeah. But if they were chasing 155, 160 like we felt they should have been, different story.
Yeah. Varun into Usman, who gets forward and drives down towards long off, picks up a single. It's a predicament Pakistan find themselves in. Mike Hesson, Pakistan's head coach, cutting a protruded figure. It's a bit like a Premier League manager at the moment who's watched his team concede 3 in the first half. Not looking very comfortable. Right now, India rampant here at the Premadasa. Varun in again as Shadab turns that ball just wide of mid-on to pick up a single to get off the mark. 137 needed now, 138, I beg your pardon, needed off 86 balls. That's a required rate nearly at 10 and over. And there's still 14.2 overs to go in this innings. Pakistan up against it. India have hardly put a foot wrong in this innings. Varun into Usman, who makes a bit of room and chops that ball nicely, but straight to backward point. It's a dot ball. Bit of a needlessly excessive throw that from Akshar Patel, just caught his keeper off guard a little bit. Crucially, lots of concentration on the face of the Indian players, not taking the situation for granted. They want to really blow this Pakistan team away. Just got a shot of a really upset-looking Pakistani kid in the crowd, but like a lady in an Indian shirt just gave him a hug, which was nice. There's a short and cut just in front of point this time, who gets onto it quickly, does Abhishek Sharma, prevents the single. So just 4 runs off Varun Chakravarti's first over. Pakistan 38 for 4 at the end of the power play. India's power play was significantly better. They were 52 for 1 and riding the wave of a terrific innings from Ishan Kishan, 77 off 40 for him a little bit earlier on. And Pakistan just haven't had their equivalent of that. All 4 batters who've been dismissed for single-digit scores, 0, 6, 4 and 5.
The more the game goes on, the more that Ishan Kishan innings is really out of place. Not out of character, because it's what he does. It's what he does best, but he's really out of place on a surface like this.
He is. I tell you what, who's living up to his reputation. Hardik Pandya came into this game with a strike rate of 11 against Pakistan. And inside his 11 balls, he got himself a wicket.
I'm pretty sure Bumrah's is 17.
Yeah, he's not far off, is he? Imagine Varun's isn't that far behind that either, nor is Akshar. So with the rivalry going the way it has the last few years, almost the last decade really, India exercising dominance and building some very, very healthy statistics against Pakistan. And that dismissal of Babar Azam really was the one that sort of snuffed out real hope of Pakistan of getting close. I think at some stage they'll be having discussions about starting to play for their net run rate as well. 138 needed off 84. I mean, they're not out of the game completely. It's under 10 and over required, but with the quality of this Indian attack, the 4 bowlers we've seen so far still to come, lots of quality in this Indian lineup. As the players all take a drink. It's a very cool evening here actually by Colombo standards. It's not as hot as it's been outside. Everybody enjoying the temperature, the Indian fans enjoying the occasion. Pakistani fans looking a bit shell-shocked. You can understand why. As we look at the Indian dugout, the Indian huddle, I beg your pardon, they're just chatting. And not a lot of smiles or laughs or anything like that, Alex. This is kind of a hallmark of the professional team that they are now. They don't take anything for granted. No. They press their position home. They never take their foot off the accelerator.
Well, because it's such a massive game, they want to assert their dominance. You know, just because they've got the Pakistan 4 down in the power play doesn't mean to say that the game's done. You know, you've still got 2 very, very good batters out in the middle. Yes, it's unlikely that Pakistan will win from here, but if India switch off and they go through the motions and allow Pakistan back into the game, you never know what can happen. So Hardik Pandya there just really chatting to his team. He was quite vocal there. He's quite expressive in his hand movements. Probably just saying, lads, the game isn't done yet just because we've got them 4 down early.
It's 4 big fishes to get down though. Farhan, Saim, Salman, Babar all back in the dugout as Akshar is in for a second over. Shadab with a sweep shot down towards fine leg. Looking for a second, in the end opt to stick with a single. Well, they're both decent batters these. Usman has an opportunity here. There's been questions about his position in the team. A lot of chat about Khwaja Nafe, who's the other keeper in this contingent, this squad from Pakistan. As Usman drives the ball back to Akshar, no run. There's an opportunity for him to just lay a marker down for himself, just remind Pakistan fans and selectors of his skill and quality. Akshar in, down the track comes Usman and flays this ball out towards mid-wicket. Long on is running round, but he's not going to get there. That ball will go to the boundary. So a rare boundary for Pakistan. Usman moves on to 25 of 19. Pakistan 43 for 4 after 6.3 overs.
Yeah, he's hitting them nicely as Usman Khan out in the middle. That was absolutely fearless. It wasn't quite there, but still went through with the shot, came down the track, slugging the ball into the leg side. Didn't quite connect, but got enough of it.
Akshar Patel. Slow winding action comes in, and the ball's been cut nicely by Usman, just off his off stump to backward point. Hardik Pandya fields. You can't miss Hardik Pandya. He's got those sort of glasses on that look a bit like sort of, you know, really keen squash players. They wear those
cyclists.
They wear those really sort of fancy goggles. There's another cut shot just behind Hardik this time, and they managed to get through for a quick single. Ishan Kishan has destroyed the stumps after the throw came into him. The batter was home, and the umpire doesn't even want to have a refer it. 2 of the stumps have been taken out. There's wires everywhere. Ishan, what are you doing, mate?
That was aggressive, wasn't it? Very aggressive.
He's comfortably home, and he's just...
But to be fair, I think he's just...
He punched them.
Yeah, he's not actually, like, clattered them really hard. I think they might have been being a bit sensitive, those stumps there.
He gave it a knock. You know when you see that punching bag in the arcades where you have to give it a punch and it gives you your score out of 1,000 or whatever? He gave it one of those kind of jabs.
Yeah.
Ishan. And then the umpires had a bit of a job in putting them back together, working hard. He's had to do it and just make sure they're the right distance apart and all that kind of stuff. Good job by the standing umpire there, Kumar Dharmasena. As the next ball's going down the leg side, it's been tickled down towards fine leg by Usman, who might pick up another boundary here. He does. So good over that for Pakistan. 9 runs coming from it. Usman on to 29 of 22. Pakistan 47 for 4 after 7 overs. A long way behind India at the moment. 129 of 78 deliveries required for Pakistan. India very much rampant in this game, as Alex Hartley is going to take a little break, and I'm going to be joined on commentary, very pleased to say, by Nagaraj Golapuri, ESPN Cricket Info news editor, who's been part of our coverage today. And this really has been a terrific performance, Nagaraj, from India so far. Very professional, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, 18 overs of spin for Pakistan, 5 overs in the power play, and what do India do? They bring in their 2 new ball bowlers, fast bowlers, and Bumrah and Hardik. Each picks up, 3 wickets in the first 2. So
Warren Chakravarti in as the next ball's played just out towards deep cover. They'll get back for 2. Shadab and Usman. In fact, they're going to get back for 3. Really good running by the Pakistani batters. It went out into a big pocket of the ground. And they've picked up a 3 that's taken them to the 50 mark. 50 off for 4 of 7.1 overs.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if one of the reasons Pakistan decided to put India into bat was dew, though we haven't seen dew over the last 2 evenings. Even Pakistan knew that, so I'm not sure of that. But the way India bowled, the way especially Bumrah, man, it's like he's just gone back and shown exactly what.
In that ball's been played with soft hands into the covers. They run through for a quick single. 51 for 4. Yes, Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah.
Very impressive up top with his 2 overs, 2 for 17. And, just so difficult to score off, and looking like the Bumrah that's taken India to so many titles. Here's Varun Chakravarti into Shadab, who meets a full toss with the face of the bat, beats the diving short third fielder, and that's going to go to the boundary for 4. Really smart looking shot that from Shadab Khan. It's Pakistan pick up another boundary. Good little sequence this for Pakistan, with 9 off the previous over and 8 off the first 3 deliveries of this so far. 55 for 4 off 7.3 overs.
Also, like, going back to Bumrah, in Asia Cup, when both teams played together, Bumrah was back then bowling 3 overs in the power play. Since then, I think he's bowled barely 1 over in the power play. So there was a change in plans, and when I asked Surya yesterday, we'll talk after this delivery.
As Varun is in, and that's defended on the front foot into a gap in the covers again. They'll jog through for a single. 56 for 4.
Yeah, when I asked Surya yesterday at the captain the media briefing, he mentioned that it's obviously they're thinking about who to bowl, when to bowl, and keep their options open and flexible. But I guess in Pakistan they believe that Bumrah is like a key weapon for them in the power play.
Varun into Usman once again. It's a short and guided, but there is a stop at short third. Akshar Patel making sure he got his hand down to that ball. They'll just get through for a single. 57 for 4, 1 ball to come in the 8th.
Were you not looking forward to Sahibzada Farhan versus Bumrah?
I was disappointed in a way that Sahibzada got out, and obviously, you know, he batted very well for Pakistan in the game that preceded this against the USA. As Varun is into Shadab, and that ball is angled into him, just cramping Shadab for room. No run off that delivery, but still a profitable over for Pakistan. They get 10 runs off it, and that's what they need for the rest of this innings, really. Required rate up to 9.92, 119 required off the remaining 12 overs. 57 for 4 after 8. And yes, as you say, Sahibzada Farhan been looking very, very good for Pakistan, up to number 3 in the ICC T20 batting rankings. Yeah, picked up a Player of the Match award as well against the USA for his efforts with the bat, but dismissed today by Hardik Pandya, who's kind of spoiled that Bumrah versus Sahibzada battle that had been, I'm sure that dominated a lot of previews for this game as well.
Yeah, and Hardik, the way he walked, he was like, do you know me, I also bowl fast.
Well, he's bowled very fast, and wonderful carry from him through to the keeper today. Akshar Patel in for his 3rd over as Usman comes down the track. He's got after it. He's got a long way up in the air. I don't know if it's got the distance. Oh, it's been put down. It was a tough chance, but it was a chance down at long off. It was Tilak Verma who was running round at long on, nearly took the catch, but instead it drops through, goes through his arms, bounces and goes over the boundary sponge, and it's a 4 for Usman Khan. He goes on to 35 of 25. Pakistan 61 for 4 after 8.1. Oof, just misjudged it a little bit there. He did the hard work and sort of got himself into position. And you see catches like that taken all the time. Don't think it's going to be costly for India, but Usman does have a life. He's on 35 of 25. And the pick of Pakistan's batters so far. Here's but in comes Akshar again as this ball's been hit straight back down the ground. Back-to-back boundaries for Usman Khan. He moves on to 39 off 26. Akshar Patel just being lined up and targeted a little bit here by Pakistan's wicketkeeper. They move on to 65 for 4 off 8.2 overs.
Smart batting, the shorter boundary, the straight boundary. He's picking that consistently now.
He's just trying to go as straight as possible, isn't he? He's trying to avoid that long on and long off. We've gone a little bit straight enough. Tilak's just gone beyond the boundary line here. I think something in his eyes possibly. He's just using a shirt to wipe his face. He's been brought a towel round. And I think a substitute fielder has made his way onto the field. So it's a different fielder down at long on now. Can't see the back of his shirt though.
Looks Abhishek, right?
It's number 4, so that would be Abhishek Sharma, yes. I don't know who's
he's got something in his eye.
Yeah, I think there's a few sort of little bugs floating around, maybe one of them into his eyes as Akshar comes in again. Usman looking to advance, but this time cramped for room and just defends the ball back to the bowler for no run. 111 needed off 69 balls for Pakistan. And here's Akshar in again very quickly. Usman cramped for room again, but works it into a gap into mid-wicket. They thought about the second for a second, but a loud call of no from Shadab. to say that is enough. Pakistan just picking up what they need, really. 9 off the over so far, 66 for 4. And just got a replay of that attempted catch by Tilak Verma. I think when he dove, Nagaraj, and he dropped to the ground, he sort of buried his head into the grass, as you know, in like dismay, and something from the grass has popped up and got into his eye. He's still being tended to by some of the...
I think it was a late dive also, because he had to cover quite a bit of the ground.
Akshar in again to Shadab, who defends the ball back to him. No run there. Pakistan just keeping themselves alive, only just in this game. 110 needed off 67. Akshar into Shadab again. And again, just cramping him for room. There's nothing he could really do with that. He slams his bat down on the wicket, Shadab, in frustration. But they did pick up 9 runs from that over, Pakistan. 2 boundaries to start it off with for Usman. 3 dots in there after that. Good recovery from Akshar Patel, whose 3 overs have gone for 1 for 27 so far. Now Pakistan need exactly 10 and over, 110 off 66. The faintest of hopes, I would say.
Oh, now comes Kuldeep. This is the X Factor player.
He's historically been very strong against Pakistan, hasn't he?
Yeah. How does Usman play him? Because he's been attacking the spinners, so this will be an interesting one. And I don't think Usman has played Kuldeep in the past.
No, this will be the first time ever, because he made his debut after.
And on this pitch, we were talking about in the first innings, the grip that these guys got. Pakistan spinners got. Kuldeep would really be licking his lips.
He's the bowler likely to extract the most spin, the left-arm wrist spinner.
What was the degree? 2.4?
We saw one up to 2.3 at one point, from Saim Ayub. Right, Kuldeep replacing Varun Chakravarti. It's in for his first over. Usman drives firmly down towards long off. Picks up a single to start the over. 109 needed off 65. As Usman, it's already been a solo effort for him, really. Saib Zada Farhan dismissed for a duck. Saim Ayub for 6. Salman Ali Agha for 4. Babar Azam for 5. And now finally, they had to wait to get to number 5 and 6 for double-digit scores in this Pakistan batting lineup. Usman currently 41 not out. Shadab on strike. He's got 10 off 9 as Kuldeep is in. And Shadab punches this ball down towards long off. And again, they'll pick up another single. He's got a wonderful action, hasn't he, Kuldeep Yadav? There's loads of arms floating around, a bit of a rhythm routine as he comes in and rotates his shoulder and gets that ball over.
It's actually a big match for him because he's been kept out due to Varun Chakravarti's huge success. And Gautam Gambhir especially likes to play Varun in the team at all costs. So, not that he doesn't like Kuldeep, but at the same time, it's only...
As he's gone after this one as Usman Khan gets a little under edge out towards deep backward square leg. They'll pick up a single.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think Kuldeep is going to kind of feel like he wants to kind of make an impact in this match, get at least... It's not the number of wickets, but the kind of, if he can dominate the batter, he can kind of provide, it will give him that self-confidence that to stay there.
Here's Kuldeep into Shadab, who's beaten. Just went past the outside edge through to the keeper. It was the googly, as you say, and he didn't read it in Shadab. If anybody was going to have a chance of reading the googly, you'd think it'd be Pakistan's leg spinner, but goes right past his outside edge, and just for a little exclamation mark. Ishan Kishan knocks the bails off as well. It's a good start this from Kuldeep Yadav. Just gone for 3 from his 4 balls so far. And he comes to Shadab again, who works this ball down towards long on. He's sprinting the first one hard as if there's a chance for a second. But Hardik Pandya very quickly onto the ball at long on. So just a single. It's going to tidy over this from an Indian perspective after a couple of expensive ones. Partnership worth 36 off 30 balls. As you say, a big game for Kuldeep Yadav. He's made a good start. Indian fans in good spirits around the stadium. I think the Pakistani fans already on the prayers. Kuldeep Yadav in. Short, cut slightly uppishly out towards deep extra cover. They'll get that, just take a single to finish a very tidy over from Kuldeep Yadav. 5 runs off his first over. Pakistan 71 for 4 after 10 overs. They need 105 off the remaining 60 balls to win this game. That's a required rate of 10.5. It looks very difficult. Nagaraj, you've raised a very interesting point about Varun Chakravarti keeping Kuldeep Yadav out of the team. Tell us a little bit more about that dramatic rise of Varun Chakravarti, and then he can be joined on commentary by Daniel Norcross.
I think Varun's strength has always been his variations. He's got like 7 variations, and he was saying that he's been working on some new variations, which he said that if he's courageous, he would unveil in this match. We haven't seen that so far, at least I haven't noticed it. The main thing about Varun is outside of the variations, people can't read him, and he used to be more of a fast bowler when he started as in tennis ball cricket. He then moved on to studies, became an architect, an interior designer, or scriptwriter, etc. We'll come back to that.
Zach shows it in again, and that's been pumped down the ground. It's only going to be a 1 run. First ball of the over was a dot ball played out to the offside, but with that rate climbing, they need a little bit more than that. Sorry, Nagaraj.
No, I was just saying that Varun's kind of had a very colourful life in the sense that he said that I get inspired by many people, and he started chasing those inspirations and aspirations. He had like...
And again, it's been heaved into the onside by Shadab, just going to single out towards deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, and before, like, by the time he was 25, 26, he realised that his true passion remains cricket, so he comes back to cricket, and then he starts holding...
architect or something, is it?
Yeah, he studied architecture. He even started as an assistant architect.
Action again, and he's got him stumped. Usman came down the wicket, gave himself some room outside the off-stump. Aksha saw him coming, just pushed it that little bit wider, perhaps a little bit faster as well, 96 kilometres an hour. Usman could get nothing on it. Ishan Kishan had no trouble at all. Taking the ball, whipping off the bails in the end of a useful partnership of 39 off 35, but crucially the end of Usman Khan, who batted really quite brightly for his 44 from 34, but it's certainly not enough from Pakistan, and now 73 for 5. That's good bowling from Akshan.
Yeah.
And you have to say, I mean, it's just they got after him a little bit in the power play in his first over, but since then he's got the pace of the pitch, and he's not bearing it too much. He's bowled a sort of Akshan pace really in that over, 95, 93, 93, 96. That one just that little bit quicker. Often happens if you're smart enough, you see the batter advance.
Yeah.
Just slip it in.
And Aksar is very, very accurate in terms of his lengths. He doesn't have too many variations, but he sticks to that length, and he isn't that. I mean, people think about Jadeja more, but he creates his own this. He has created that own pressure of him because he also the point of release is so high. So, and then he's smart enough to see that Usman was looking for runs. He just kind of bowled it slightly wide off stump, and it was an easy wicket for them because the pressure is on now Pakistan to kind of score at a faster clip in these middle overs.
Well, that rate's now up over 11, and the new batter is Mohammad Nawaz, who's come in at 7. Akshay is going to come around the wicket to him. He's a left-hander, but he's going to stay round the wicket. Maybe bring short third into play here. As he's seeing balls, beats the bat. Just as straight as that, almost round dial really on that occasion. He doesn't vary his release points, and he just let that one go, drifting across the left-hander into the gloves of Kishan. And he's got one more ball to bowl, and then he's done. Picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 29. India in such a strong position. They've still got 3 overs from Kuldeep Yadav to call on. That's defended last ball by Mohammad Nawaz. Probably the sensible manoeuvre. And Pakistan after 11, a 73 for 5. Now, I credit Akshay Patel completely randomly with giving Shoaib Bashir a career, because there's this idea, having watched Akshay Patel bowl, that you needed a tall spinner in England. But by the way, we're just seeing on Ultra Edge that Usman Khan, although at the moment he's carded as stumped Kishan bowled Akshay, should actually be caught because he got a tiny little edge on that, and Ishan Kishan took the ball, and then he took the bails off. So the laws of cricket, big as they are, that would be the first mode of dismissal. I don't think anybody really cares. As this is played out into the offside, out towards deep point, they get a single. If anything, as a keeper, you'd rather kick stumping, wouldn't you? Because stumping is always a little bit sexier than catches.
More attractive, isn't it? Like you've seen the batter beating in the air or not reading the line.
Well, do you know, I can't remember, was it Wally Grouse or Birds on the field back in the day, the great Australian keepers, and used to get so many stumpings off Bill O'Reilly and Clary Grimmett. You'd see the catches to stumpings ratio would be completely different for those guys from the ones we get now, like Jeff Dujon. Don't know how many stumpings the West Indian great got against those 4 fast bowlers he was forever keeping with. As Kuldeep's in for a new over, and his first ball has been swept beautifully by Mohammad Nawaz for 4 out towards deep backward square, taking it on the full, just a little over pitch from Kuldeep. And Pakistan has moved to 78 for 5, and they get that target down below 100, down to 98 now.
We're not one for today, but I would be very curious to know if Dujon stood up to any of those fast bowlers ever.
Well, Jack Russell stood up to Courtney Walsh famously, didn't he, a couple of times? I'm not sure Jeff Dujon did. I mean, he would have stood up to Roger Harper, I guess. The very occasional off-spin that they had. This has punched off the back foot, straight back to the bowler. There's no run. This is a horribly tricky equation now for Pakistan, because to have any hope, they've got to go after Kuldeep. They don't have a choice now, do they?
Yeah. I mean, they also, Pakistan don't need to worry, because even if they lose,
oh indeed,
there's nothing at stake as such.
Full hit out towards deep square leg and taken. Another wicket goes down, and Pakistan are subsiding here. Mohammad Nawaz has simply picked out Shivam Dubey at deep mid wicket by the end of it. Taken again, I think, on the full. Not the best ball. He's got a lovely connection on it. He's got plenty of height, not quite the distance, and a good running catch has been taken out in the deep. Pakistan have lost 2 in the over there, well, 2 in quick succession at any rate, and they're 78 for 6.
Did you see that? He converted that into a full toss before it pitched, so he didn't even hit it properly, knowing very well that that's such a long boundary, and it was an awkward attempt by Dubey, more than an attempt, the way he caught it. Yeah,
it was on the run, I guess. You know, sometimes it's just, oh, I don't know, let's come to him a bit quicker.
He's not the best of the fielders, that way.
Well, he's held on to that one.
Well, I think the challenge for Pakistan is going to be, if they meet, these 2 teams meet in the semis again, what are they going to do? What are they going to improve on outside of, I mean, their strategies they've shown, they're going to come back once again with the 5-spinner strategy, more or less. They don't have too many fast bowlers in that lineup. They don't have Haris Rauf anyway.
I think they're just hoping that the pitches would have deteriorated sufficiently by then to bring their spinners into play. And we have seen that a little bit here in Sri Lanka. In the England series, the pitches started to get a bit tired.
Right.
But they do have quite a few options for surfaces, so...
The thing is, India have options for all surfaces, the way they're playing now. So, yeah.
Right. The new batter is Fahim Ashraf, goes back into his crease, dabs ball into the offside, slips down in place. That reaches short. Well, Bumrah at sort of backward point, short backward point. There's no run, 78 for 6. To be clear, on the semi-finals, that would be that we move into a 1v2 and 1v2 situation, don't we, in the group phases?
Yes, they have these seedings, and teams are named X1, so Y1, X2, Y2.
Yeah, what I mean is, but by the time you've then got to the group phase, 78 for 6 at the end of the 12th over, the team that finishes top in one group faces the team that finishes second in the other group.
Correct.
So
after the Super 8s, you
mean. So it is feasible that if we think that India they're in terrific form, and if they would be favourites to finish top of their group, if they do finish top of the group, Pakistan finish second in their group, then you could feasibly have this situation where the semi-final that would take place in Mumbai, there'd be one in Mumbai and one in Colombo, and that wouldn't feature India.
So the India semi-finals will always be the second semi-final on March 5. So it will either happen in Mumbai, or it would be in Colombo only if it's Pakistan, the opponent's Pakistan. Otherwise, India will play on March 5th in Mumbai.
So that second semi-final, that India semi-final, will always take place on the 5th. This much we know.
Correct.
So now we don't actually know the date of either semi-final, because we don't know whether it's going to take place in Colombo.
Oh, we don't know the place.
Just
for the second semi-final.
So the Colombo, if there was a Colombo semi-final, it could take place in the 5th. It could also take place in the 4th if Pakistan were to finish first and India first, or if both sides finish second in their group.
No.
Then they would avoid each other. So then the Colombo semi-final would take place on the 4th, wouldn't it? As this is slapped high in the air, could be another wicket, should be another wicket, and is. Taken at long off, another one goes down. 78 for 7, and they're just falling apart here. It's Tilak Varma who's come into the attack. Shivam Dubey's taken a catch. Shadab's gone for 14. and 3 wickets have fallen for 5 runs in the blink of an eye.
Will they go to 100? Get all out.
Well,
I wonder when is the last time Pakistan got all out on 100 against India.
One thing they don't have to worry about, I don't think, is a net run rate, because they simply just have to win their last game, and so they probably will continue to fling the bat and want to show some fight. But what have they got left? Shaheen Afridi, who knows one way of playing. Fahim Ashraf, who can hit a long ball, and then, well, Babar and Tariq. There's nothing really there now.
But this is really disappointing for Pakistan. Salman Agha said that the key would be forget the toss, forget everything, all the history and all that. Can we execute our plans for 40 overs? They've not lasted 20 overs in that sense. So it's how do they kind of recoup from this? Because this is a big blow for them, even if they know that they're going to go for Super 8s. Because teams will be looking at this contest and picking up some learnings, especially New Zealand are coming. I think it's Pakistan and New Zealand, England also there, right? If
England qualified, they would beat Italy tomorrow, they would come here. New Zealand would if they go through. And the other team is seeded to be Sri Lanka.
True.
But that is a very interesting group, as this first ball to Shaheen is driven down the ground for a single. I mean, that group is the one that holds quite a lot of excitement between now and Friday, because of Australia's loss to Zimbabwe, and the match tomorrow that we'll be covering from Pallekele, Sri Lanka against Australia. If Australia were to lose that,
that's high stakes game,
huge, because Zimbabwe would then, if they could win their last game against
the
that's delivery is driven to short extra cover and there's no run, that would send them through at the expense of Australia.
And the interesting thing is that the World Cup needs both teams. One as a host, Sri Lanka, co-host, and the other one as one of the tougher competitors. But at the same time, it's a World Cup. So
Tilak is in. This is beautifully driven up and over the top by Fahim Ashraf. He's a very fine hitter of a ball. And he actually got Pakistan out of trouble against the Netherlands in the very first game of the tournament when they looked like they were gone. And then he came back, he got a little lucky, he was dropped out of the deep, but he struck that over, I think, for 19, and that was enough to get them through against the Netherlands. Otherwise this game really would have a lot on it. 83 for 7, 93 more needed from 44. Chilak in again, and right in the block hole, looks to give it a whack, and instead just whacks the ball onto himself. There's no run. So there's a lot to chew through here. A chastening defeat for Pakistan is pretty certainly incoming here. I don't see how they've got another route though. The only way they can go is through spin, isn't it?
There's no experience in the fast bowling lineup outside of Shaheen Afridi, and Shaheen Afridi can be. I mean, he did bowl really well in the Asia Cup final, and I think Pakistan really thought that what they did on that day last September gave them the confidence that they can give a fight once again to India. And the way they started, they had a strategy, etc., but it didn't work out on that. It didn't kind of. The batting is the key there. They don't have the really good deep batting lineup, especially as batters. So that's how do they kind of find a solution for that, is what they need to work on for the next few weeks.
Thank you, Nagraj. You go and write the same match report you've probably written on this fixture quite a few times. And,
thank you, guys.
Maybe just recycle the old one. The last ball of that over, by the way, was pushed down to the long off for a single, which means Fahim keeps the strike with Pakistan 84 for 7. And Kuldeep is going to continue bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Fahim Ashraf, who tucks the ball into the onside at a deep backward square. They take the single. 85 for 7, 91 needed from 41. It's been a one-sided contest this from the very beginning. Ishan Kishan with that quite magnificent 70, propelling India to a total that felt 15 to 20 runs too many. The way Pakistan have batted, it's looked about 60 runs too many. Alex Hartley has rejoined us.
Oh, I've put that much hand sand on that mic. It's gone straight up my schnoz.
I felt it was quite strong.
High as a kite in 10 minutes.
Oh, well, that's good for the listeners. Been waiting for this moment. As Kuldeep is in. to Shaheen Afridi. He gets struck on the pad. A question is asked and turned down by umpire Dharmasena. He has no interest in that. The ball rolls out to the onside. He doesn't even bother waiting to give the leg bye because he knows it's such a contemptuously poor appeal. 86 for 7. But he's Fahim back on strike. He's got to play a lone hand here. He's got to try and find a miracle. Down the leg side, wide. That will help only a bit. It's been pretty tricky stuff to watch, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. It really has. It's, I don't want to say it, but it does feel like it's the same old story. I genuinely thought it'd be closer than it has been.
Goldie in again. Back in his crease goes Fahim and attempts the late cut, despite the fact that there's a short third and a backward point. There's no run.
And Pakistan have played all their games here in Colombo, but India adapted to the conditions so well. So well. And that innings from Ishan Kishan has won the game for them. It's the anomaly of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely that. Absolutely that. Goldie in again. Quicker perhaps. That's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. There'll only be the single. That trots in from the boundary action. There's one more to Fahim. They're still going to swing for the hills, though, haven't they? There's no point in not, unless they just think, yeah, we could bat out 6 overs and 2 balls.
You're good with this and net run rating and stuff. If they go for it and get bowled out, it takes the 20 overs into consideration.
Yeah. So
but if they just plod,
yeah, I'll explain. It's his crease and plays almost French cricket, gets a single into the onside. So if they're bowled out for 95 in the 15th over, it's as if it's 99 and 20.
So I actually think, because we're only in the 14th over, there's merit in batting for a little bit longer. Yeah. Because you might get more than if you just try and smack every ball for 4 right now. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Fahim on strike. Left armour to left-hander. Goldie again, he's just treated with extreme respect. Pushed into the offside. There's no run. 3 overs gone. 1 for 17. So 3 overs gone. 3 overs Goldie gone. 1 for 17. 89 for 7.
People have started to leave, Dan. The stands are a little bit emptier than they were.
Well, if you're a Pakistan fan, I can entirely understand it. Here we go. We've got semi-final allocations for you.
Here we go.
If Pakistan qualifies, they will play semi-final 1 in Colombo. If India qualifies and is not playing Pakistan, they will play semi-final 2 in Mumbai. If Sri Lanka qualifies and is not playing India, they will play semi-final 1 in Kolkata. If Sri Lanka qualifies and is playing Pakistan, they will play semi-final 1 in Colombo. The question I've asked is, if Pakistan qualifies and are playing India in Colombo,
if both Pakistan and Sri Lanka,
if both Pakistan and Sri Lanka fail to qualify, both matches will be played in India. Yes, this much I knew. If neither India, Pakistan nor Sri Lanka are involved, semi-final 1 will still be hosted in Kolkata and semi-final 2 in Mumbai.
I'm more confused.
What happens if India and Pakistan both reach the semi-finals? Do they not play against each other potentially? And if so, is that semi-final 1 or semi-final 2? If India qualifies and is not playing Pakistan, they'll play semi-final 2. Do you see what I mean? If Pakistan qualifies, they will play semi-final 1 in Colombo, regardless of who they're playing. Right.
I'm well confused.
And that would be on the 4th of March, regardless. So India could end up playing Pakistan in Colombo on the 4th. I thought that was a possibility. Nagraj didn't seem to, but it's all a bit moot because the way Pakistan are playing right at the moment, I'm not sure the semi-finals looking like a very likely proposition. Although I did think that actually they'd stood a really good chance, looking first at the group they were in, and I still expect them to qualify for the next phase.
Look, the reality is that India are the best team in the world, and so it doesn't India is such a hard team to beat. They adapt so well in all different conditions. You know, look at the way they've played today. Pakistan, they will play all their games here. So if they're in the Super 8s, and they will know the conditions. I don't think they have that fear factor playing anybody else. I think that's a part of that comes into this game because they've lost 8 in a row, soon to be 9 in a row. That can play on your mind.
Yeah, fair enough. Tilak Rama is going to bowl again. He's the 6th bowler used, and he took a wicket in the 1 over he's bowled so far. He's bowled to Shaheen Afridi, who I still think, if he's going to target anyone, given that there's still 2 overs of Jasprit Bumrah to be bowled, 2 overs of Varun Chakravarti, and 1 over of Kuldeep.
Got to.
Yeah, Hardik, but I mean, it's not an easy prospect, is it? I'm not saying Tilak Varma is, but if you were looking at what's to come, your Shaheen Afridi, I might be teeing off here. Tilak Varma in, and no, Shaheen Afridi has gone back into his crease, defended the ball back along the ground, back to the bowler for no run. 87 needed from 35. It's an equation that's almost not worth even mentioning anymore. As Tilak is in. Now he swings, gets a thick top edge, and it runs down a short third. They just take the single, which brings Fahim on strike. And I think the same applies. I think he will have a go here. It's a long ball we've seen with Fahim.
He's going to have to.
It's a lot of long balls. Tilak into him, goes back into his crease, and he flat bats it, not long off. And there's no run as Rinku Singh does the fielding. 91 for 7.
Such a shame that it's petering out in the manner that it is.
It is, isn't it?
It's always the hype game, though, isn't it? We always look at the fixtures and go, whoa, we've got India, Pakistan.
Now he's swung this high in the air, and it's gone straight up the chimney. It's not an easy catch, though, and it's dropped. That never was an easy catch because it was the bowler, Tilak Varma, was running backwards. It was coming over his shoulder. It might have been easier had Rinku Singh or Suryakumar Yadav was running in from short extra cover. He might have been better placed to take it. Whether Tilak actually called for it, I don't know. It's because it's coming over his shoulder. I mean, it looks like a goober, but they're a bit more tricky. He should have taken it, but he hasn't. He's afforded a life, and Shaheen Shah is on strike again. Swings hard at this, but makes pretty poor contact out towards deep backward square. 1 ball to the total.
Yeah, when that first ball first went up in the air, I thought, okay, that's Suryakumar Yadav's catch. It's got to be. But then the bowler was like, nah, mine. And as you say, it was I feel it was also a harder catch for the bowler. But he got there.
He got there. Right, last ball of the over is just punched off the back foot and really well fielded by a slightly angry Tilak Varma, who's cost himself a wicket by dropping that catch. And so only 5 runs have come from the over, 82 still to get from 30 balls with Fahim and Shaheen at the crease. It's done, nearly, not quite dusted. To do the dusting, it's going to be not wearing a pinny. It's going to be out of Nawaz.
And now that is something I wouldn't want to see. Unfortunately for you, Ati, for you in a little pinny. Although actually I kind of would want to see it now I've thought about it.
Do you know, I'm a very efficient duster, so I can do it without a penny. Well, I'll tell you what has not been efficient today. It's Pakistan's batting. That was too easy. Set myself up. 94 for 7. Goodness me. Varun Chakravarti in. Shaheen Afridi's gone after that. Sent it down towards long on. Couple of bounces. They'll pick up a single. It's really been a bit of a horror show, and it started in the power play for Pakistan. They put in a really difficult spot by India with Sahibzada Farhan dismissed for a duck, Saim Ayub dismissed for 6, Salman Ali Agha dismissed for 4, Babar Azam 5. So between them, the top 4 contributed only 15 runs to the Pakistan cause. Varun Chakravarti into Fahim, who again has gone after this, picks up a single out towards deep mid wicket. In fact, they're going to get back for 2 here because it's gone into one of those pockets in this ground that we keep referring to, where they can pick up 2. For those interested, the required run rate is just under 17 at the moment. 79 needed from 28 balls. But I think you nailed it, Alex. India have come into Colombo, adjusted to conditions really well, made some good judgments. They were put into bat by Pakistan. Oh my goodness, is that a lizard?
Oh,
wow.
Trying to eat the fly.
He's gone after this ball, it's gone up in the air, chance at mid-wicket, and the catch is taken. Fahim Ashraf looking for a big hit. Just skies the ball, comfortable catch at mid-wicket. And it's Varun Chakravarti who has a wicket. Pakistan now 8 down as Fahim makes his way to the dugout. 97 for 8, 79 needed off 27 balls. And this is turning into an exhibition performance from the Indians. A really straightforward catch for Rinku Singh. As Fahim continues to slow walk off the ground. He goes for 10 off 14. And, well, he's walking off disappointed, and it makes sense because it really has been a dismal performance by Pakistan today. And apologies, I got distracted by the lizard. The lizard is on the outside of the glass in our commentary box. The fly is on the inside of the commentary box, and the lizard is trying to get to it, but it doesn't realise that the fly is actually on the inside.
But the thing is, I've just taken a video. The lizard is fully sticking his tongue out and going, why am I not catching this fly? And the fly is just casually walking away from it, going, you idiot.
Yeah. No, it's almost a metaphor for the game that we're watching right now as Abrar Ahmed makes his way out to the middle. Varun Chakravarti into Abrar, striking on the pad, that looks out. Umpire puts his finger out. Abrar goes first ball. Varun Chakravarti is on a hat-trick. He's reviewed it because he may as well, but it looked pretty straight. And I think Varun Chakravarti is going to find himself on a hat-trick once this review is done. Pakistan 97 for 9.
Review for LBW. Original decision is out. It is a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen.
That's the voice of TV umpire Chris Gaffney.
Gap on the left. Clearly no bat. Yeah, no bat involved. We can go to ball tracking when available.
Yeah, this is going to be
clear
hitting
gap on the left-hand side. Just
middle
waiting for ball
off.
tracking.
Yeah, about 3/4 of the way
Original
up.
decision is out.
It's
Pitching
ball
outside
tracking.
off. Impacts in line. Wickets hitting. Kumar will get you back on screen and you can stay with your original decision of outs.
Yeah, Varun Chakravarti just too good for Abrar. He's going to walk off. Pakistan staring down the barrel of a big, big defeat here. And India could really put the exclamation mark on this win with a hat-trick to finish the game.
Yeah, that
Varun
would...
Chakravarti 2 for 17 of his 2.4.
Yeah, that would be a way to finish for India and all the fans that have travelled. We were talking about how flights were so much more expensive as soon as they got the go-ahead to play this game. All the hotels were fully booked. Ours is absolutely carnage. Our hotel, because the India team are in it, and there's so many fans in there. It would be the perfect ending for this rivalry, would be to get a hat-trick. And for the second time today, we've got a hat-trick. But it's not what you...
Hat-trick ball,
yeah, hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick ball.
We've not
coming
actually
up.
had a hat-trick.
Now, Simon Ayub earlier took 2 and 2, bowled a pretty good hat-trick ball, but couldn't get the little outside edge that he was looking for.
Well, he bowled an absolute beauty, so we'll just see what Varun does here.
He's got the number 11, Usman Tariq, to bowl to. It's a hat-trick ball. Big cheer from the crowd, and a nice aggressive field here as well from Suryakumar Yadav. There's a slip in place, mid-wicket is really close in, mid-on and mid-off, almost in line with the umpire. Really, really close in, giving him every chance. Varun Chakravarti, Usman Tariq. Here we go, hat-trick ball, Varun into Usman. There's a big appeal, little inside edge on that. Nearly, Varun, nearly picked up a hat-trick. They even think, they toy with the idea of going for a review, actually. They're still talking about it. Suryakumar Yadav, 10 seconds on the DRS timer. Is he going to go for the review?
This isn't out. I just don't think this is out.
Yeah, I think he got bat on it. He's gone for the review. 2 seconds to go, so the hat-trick is still in play. Kumar Dharmasena, the on-field umpire, has put the TV sort of symbol out with his hands. He looked a bit annoyed doing it.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen.
Here's Chris Gaffney again.
I think it's
Coming
doing
through.
too much.
Oh, there's no inside edge.
We've got a clear gap on the left-hand side. Just roll that back just to confirm that.
Oh.
Just freeze it there. Yep. There's no bat involved. Go to ball tracking when available, please.
Could be close, because look, there's no bat on this. So the hat-trick is on. Here we go.
Pitching outside off. Impact is in line.
Where's the ball going?
Wickets missing.
Missing.
Kumar will get back on screen. You can stay with your original decision of not out.
Well, it won't be a hat-trick for Varun Chakravarti, but like Simon Ayub before him, he came mighty close, bowled an excellent delivery. If anything, a little bit too good for Usman Tariq.
It's the second time today we've had a hat-trick delivery, and the ball's been too good for the batter.
That field has just spread, but only a tiny bit now for Usman Tariq. There's India looking for the kill. Varun Chakravarti into Usman, who leaves the ball outside the off stump as it goes through to the keeper. There is no run. And Ishan Kishan knocked the bails off and asked the question of the square leg umpire, mostly in jest. Pakistan 97 for 9. It's been a horror show batting performance from them today. Just really, really struggled to find any kind of rhythm. Usman Khan, the only batter with any kind of significant stay out in the middle. 44 off 34 for him. Only 2 other batters getting into double figures so far. Shadab Khan 14 off 15. Fahim Ashraf on 17 off 14. And they find themselves in a horror position. 79 needed off 24 balls. Rinku Singh's going to have a bowl here for India.
Why not?
Yeah.
Might as well give the keeper a bowl.
Bowler number 7 for India.
Ishan Kishan will be bowling next to get the glory.
Well, you can see the ICC chair in one of the hospitality suites. He's very happy with this result.
I thought he was going to be neutral.
Well, he's thrilled. I'll tell you that much.
I feel like we're meant to be neutral. Never am.
Well, Rinku Singh is going to bowl to Shaheen Afridi, who makes a bit of room and slaps this ball hard down towards the long off boundary. It's going to go for 4. Well, slightly against the run of play, Pakistan pick up a boundary, and small consolation, they passed the 100 mark. 101 for 9 of 16.1 overs, 75 needed off 23. That's not going to happen, but maybe a little bit of exhibition shots from Shaheen to keep everybody happy. Here's Rinku Singh into Shaheen again, who's had a big hoik at that. Missed it as it struck his pad, going down leg, so no real danger. And Rinku Singh is a part-time bowler at best, really, isn't he? He's not really...
I don't know why he's bowling.
They're just sort of toying with Pakistan at the moment. Here's Rinku in again. Shaheen's got after it, got a little under edge. It's going to go down towards the fine leg boundary, and it's going to go for 4. So, again, it's not really going to make any smiles appear on the very glum-looking faces in the Pakistan dugout. But it could turn out to be valuable for the net run rate. If they could just get a few more runs away here. 71 needed off 21. It's been a thoroughly professional performance from India. And, we'll be wrapping this game up before too long and celebrating victory, but they've tossed Rinku Singh the ball here to try and finish the job. In he comes to Shaheen, who makes a bit of room, big swing, and he just doesn't connect. He connects with thin air, really, as Ishan Kishan, as he's so fond of doing, knocks the bails off again. Square leg umpire comes in again to put them back up.
Don't really know why he's bowling here, to be honest with you. Tiffers, they've got so many options.
Here's Rinku in again. Shaheen goes after it, clobbers this ball down towards long on. Couple of bounces to Shivam Dubey, and he's turned down the run there, Shaheen, so he's going to try and farm the strike. He hasn't bowled for a while. The last time Rinku bowled, as in he comes again to Shaheen, who again clobbers this ball down to long on. This time he will take the single to keep the strike, because that was the last ball of the over. So 9 runs off that Rinku Singh over, 106 for 9 with 3 overs to go. Yeah, Rinku Singh hasn't bowled in in his last 3 appearances for India, and he's made sort of sporadic appearances. He hasn't been in that lineup all the way through, but he hasn't bowled in either the game against the USA or Namibia. He didn't bowl against South Africa in the series that preceded this match. He last bowled against New Zealand on the 31st of January in a T20 international. And there, his return was 4 balls, 1 for 7.
Oh, well bowled.
It's not awful.
Well, he's bowled 6 balls, none for 9 there, and here we go. We're going to have the opening bowler, Hardik Pandya, back into the attack. He's got 1 for 8 from his 2 overs. Don't know why Rinku bowled that one. Why not? Maybe just thought, see if he can get the game done.
Maybe just give him an over under his belt. Might be handy later in the tournament. Here's Hardik Pandya into Shaheen Afridi. He bowls. Shaheen ducks underneath the bouncer. It's quite a short delivery. Umpire signals wide. And he looks so irritated with his signal there, Kumar Dharmasena. He's almost sort of willing the Indians to finish off this game. They're like, come on, lads.
Well, Shaheen actually called the wide before the umpire, which he's not supposed to do.
69 needed off 18, but just 1 wicket needed for India to wrap up this game and make it 3 wins and 3 in this tournament. And perhaps even more significantly, keep their dominance in this T20 rivalry against Pakistan going. Here is Hardik Pandya into Shaheen, who comes down the track and has a big swing at that. And I don't know if he got anything on it, but it wasn't a clean take from Ishan Kishan, so it was sort of a stifled appeal there. So Shaheen's just sort of blind swinging at the moment. He's on 16 or 15. He has hit 2 boundaries, but he's kind of playing just for fun at the moment. Just taking a look at that swing. Eyes went off the ball. Sweat flying off his forehead as he spun himself in the ground.
I think he got something on it there, Shaheen. I think it was dropped behind.
That's technically a drop for Ishan Kishan, a rare blemish, and it really came when it doesn't really matter anymore in this game. Here's Hardik into Shaheen, who's got a hold of this. He sent this ball sailing. Is it going to go out over the boundary? Yes, it is. Kuldeep Yadav has just palmed the ball over the boundary for 6. He should have taken it. He got into position, did Kuldeep Yadav. The catch was there for the taking. We've had 2 drops from India in 2 balls. Do they want to finish this game or not? 63 needed off 16 balls.
Well, doesn't Kuldeep Yadav normally field about short fine, short third? He's at long on there. And that should have been taken, and he's dropped it over the boundary sponge for 6. I mean, this is just getting a little bit sloppy from India. I know they're going to win this game, but I know they should have and could have bowled Pakistan out for less than 100.
They could have done. That drop sort of reminded me of that meme, you know, this waiter on roller skates. Here's Hardik Pandya into Shaheen Afridi, who has a big swing, and again, doesn't connect as it goes through to the keeper.
That's the worst cricket shot I've ever seen.
He nearly swung himself.
Hi, bro.
He did. He went 360 degrees with that shot.
Hi, bro.
Big swing from Shaheen.
Absolute send.
All the way around. If he connected, he would have looked a bit like Brian Lara, but he didn't connect, so he looks a bit like someone who failed.
Hi, bro. Hi.
I saw some bad ones during the Ashes series, and that tops them.
Well, it's with an outside chance of ending up top scorer for Pakistan. 22 off 17. Shaheen. Hardik Pandya. Shaheen, who makes a bit of room. Full toss driven down to long on. He took a few steps as if to take a single, and then opted to leave Usman Tariq where he is.
He's on absolute send it mode here, Shaheen Afridi.
He's trying. Just to close down that gap a little bit. A little bit sloppy from India, really. They don't really want to do this. Just let any sloppiness creep into their game. They've been thoroughly professional. They put themselves in a position where they can't lose this game now. So they won't matter.
Again, no.
Gautam Gambhir, I'm sure, will be putting a few notes in his notepad.
Lineup change பண்ண முடியாது.
Into Shaheen again. Again, pulls this ball out towards mid-wicket. Will he take the single this time? He does. So,
again,
there'll be one delivery for Usman Tariq to try and survive to take this game into the 19th over. Earlier today, we saw a breathtaking knock from Ishan Kishan.
Team editor,
unbelievable batting.
Team India, Lions,
number 3.
T20.
Hardik Pandya, wicketkeeper. India's number 1, I should say. He's right at the top of the order, isn't he? With Abhishek Sharma. 77 off 40, 10 fours, 3 sixes. He looked like he was playing on a different surface to every other batter that's been out here today, including the Indian batters, I would say. So fluent, and definitely the difference between the two teams. Hardik into Usman Tariq. Bowled in! Middle stump from Hardik. He had 1 ball to dismiss him, and he used that 1 ball to perfection. India register a huge win over Pakistan. They win by 61 runs, having bowled out Pakistan for 114 with 2 overs remaining. A sensational win for the hosts, who are here in Colombo just to play this game. But they've turned up to Colombo, they've done a perfect hit job on their rivals, and they've kept their dominance over Pakistan alive. India victorious here in Colombo by 61 runs, and for 99.9% of it, Alex Hartley, they were flawless.
Yeah, they absolutely were. They adapted so well to the conditions. At the halfway stage, yes, Pakistan were probably chasing 10 or 15 more than they should have or could have been. Shaheen Afridi didn't bowl too well. There was also a few overs that, you know, a little bit sloppy from a couple of the Pakistan bowlers. But India, as you say, absolutely flawless. They are the best team in the world. They adapted so well to the conditions. Ishan Kishan, in particular, absolutely outstanding with his 77. Really set the tone. And unfortunately, when you lose 4 wickets in a power play, you're very, very rarely going to get over the line. And it was only Usman Khan with his 44 that gave Pakistan a sniff, half a chance, not even half a chance. He looked like he was going all right until he came down the pitch and got stumped. Well, got caught behind as well. It was 2 in 1. But yeah, a dominant display for India, who just fly in for this game and then fly back out.
Yeah, they do. They've got to give themselves a lot of credit, really, India. They've come into a difficult scenario and put on a terrific performance, really, here today. How good was that innings from Ishan Kishan, Alex Hartley?
Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Like we were just saying, you know, he really set the tone at the top of the order. It looked like he was batting on a different surface. You know, he went out and just made everything look so easy, you know. Pakistan only bowling the one seamer, so you thought, okay, fine, I'm just going to have to take down the spin, and he did that perfectly. I mean, I'm 95% sure he's going to get player of the match, and rightly so. But it wasn't an easy wicket out there, but he just made it look so easy.
So Daniel Norcross is going to join us.
So in the fixture that we wondered whether it would happen at all between India and Pakistan. Last minute diplomatics meant that we did get a game, but it's same old this time at the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo. Pakistan being thrashed by India winning by 61 runs, and at no point in today's game did they ever really look like coming close to India-Pakistan from the very outset. Brilliant batting from Ishan Kishan, the standout player with the bat today, and then with the ball, well, I don't know whether it was the bowling itself that was so particularly skilled or some of the top order batting that was so inept. World Cup winner Alex Hartley is alongside me, as is Atif Nawaz. We are going to chew the cud and try and work out what on earth has happened there. What has happened, first headline, is that India have won 3 out of 3. They're through to the next round. There was never any danger of that. In all probability, Pakistan will be too if they win their last game against Namibia, which they surely will do. If they don't, however, they will be behind the United States on net run rate. And there's even a tiny sniff of possibility for the Netherlands if they could beat India, but that's not going to happen. So there is something big on that game for Pakistan, and I don't think anyone really considered that to be a dangerous fixture for Pakistan, Atif. But after watching the way they played today, I was hugely disappointed. I was hugely disappointed with how they bowled at Ishan Kishan. They did drag it back in those middle overs with the ball, but then with the bat, how they found themselves 34 for 4, 13 for 3 in double quick time. That did for their chase. Chase, they needed to make it 176. The highest chase it would have been in a World Cup match, T20 World Cup match between these two men's sides. But nonetheless, it felt like a pretty good performance.
It really did. I think it's fair to say that this Pakistan team didn't play to their potential. They're a lot better than that, particularly their top 4, who would have really fancied their chances, despite the fact that they let India get about 20 runs too many. Shaheen Afridi, very expensive with the ball today, just couldn't find anywhere to hide. 15 runs off his 15 and a half runs off his 2 overs apiece, so 31 from his spell altogether. And Shadab, also expensive, went for 17. Salman Agha with many options with the ball, used 7 bowlers in total. He was given good performances by Usman Tariq, Saim Ayub, and himself bowled really admirably. You're going to leak runs somewhere against India, I suppose. At 175, they did let them get away 20 more. Perhaps they felt the need to overcompensate when they came out to bat. Not even overcompensate, but compensate for that when they came out to bat their top 4, and they sort of played all manner.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm down here with Ishan Kishan as the man of the match. I'll ask Kavita Singh, Senior Vice President of Aramco, to please hand over a fabulous award for an absolute fabulous innings. 77 today, that's got to feel amazing, Ishan.
100%. I think the wicket was not that easy in the beginning, but you know, sometimes you just have to believe what you want to play, what shots are on, and you know, you have to just focus on your strength. So I was just keeping it simple and, you know, watching the ball and playing with the field, maybe trying to make them run as much as they can. But yeah, I think it worked pretty well in my side.
Everything looks this completely in sync. Your hands look magnificent. Today you favoured the offside a little more than you have in other tournaments. Was that something that was, you had in your game plan?
I think I did work a lot on my offside game. You know, it will give me the balls where I want them to bowl if I play good shots on offside. So I was just trying to hit the gaps because it's a big boundary, and you know, when it's a big ground you get bigger gaps. So I was just trying to keep it simple, like I said, trying to hit the gaps, trying to at least take 2 runs, because you know, wicket was not easy, and you know, I had that in mind that we need to put like total like 160, 170 runs, and it will be a very good total for us.
Ishan, the lead up to this match is enormous from both camps, I'm sure. Yeah. Lots of pressure, lots of anxiety. Do you feel now that there's a sense of relief now moving into the back half?
100%. I think, you know, India versus Pakistan, it's always a special game, not only for us, for our country as well. So, you know, we had to win this one. It was a very important game. And, you know, they had a pretty good spinners in their side, and we were just supposed to, you know, play the good shots. And, yeah, winning this against Pakistan team game, you know, it will give us a lot of confidence going ahead in the tournament, and, you know, we'll try to just keep the momentum going.
A quick word on Jasprit Bumrah and Hardik Pandya in those first 5 overs.
I think they bowled tremendously well, you know, pace bowlers. When I was batting, when Shaheen was bowling, I didn't feel like the ball was doing much for the pace bowlers, but at the same time looking at them bowl, so 2 beautiful overs. So yeah, it was a plus point for us, and especially we know how Jassi can bowl, whether he has new ball in his hand and whether he's bowling in the death overs, and especially credit goes to Hardik Pandya for keeping it on the tight areas, you know, bowling what we planned before the game and executing his plans pretty well.
Special day, Ishan. Congratulations, mate, and good luck for the rest of the team.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was Matthew Hayden talking to the player of the match, Ishan Kishan, and he really did bat better, Alex Hardy, than anybody else on show today. I mean, his numbers are just head and shoulders above everybody else. 77 of 40 balls, 10 fours, 3 sixes. There are only 3 further sixes in India's innings. He managed to keep the strike, farm the strike, and you saw how hard it was for like Tilak Varma, 25 of 24, Suryakumar Yadav, the skipper, usually explosive, 32 of 29. So it was a tricky pitch, wasn't it? And he made it look easy.
I think it was when Suryakumar Yadav was struggling, I was like, okay, that's a special innings, because he came out and he found the boundary from ball 1. Yes, he was eased into his innings because Shaheen Afridi didn't bowl too well at him. You know, his first over went for 15. In the power play, bowled the second one of the power play, but he was the only batter who could time the ball on that surface, and I think for him to recognise that he was on and just carry on was very impressive.
It started pretty well for Pakistan, by which I mean at the first over.
Yeah.
When Salman Agha, the skipper, brought himself on to bowl, and we've seen a few different bowling plans from Pakistan. They are a flexible outfit, which should stand them in good stead for other challenges later in the tournament. And he picked up the wicket of Abhishek Sharma really early on. To that stage, 1 for 1. End of the first over. You're thinking game on. Crowd's gone berserk. Atmosphere's amazing. Place is completely packed. And you didn't hear silence, because although there's about 80% Indian fans, about 20% Pakistan fans, so they made their presence really felt. But it was in that partnership which dominated Ishan Kishan. 87 they put on in 7.4 overs, of which Ishan Kishan scored 76. I mean, I don't want to belabour the point, but it was where he was hitting it. Matthew Hayden was talking about accessing the offside. I mean, some of his leg side sixes were enormous. Did Pakistan bowl badly at him, or did he just have one of those inspired days?
I think they were bad, but I think Shaheen Afridi bowled badly. I don't think he's bowled well at all in this tournament. He definitely doesn't look at his best. He couldn't nail his Yorker. He was either too full in the slot or he was too short, so I don't think he necessarily bowled well. And then there was probably 1 or 2 bad balls and over. There was a few outside the off stump where, I'm sorry, if you've got the covers up in the power play, you're going to get cut for 4 as a spinner, and everybody knows that. You know, a Bra in particular was really expensive, unusually expensive for him. I think he was one of the best spin bowlers in the world, just couldn't quite get it right today. So I think Ishan Kishan, with the way he was batting, also made Pakistan bowl poorly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Abrar was a massive disappointment for me. 3 overs for 38. He was taken to the cleaners. I'm going to try to find some crumbs of comfort, some kernels of hope, because this tournament is far from over for Pakistan. We've mentioned it already. They've beaten Namibia. They've got 3 more games to play in the Super 8s, with a real chance of getting through to the semi-finals. Playing on pitches like today's really turned. There was some extravagant turns, especially for Saeed Mayoub, who bowled really well today, Atif. And so Pakistan's game plan of having those spinners is not a bad one, and could yet come to fruition here in Sri Lanka. It's just that in the immediate aftermath of everything else that happened in the game, I know it's hard to see that, but you know, it's not all doom and gloom. Is it, or is it? Your face is suggesting it is.
No, I'm just very hot, Daniel, because the AC's off in this room.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're going to have to find some kind of AC balance here. But yes, it is going to be very difficult for the Pakistan team because they... Sorry. It's going to be difficult for this Pakistan team because it's going to be quite brutal, the post-mortem back home, and you know there's going to be a really negative reaction to this, despite the fact that, as you said, they still have a very strong chance of making it through to the Super 8s, and indeed to the semi-finals, because they have a really good combination. Their spinners, their attack, their balance, it kind of fits this tournament perfectly. What they have to try and keep in mind is they've just played the best team in the world, who've come in and put in a very clinical performance. I feel like India has some kind of psychological hold over Pakistan. Perhaps that head-to-head record, not just in World Cups, but in all T20s, Pakistan having only won 3 of the 17 matches they've played against each other in T20 internationals. That's starting to become something that really weighs heavily on Pakistan's minds, and perhaps creating the kind of pressure that doesn't allow them to actually play to their potential. They're constantly looking to compensate in those big moments. I felt like that's Shaheen's big problem as well. He's trying to compensate. Every time he gets hit for a 6, he tries to come back and do something even more complex and world-bending, when really he just needs to try and
first up
execute his
to
basics.
talk
Let's have a
to
listen
Salman Ali
Agha.
Agha, captain of Pakistan. Salman, commiserations on the loss. Can you break it all down tactically for me?
Yeah, I think we were believing over spinners, and they had an off day today. The execution was missing in some parts of the game. But yeah, we were obviously going to always believe our spinners, because they have done really well last 6 months. And with the batting, I think we didn't start well. And in T20 games, if you lose like 3 or 4 wickets in power play, you're always chasing a game.
Having watched the 3 games prior to this that have been played here, with the teams batting first, managing to get a score and then defend it, and also with the teams batting second being bowled out, what was it you discussed with your troops, yourself, Hassan and everyone, that said batting second would be the way to go?
I think, to be very honest, like in first inning it was a bit tacky. It was, the ball was gripping as well. So the execution was, I think, missing when it's come to bowling. But I think the pitch played better in the second inning than the first inning. But our bowlers, like we didn't bowl according to the situation. And when it's come to batting, we didn't apply it ourselves, and it gave us chance to go deep in the game.
Is there anything to be said about this being a big occasion that has you and your team kind of trying to deal with emotions as well on the day?
Well, in these kind of games, the emotions are always going to be high. We just need to deal with that, because we have played enough cricket and we have played enough these games like that. So it's just we need to gather ourselves very quickly, and we have a game in 2 days time, so we need to look forward for that as well.
And still kind of look ahead to the rest of the tournament, because this isn't the end, is it?
Yeah, obviously, if you have to see the bigger picture. We have a game in 2 days time, so we need to win that game and qualify for the Super 4, and then it's a new tournament start again.
Okay, well, all the best with that new start.
Thank you very much.
Captain of Pakistan, Salman Ali Agha. Now time to speak to Suryakumar Yadav, the victorious captain of India. Surya, what about the victory today impresses you most?
I think this is for India. But yeah, it's completely, we played the same brand of cricket what we wanted to play. I told you at the toss as well. I think batting first was a better option on this wicket, and the way Ishan batted, and he was batting in the last few games and also in the domestic circuit, he batted the same way and took the team ahead.
In coming here, there was obviously the understanding it would be different, it would be a slow pitch. Was the plan to attack in the way that he did?
Not really. We wanted to play the same way how we were playing. I think Ishan thought something out of the box. After 0 for 1, there had to be someone taking responsibility in the power play, and the way he took that responsibility, I think it was amazing. I think we were very ahead in the power play. There was a little bit of lump in between 7 to 15, but then that's the beauty of T20 cricket, and the way Tilak, Shivam and Rinku batted, I think it was commendable.
175 you get on the board. How many above par did you guys feel that was?
See, it's difficult to tell when we are batting first, because you never know, there might be a little bit of dew, or we might play a little better under lights. But as soon as we reached 175, we thought it was 15-20 runs above par. I think 155 would have been a very tight game, but then 175 was a very good score.
And the ploy with how to attack them with ball, what was the discussion?
No, I think we followed the same thing what we did before when we played them. Hardik took the new ball, taking charge from ball 1, then Bumrah coming in, what he does the best. He showed the world why he's the best bowler in the world. And then Varun, Kuldeep, Aksar, as a matter of the fact, Tilak as well coming in, chipping in. I think it was great to see everyone contributing.
How do you keep the run going all the way back from winning the trophy back in Barbados? You continue to go on. How do you ensure that this keeps going?
We'll think about it tomorrow. First, we'll go back, have some good time together as a team, and then when we take the flight tomorrow, reach Ahmedabad, we'll start thinking about the night games.
Well done today. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
So a couple of little things have come out of that for me. Suryakumar Yadav, some difference of opinion there between him and Salman Agha, who thought that batting first was a good idea. The numbers suggest, well, Pakistan lost by 61 runs. It sounds like it was a good idea, but actually, if you quiz the movement on the pitch, there was a lot more spin in that first innings. I think that it was the right decision to bowl first. The pitch actually did play a little bit easier in the second half, and it's just that Pakistan did not execute very well with the bat at all.
They didn't, but the games that have played on here, teams have won batting first and defending. So you sort of, India have looked at that and gone, okay, it might not be what we would usually do, because like Suryakumar was just saying, that there is that risk the dew might come in, it might skid on, it won't do as much, and it didn't do as much, but they had the runs on the board. It's such a vast outfield. Boundaries aren't that easy to come by. We've seen that throughout the competition. So actually having runs on the board gives you a little bit of a buffer. But Pakistan should have been better, because the ball was definitely doing more in the first innings.
It really was, and we were looking at that thinking, right, the big threats are going to be Varun Chakravarti, Kuldeep Yadav, Akshar Patel, especially bowling at the pace that he did bowl at, or does bowl at. The problem for Pakistan was that they were blown away by Hardik Pandya and Jasprit Bumrah. Now, anybody can be blown away by Jasprit Bumrah, and Hardik Pandya is a very fine bowler who is getting up to 86 miles an hour. But some of the batting in those first 3 or 4 overs, Atif, will have incensed Pakistan fans, and indeed just fans, neutral fans, who wanted to see a tight game. And I don't know where to start. I almost want to start at the end of the collapse, which was Babar Azam, who played a wild heave to Akshar Patel when he's been criticised for being too much of the glue. This was the moment at 34 for 3 when he needed to be a bit gluey, yeah? And he plays a wild swing across the line. He's seen his captain chip a ball up in the air. He's seen Farhan get out to a pretty limp shot early on. That was the time for him to actually lean into his strengths, wasn't it?
It certainly was, but I'd rather, if I may, just sort of start at the beginning with Sahibzada Farhan, who's coming into this game. A lot of the build-up about this game was going to be the battle between Sahibzada Farhan and Jasprit Bumrah, because Sahibzada Farhan, memorably took him to task at the Asia Cup last year, became one of the first batters to really dominate Jasprit Bumrah. There was a lot of build-up about that on our coverage. We had Nagraj who was talking about that as well. And then it never came to fruition, because sort of after facing 3 dot balls, he seemed to just crumble under pressure, played this sort of wild cross-batted shot, easy catch, and he was dismissed early. Pakistan immediately on the back foot. Salman Agha did something similar. Saim Ayub was sort of trapped by Jasprit Bumrah, just marginally. I sort of have a little bit more sympathy for Saim Ayub, because he got a very good ball, but a lot of the other shots were born out of compensation. And I feel like, again, this goes back to 2 things. One, they let India get too many runs, and they knew it, and they felt like they had to compensate for that with a really strong start in the power play, a statement start that included lots of boundaries and things like that. They played high-risk shots, and really, frankly, a couple of brainless shots in there as well that put them in a horrible position where they were 4 down, and the top 4 couldn't make it into double figures. The second part of that for me is this psychological hold that I got into just before those post-match interviews that India have over Pakistan in those key moments. If you go back to 2022, Pakistan had that game in hand and let it go. If you go back to 2024 in New York, where Pakistan were really close to winning, they dismissed India. Their target was 120, a run a ball. You'd back them to score. You'd back most teams to score that, but they just crumbled under that pressure. There's something about playing India at the moment that just affects Pakistan on a psychological level. It does not allow them to play their best cricket. I mean, maybe that's the difference between the 2 sides and the way that they've developed over the last couple of decades. In the IPL, these Indian players face these scenarios on a regular basis where they're being tested, where they're put under intense pressure, where they're in front of massive crowds, and the scrutiny level is very high. Pakistan, on the other hand, don't have anything like that. They do have the PSL, but the scrutiny isn't anywhere near the level of IPL, and some would argue that the level isn't really on the same scale either. I just feel like right now there's definitely a skill gap. Like, India is undoubtedly the best team in the world, favourites for this tournament, defending champions, and all that jazz. We all know that. But Pakistan should have performed better than that. They did not play anywhere near their potential, because had they done, they would have made this at the very least a close game. They just crumbled under pressure. By the time Usman Khan was putting his runs on with Shadab Khan, and I thought he batted really well as well, because he was coming into this game again. A lot of scrutiny, Khwaja Nafi sort of breathing down his neck for a spot in the first 11. But I think he batted quite well, showed a lot of composure. But he too, eventually, there was a ball with his name on it. Akshar Patel turning on past him. Beautiful stumping from Ishan Kishan. I mean, just it was quite telling that he hasn't played very often against India before. And he didn't have the same amount of pressure. But a lot of these players are coming off regular losses to India. 3 in the Asia Cup last year, in the previous World Cup. They've only beaten them once before. That was when Babar and Rizwan secured a 10-wicket win for Pakistan. Rizwan's not there anymore. Shaheen doesn't look like the same Shaheen who was famously described as a bowler that India cannot play. That Shaheen looks like a million miles away from the Shaheen we've seen today, who looks short on confidence. We saw him go down, get some strapping on his knee. He didn't look ultra mobile in the field either. I don't know if there's something going on with him in terms of the fitness element. But Pakistan just did not play as well as we know they could, and made it relatively straightforward for a very strong Indian team who were always favourites.
You've mentioned a very strong Indian team. Alex, they were good today. I didn't think they were at their best, and yet they've still won by a considerable margin. They put Rinku Singh on to bowl.
Yeah, that was weird. That was...
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure that I really liked that particularly.
No.
Because they still had overs left from,
That
but
was like,
they'll argue they're trying to
yeah,
save them for
that was
later,
like
I
when
guess.
like Alistair Cook used to bowl in a test match or whatever. You go, what's going on? Why?
It felt a bit like that, but I guess...
Sorry, Cookie.
Back to my... yes, well, sorry.
Did pick up a wicket.
But back to my original point. They won convincingly today, and they got so much left in the tank. We've only had, 3 overs from Varun Chakravarti, only 3 overs from Kuldeep Yadav, 2 from Bumrah, 3 from Hardik. They didn't bat particularly well in the middle overs. It was a brilliant 77 from Ishan Kishan that propelled them to that. It just makes you think they look, if they can beat Pakistan that well, not playing that well, they're going to be formidable back in India.
Of course, and they are. You know, when you see them play, they dominate, don't they? They are the best team in the world. I think credit to India for adapting on that surface. You know, if players came out and saw the way Ishan Kishan batted and said, okay, we must get 240 here, where he's absolutely flying, let's all go at it. Actually, the ball was turning, it was doing a little bit. So the way that the batters, when wickets fell, came out and said, actually, I'm struggling out here. I'm just going to knock the ball into the outfield. I'm going to rotate the strike and just get 6, 7, 8 and over. And then if the ball's in my spot, then I'll hit it. I think that was really impressive. But again, India showing their strength, their depth, their adaptability. Yes, they are the best team in the world, but having said that, Pakistan let them get 15 or 20 runs too many, like the captain just said at the post-match interview. If I always said at the halfway stage, if Pakistan were chasing 160, it would have been a different game.
Yep, this is in danger of becoming one of the most predictable, eagerly anticipated fixtures of any sport in the world. That is it from us here in Colombo for now. We head to Kandy in the morning to bring you live ball-by-ball commentary of Australia against Sri Lanka. That's on Sports Extra at 1:30 Monday afternoon. Before that, Afghanistan against the UAE, which is at 5:30 Monday morning. And England's final group game against Italy. They've got to win that one if they're going to progress. That's a 9:30 a.m. start. Our team will be live in Kolkata for that. But for now, from Alex Hartley, from Atif Nawaz, and from myself, Daniel Norcross, and from our producer, Jack Wood, it is goodbye.
Ended the 8th over. Pakistan are now on 58 for none. End of the 9th over. Pakistan on 64 for none. End of the 10th over. Pakistan are now 72 for none.
XDSD FS. Hi. XDS. Hi bro, welcome to the stream. Oh.
Ended the 12th over. Pakistan 87 for none. The betting team are now 92 for none. Captain is going on the spinner.
Justice. Two balls, 17 runs. எப்படி போறோம் பாரு. Oh. Fine. Okay, we can play career. Career, bench player, case. What is the status of the selection? Expecting selection. Indian T20 League expecting selection. Okay. Select line. First class. Test. Jarka just took that. $50, $60 or something. I can score. 159 they score. Oh, don't stop. Only one ball will swing out. Okay, innings only. Okay, right. Next match about. Traveling to Kochi. Trivandrum International. Sunday sunset captain. You have to play T20 cricket. Then only I got selected for IPL. I go for a shot. For a nice ball to hit. Oh, score, let's say. Okay, out. Oh, Justins. Top of the bat. Oh.
Welcome the new batsman. The captain is heading out to the field.
Lead by 3. No.
End of the over. The score is now 37. Change bowling. The captain is going with the spinner. into the fourth over. India are now 36 for 1. for 2. India over. The batting team are now on 92 for 2. End of the over. India are now on 96 for 3. end of the 19th over. India are now 169 for 5.